Welcome to Cricket8. I'm Jarrod, Kimber. I've got Machel, Sir Patrick, Hewitt here with me as well, and we are going to do a live watch along. For both of these games, there will be toilet breaks in between. There will be random Cricket8 podcasts. We're doing a live simulcast as well today over on the Good Areas channel, so that we so everyone can hear about the Cricket8 shows that we're doing. Rob Barron is what's the best way of putting it? He's unavailable today, doing family stuff and everything. But obviously, Mash is done. You did how many live watch alongs did you do with us last year? About 5, 6?
Can't remember now, actually.
You did more than one.
Yes.
More than one and less than 25, if I remember correctly. So Mash understands it as well. We've got a long day ahead of us, but let's just get straight to the bets, because the bets is the most fun. And also, we can't be, neither me or Mash can be blamed for the bets because Rob did all these on his own.
Yeah, so this is these are the best bets going according to Rob Barron.
According to Rob Barron, not according to us, according to someone else. All right. He got over 23 on Rajat Patidar's final score. That, to me, I don't know how much you've seen of Rajat Patidar this year, but you would have seen him a little bit last year. Absolutely outstanding player. 23 and a half runs, to me, seems like a pretty good bet. I wouldn't be too worried about that one at all. What else has he got here? He's got over on Rian Parag's score. So 20.5 on Rian Parag. Again, decent enough option. Rian Parag has sort of turned himself into more of an anchor of recent times and knocking around a little bit. So, again, that makes a lot of sense. Over 20.5 Jofra's performance points. He's got a couple of Jofra bets here, actually, realistically. Performance points, I think you get 10 points per wicket. So he's also factoring in perhaps a little bit of slogging, although unlikely, but maybe a catch or two. But he's looking for that one. This is, and I can say this because he's not on air, Rob Barron said that if this bet doesn't come off, you can come to his house and abuse him. Right? We will put his address up at the end of the show. He called this his lock of the week. Rajasthan to take a wicket in the first over. Since Rob sent that to me, I had a look. It'd be interesting to see what you think about this, Bash. He's bowling to he's bowling to two players who have obviously in the past been one's been a teammate of his, and the other one is one of the best players of raw pace in the world. So he will be bowling to Salt and to Kohli. I kind of generally would back Jofra in that situation, but I'm not quite as sure at the moment, just based on everything else. But Rob is all in, and I think, if I'm right in saying this, Mash, Jofra has taken 8 wickets in 13 first overs in the IPL. And then the last bet that we have here is Jitesh Sharma's performance points, over 21.5 as well. So he's become an important player in this side. We have here the team, because they are batting first. He says they must be. They're out on the field. Yeah, RCB chose to bowl first. So Jaiswal and Samson are batting in the middle at the moment. Nitesh Rana, Rian Parag, Juve Durrell, Shimron Hetmeyer, Winindu Hasaranga, Jofra Archer, Mahesh Tikshana, Sandeep Sharma, and Tushar Deshpande. As Bhuvi Kumar comes up for the first ball, and it's down the leg side, and that's turned away for 1. And for RCB, we have Phil Salt, Virat Kohli, Rajat Patidar, Liam Livingston, Jitesh Sharma, Tim David, Krunal Pandya, Bhuveshwar Kumar, Suyash Sharma, Josh Hazlewood, and Yash Dayal. So we've got all that out of the way. The odds at the moment, the run line is 187. So we're not looking at a massively high scores so far. And Rajasthan started at about 220. They've come in after that single straight away. So that is fine. And a very good start from that point of view. And it's Bhuvi Kumar bowling. I didn't see much swing on their first delivery. And he's coming in again. Bright green trousers today. Bright green trousers. This one does swing. And it's poked out to point, and they're going to get 1. Maybe you can follow along. We've got the live scores. We're a little bit ahead of everyone else when it comes to the scores and and the footage. So tell your friends that we're a couple of steps ahead. That's because we can see into the future. Mash specifically could see.
I think you can see. I think you can see into the future more than me. I was just trying to sort my link out as you were talking. So whilst you still continue to talk, I'm trying to get into the future portal that you're in.
Okay, that might be something. Have you talked to Roberto Baron about that?
I'm just sorting that out right now.
Another dot ball here from Jaiswal. I didn't see that one swing all that much. Seems to have hit the middle of the bat. So Parag is not in the 11 at the moment, but we assume he will come back in. Oh, well, sorry, he's injured, isn't he? That's why. I was about to say either he's a super sub. He's not a super sub. He's injured.
Actually, have we got who the impact nominated impact players are? Did we get that up on the?
I don't know if we have it on the screen because there's always about 5 of them, isn't there? Bhuvi Kumar comes in again, straight pushed very watchfully by Jaiswal early on, if we're being honest. Who have they got as their potential super subs? No. Here we go. It is Shubham, Rathore, Kartikeya, Faruqi, Yudvir, and it is Parag. So I was right the first time. I'm getting him confused with someone else who got injured. Jacob Bethel, Swapnil, Bandagi, and Rakshik. So they are bowling first. So it's going to be a batter most probably coming into that list unless there's an injury. Jaiswal almost runs himself out here, hits this to mid-off, to right hand of mid-off, and takes off and ends up going back. There's no run there. So 2 runs off the first 5 balls. So who we don't have, Romario Shepherd is not a super sub option for Mash today, but we've got Shimron Hetmeyer. And what's your feeling on Jofra? You still claim Jofra as he is a West Indian talent, isn't he? Let's be honest.
Yeah, we can claim him as a West Indies original, but do I hold on to this notion that he's a West Indian talent anymore? No.
Okay. Well, I suppose it just depends on how you look at those sorts of things as well. We have that first boundary as Jaiswal comes down the wicket and muscles this away for 4. I reckon the last couple of balls haven't swung. Certainly was swinging at the start of the game. So that is 6 runs off the first over. Now, it's quite interesting. They started at 220, Mash. They've come into evens. So it's 2s for both sides at the moment, despite the fact they only scored 6 runs in that over. So either the market just decided it was wrong or something else is going on here, because the expected, what did I said the expected run total was 187. It's still 187, and yet they've massively shortened in that first over. So it could be that the ball stopped swinging and people have gone from that point of view, or then maybe they've slightly over-indexed on that last ball boundary as well.
Yeah, I think it's too early to start moving the markets. Unless somebody knows something that we don't, it's too early to start moving the markets off that 1 over for sure.
Full wide start the next over, and that one is going to be pushed into the covers. No run there. Yeah, just having a look. It's possible that the market's reacting a little bit or overreacting to the 4, but also it's not swinging all that much. It does feel to me like the market has no idea what's happening because it's gone back out to 210 after 1 dot ball again. So it could just be that the market's not sure who should have been favoured here. Yash Dayal bowling. So he's bowled a dot ball that turns into a tree. I'll ask Mash later what he thinks of the dot balls that turn into a tree. Obviously good for the environment, and all that money goes to the environment, but is a little bit annoying when you look at your screen sometimes. Got a short cover in place, and the short cover fields this next ball as it is pushed by Samson for no run. And is that Krunal Pandya with incredible bling outside his shirt? That's a thick chain. That's a heavy duty chain he's got on there. It could have been that he didn't dive, Mash. That what happened there was the chain just dragged him to the ground. Who had the best change in the West Indies? There was some. I suppose Dre Russ has had some good ones. And this is edged and dropped. Oh dear. They had a floating third slip. It was a good healthy edge from Samson, and it has been dropped by. Well, I want to say Bhuvi. Was it Bhuvi? Maybe it was short third then rather than third slip. But it carried. He backed away a little bit, gave himself some room. Oh, maybe might have just been short. Might have been unfair on the fielder there. Might have been Mimvira. I can't see who that was. Just short. I take all that back. It wasn't dropped. But yeah, sorry to break down your very important chain chat.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say before the nun drop that Hetmeyer in his early years was very heavy into the chain game. Not so much as of late.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird one. I mean, you've got cricketers who do like wearing stuff like that. I remember a female athlete was talking. There was I think it was a tennis commentator. No, actually, it might have been an athletics commentator was talking about how, a lot of athletes do a lot of makeup and make their nails feel really nice and everything. And he was obviously complaining about all that. That would have been a run out, by the way. They just took a single, Sanju Samson, hit straight to mid off and took off. And a direct hit, which could have come, was missed. So they missed the run out chance there. I remember, and this woman going, but isn't there a correlation between how good you feel and look to how you perform? And I'm like, I get that. But the heavy chain must also, there must be drawbacks to that. But people said the same thing about sunglasses when people first started doing that. Great Yorkie here dug out by Jaiswal.
Well, actually, it's interesting you mention sunglasses because I'm trying to think. I'm giving you a potential podcast idea here for your future episodes. But when was the first time cricketers started batting in sunglasses and shades? And the reason I say it is Craig Brathwaite started to do it.
Has he?
About 18 months ago, 2 years ago, he started to bat in shades. And I just naturally assumed as a non-cricketer, well, that can't be that helpful. But that's just because I've never seen it before en masse.
Jaiswal over the leg side for another 4. Bit of a rough 4 here. Doesn't change the odds at all. So it looked a little bit more agricultural, a bit more sluggy, but he's got it over the top, a bit of a hump, I suppose is the best way of putting it. So the first batter I ever saw wear sunglasses was Asunka Gurusinghe, which I reckon is a little bit before your time. Do you remember Asunka Gurusinghe?
I know the name without knowing. I couldn't tell you anything about him.
He was the number 3 quite often for Sri Lanka back in the 90s. A big sort of round, sort of early 90s looking guy, if that makes sense. A sort of a Mike Gatting, Ranatunga type body. Not quite as big as those guys, but a big guy. And I remember him batting in, I want to say 96, Mash, at the MCG in sunglasses. Right. Yeah, and he started wearing them a lot. I think some of the batters who do that actually, so isn't it Viv Richards has to wear sunglasses even when he's in front of a camera light, if I know this correctly? Boobie coming in, and this one pushed away for 1. That's because, and there's a few ex-cricketers who are like that with this, because they've spent so much time with their eyes in the lights. That they actually have a problem with extra light getting into their eyeballs. So I would assume that's probably something that's happened with Brathwaite.
Okay, interesting. So the reason I raised it is because I thought it was an aesthetic and wasn't because there may actually be a reason for people doing it. But then, like I say, there's no one, since I noticed that, I haven't seen it take off as a thing. So maybe it is actually specific.
Yeah. Now, I would assume it's more to do with that. Do you remember there was that period where people would wear the sun brightening glasses as well?
What did those look like?
They were kind of like a yellowy tint. So a little bit different. Don't need those today, as it is exceptionally bright. This looked like a slower one to me from Bhuvi Kumar there. Just running his fingers over the ball. It's poked point for no run.
Just looking at Aniketh Mohan's comment in the chat, he's saying anything less than 200 on this pitch is unacceptable. You said the original start line was 187, did you not?
Yeah, and it's basically stayed at the same. So I'm with him. I'm starting to look at this and think there is a few more runs. Beautiful shot down the ground by Jaiswal. He's going to pick up 4. It's over pitched and snap down. I tell you what, the run line is about 188, 189 at the moment. If you're looking for a nice juicy bet for the rest of the day, right as we look at it, Hazlewood hasn't bowled yet, but this looks like the ball is coming on to the bat exceptionally well to me. And I think if RCB don't get early wickets, they can really struggle to pick up later on in the game. So I think that's an interesting bet, certainly worth looking at. In fact, wait, because there's going to be a dot ball here. So that's gone back to 187 again online.
I'm just those who are saying, is my mic loud enough or isn't loud enough? I'm making some adjustments, so do let me know, and I will make adjustments as we go along. So let me just check something here, Jarrod. Why do you think Hazelwood's not taken the first few overs?
I think it's a good question. I wonder if they've used both swing bowlers already. So maybe they're expecting slightly more swing as Jaiswal comes out. They got a long off for Jaiswal. It's interesting. Where's he? I'm trying to think where he hit his 2 4s. He's hit one dead straight. Oh, that was in this over. He humped one over the leg side. I'm trying to remember where the other one was. But obviously, they're trying to bowl full and outside off stump to him. And that fielder is coming back into the circle now as Samson comes back on. Yeah, maybe they just thought it would swing more. I mean, there was one ball where it seemed to go around corners a little bit. Since then, we haven't seen much. They're going to have to make that change pretty quickly, I think, now. So it'd be interesting to see if Yash bowls the next over or not. So in 18 innings, Samson has gone out to Boovie 4 times. He's got a pretty good record from not being dismissed. He defends this back down the ground. Good timing. It's a misfield. And I think Samson was a little bit asleep there, but I'm not sure I would have run on that. So the end of that over, we're still looking at a power play of around 47, 48 runs. And that 186, 87. As I said, if you're looking for another bet, this looks like a very good wicket to me. And what we have seen of RCB this year is that if their new ball bowlers don't get wickets, it can be very hard for them to slow teams down. They do have a good defensive bowlers, but it doesn't matter if you don't take any wickets. Eventually, people are going to score runs against you.
I mean, I was looking at some of the numbers that you'd been crunching prior to this game. So Rajasthan are probably, I mean, it's early doors, but they're probably on about parish with what they've been doing thus far in terms of the power play. Averaging close to 50 odd.
Yeah, they're not particularly going nuts or anything in this tournament so far. We have Hazelwood is coming on, so we picked that one. Probably should have given you unders on this over just in case. Run rate is 6.3, so 19 runs after 3 overs. This one is edged by Jaiswal. Just gets it past that short third fielder again. Don't think this one was in the air. I think it's Suyash in the circle there. Might have flicked his finger on the way through, but that looked to me like it had bounced clearly before they had. Just having a look here. So, yeah, back of a length. Good ball by Hazelwood. Well, lucky we didn't give you the unders because that was a very lucky start by Jaiswal here. And, yeah, bounced a long way in front of the fielder. So no issues from that point of view. They started at 220, Rajasthan. They're at 210 at the moment. So still hovering around evens. Oh, beautiful ball by Hazelwood. That, to me, felt like it kept low. I think they've appealed for something. Or this could be a classic case mash of you bowled a really good ball, right? And you're not sure what happened. And so you end up doing a DRS because you're like, it was a good ball. Surely that must have been out.
Something must have happened.
Yeah, something had to have happened, but I don't think anything has. And it looks like they agree with me there. They were excited for a second. Those are some of my favorites, though, where you just like the captain or the keeper or the bowler's like, it's such a good ball. Such a good ball. Just having a look here. Wobble ball, just outside off stump. I thought it kept low. It might not have. It was a weird shot by Jaiswal. He tried to open the face and run it back past third man again, and he was late on it. I'd be shocked if he hit it because he looked like he was so late behind it. I'm wondering if they even thought there might have been a little bit of glove. He's facing Hazelwood again. Again, he opens the face and runs this down to third, or I don't even know if you call him third anymore. The chop out man. Deep backward point.
Yeah, I like that.
You like?
I like that. Yeah.
That was our man Aaron Finch, who that's what they called it in cricket. Because I'd heard that, right? You know when you hear stuff that players say, you would have done this before. When a player says something, you're like, "Can I say this publicly? Because it sounds a bit stupid." Right? we're just seeing the replay of that Hazelwood one before. Just flicked his pad on the way through, and it wasn't going to go on for LBW as well. But when you hear someone say something like the chop out man, and you're just like, well, I can't call it that, right? Because if I call it that, everyone's going to think I've made up a stupid phrase, right? And then when Aaron Finch started calling it that on comms, I was like, finally, we can out the chop out man. Another play and miss here. Hazelwood's bowling it really well. What was the other one? Is oh my god, are you a wine drinker? I don't think.
White wine.
So what do you call a bottle of wine without a label on it?
I don't know. I don't know if I've ever thought of that before. What are you about to tell me?
So there's a specific name. Without, I was really more asking you so that you would give me the name. Clean skin.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Called a clean skin. When a cricketer goes out with a bat without stickers, that's what they call it.
Right. Okay.
Defended on the offside here by Samson. Times it well, but straight to point. The expected runs has come down to 179 at the moment. So if you're like me and you think this pitch looks pretty good, Hazelwood still has just over 3 overs left to bowl. No one else has looked. They've kept the runs down so far, but no one else has looked really threatening at all. Yeah, so there's all these little terms that cricketers use, right? That and sometimes they'll say it to you, like you know what they're talking about, and so like you don't know whether to ask or just nod along.
There's a thing, but I'm going to come back to that. But interestingly, I'm just looking at kind of like the spread of Hazelwood's over thus far. He seems to be what I'd say bowling a touch fuller than the other two, but also getting it through. It's getting a nice bit of zip off the track compared to what I saw from Buvy and Dale up front. Or why do you think he's cramping them up for room more so than the other two?
Yeah, I mean, they did bowl a couple of full balls the other guy. They're kind of, I think they bowled a couple of balls that were full because they got driven, but then they pulled it back, I think, because it wasn't swinging for them, right? So that's probably what you're talking about. Whereas I think what Hazelwood has done is he's just hitting a Hazelwood length. And
he's just natural length.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. You might have caught. There's something about the way his ball is going that it's not quite coming on at the same pace every time. Like one of them looked like it was a little bit slower. I think there was one that Samson sort of tried to pull to leg that looked a little bit slower. And then there was the other one that sort of flew past Jaiswal, right?
Yeah.
So there's something in those words. I think you're definitely onto something there. As Jaiswal's switched ends and Jaiswal pushes him into the covers. So they are 24 without loss. They're going to have to go, aren't they?
Well, part of the problem here, and you haven't mentioned, I'm sure, so I'm seeing if anyone in the chat of bats, Aniket has said here, Jaiswal is trying to blind slog instead of properly timing it. And Jaiswal's had, of all the batters in their kind of top 7, he's the one who's actually struggled the most thus far. Well, by a long way, he's the one who struggled the most.
As you say that, he humps one down the ground. As Jaiswal does bowl full, they've got long off out. Again, I think, was it Aniket who just put that? Trying to blind slog. Again, it was a bit of a swing. I wouldn't say it was, I mean, he did time it well, went for 6, but it was a little kitchen sinky. He decided to go absolutely all in on that and just throw his hands through the ball. Was that a slower one? You could see the bat handle actually twist. The bat face twist a little bit as he went through. But that has traveled, 10 meters past the boundary. So 32 meters in the air. So he definitely got under it. Fielder was back for that. I want to see the delivery again to see if that was a back of the hand slow ball. I missed it as I was looking at somebody else, but still got long off back. So this might be the over they go. And as Aniket said, still swinging is Jaiswal. And he plays this back cut again. He's decided on this back cut. Oh, there's a beautiful moment here. I don't know who the fielder was from RCB, but a beautiful moment of the fielder holding the hand up to tell the sweeper out on the boundary to pick the ball up. There's only one problem with that, Mash. There is not a fielder out on that boundary.
Well,
he's gestured to a ghost.
Still looking. Do you know what? I'm looking back at the replay of the 6 down the ground. I'm not going to call that a slog. I think that's
like
actually. Yeah, I think. I mean, you could argue he may not be quite in shape at the crease, and that there's a bit of a kind of slog element to it, but it went where he wanted it to go, put it that way.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. He definitely was trying to hit that there. Just having a look here, the sixth over, you can get over 9.5 runs. It's going to be Hazelwood. They're going to attack it. In fact, maybe the best bet is a wicket in the next over. And I'll tell you why. After this ball is pulled away unsafely, but there's no one there. So deep mid wicket's out there. He just shoveled that Jaiswal. Again, trying to overhit. I think they're going to go next over. Do you agree, Mash?
Well, technically, they've gone this over, haven't they? Well, as in you mean like literally start really...
Well, no.
Really for it.
I think they'll keep batting like this next over.
Okay.
But my point is that I think they'll do it against Hazelwood.
Oh, sorry. I think that would be unwise.
Right. So you can get 9-4 wicket in the sixth over.
Right. Okay. I'm with you.
Samson is 5 off 10, right? So he's a chance of going out even if he bats normally at this stage. Jaiswal is 29 off 19 with some slogs, some mishits, some edges, and there's an appeal here, but it's definitely not out. Pitched outside leg by Yash Dale. And that's the end of the over. So if you are interested, hopefully you got on that one, but I think it's also worth just keeping an eye on this next over because I think we could see some, I don't know, fireworks, something going on. So you would assume, you could assume that there is something going on there as well. I'll just let Mash is trying to do some technical stuff at the moment.
I am. I'm actually going back to Rob's bets as well to see what he said for the first six, if he had a bet for the first six that has
we had, I don't think we had, we've got, no, I don't think we've had anything from Rob's bets so far.
Nothing that we could nothing that I could basically scrutinize and say that he got it right or wrong. I'm just checking if he'd actually put anything on for the first six.
So Rajasthan 36 for 5. So it was a decent last over. Remember, we're on a wicket in this over. Let's see what Samson done. He's 5 off 10. He smashes it down the ground for 6. Well, I was right. They're going to go against Hazelwood. Oh, he didn't. Actually, he's almost been caught. Jeez, I thought he hammered that. Well, we almost got our wicket first ball there. Oh, now, I just remembered, talking about that, we've got our buzzers back. And I haven't even set up the buzzers yet.
Yeah, you may want to put it next to them, next to a specific mic. But I can hear it. It's all good.
They were in the box, the buzzers. So you're right there. All right, I have my buzzers back. Where are we so far? So Hazelwood coming in again. Can we get a wicket? Samson backs away. Oh, we might get a run out. Well, I tell you what, this wicket in the first over is looking good. I think Jaiswal's going to go against him. And that will probably end up winning or losing the bet here. Samson at the other end at the moment. Samson versus pace. He's got a strike rate of 231 versus the short ball. We know that England did quite well against him with the short ball earlier this year. So it's certainly a tactic that teams like to use against him. It's almost evens again. No one's quite sure what to make of this. The run line's still 181. Still think it looks like a pretty good pitch from where I am. But it's maybe not quite coming on as much as we thought it would. As this one's pushed out on the offside, they're just going to take one. So we've had 2-1-1. They have 3 balls left of the power play, and they have Hazelwood at the crease, and they have worse bowlers to come, Mash.
I'm with you in a sec, Jarrod. I'm just doing my technical.
No, you do your technical thing. But what I'm saying is, these could be a 3 big balls. So what do we get? We got 9-4 on our bet there. On a wicket in this over. Almost got it the first ball. We almost had the run out. We got Samson back on. He's clearly in the worst form of the two of these guys at the moment. It's a good Yorker by Hazelwood. In fact, it might have even been a full toss in the end, but time down to mid-off, and there's no run there. So clever bowling. I think he expected Samson to back away a little bit, which kind of happened. Samson loves to stay leg side of the ball. And by that, what I mean, if you're looking at a batter and if you've ever heard that phrase before, what we really mean is when Samson is batting, you quite often can see all three stumps. And that's him standing leg side of the ball because he loves hitting through the offside. Not that he can't hit through the leg, he just prefers to hit through the offside. So he stands leg side of the ball. I do the exact same thing, just not as well. Changing the field, we have the chop out man is coming in. So we've got a chop out man and a deep backward square leg and two fielders in the circle behind point on the offside. As Hazelwood comes in again, and he's just muscled that past mid on. Well, I thought that really should have been our wicket. That should have been the one that we got there. It wasn't a good shot by Samson. Twice in this over, he's taken a big risk, but he's just got the ball past mid-on. A bit over, slightly to the side of mid-on. Where's that hit on the bat? Oh, his bat is completely twisted in his hands, but he's got that away. So 4 runs. Still, Hazelwood has managed to keep this over down. So I didn't want to go the overs. 9.5. I just thought that was hard, but 1 ball to go. They could still get over that one. It's full and wide, and it scooped again in the air, but safely. So we didn't get our over on that one. Wait, so nope. No, that's the one. All right, that's the bad one. I don't know what that one means.
Wait, how many have you got? How many have you got in your room right now?
We've got 4, but this one means we lost a bet. This one means we've won a bet. I don't know what this one means. And that one, I don't know. Is that a joke or something weird? Anyway, for those of you who like to play the run lines, after 8 overs, you're looking at about a 62 run line and 81 run line after 10. I don't do many 8 run lines. I don't mind a 12 over run line a little bit. So Rajasthan are 2.12. So they're essentially what they've been from the start, I would say, all the way through. Krunal Pandya has come on. Now, it'll be very interesting to see what these two do against Krunal Pandya, but also what the wicket does. Because they are not scoring quickly, and I might have overestimated the wicket based on some well-timed shots early on. So
I think those who said this looks like a 200 wicket, either they're correct, but Rajasthan don't look like a 200 team, or actually, or the run line of 180 is about, or 187 or whatever it was, is accurate.
Yeah, could be right. I mean, we're the 46 without loss at the end. Most of that is Samson, right? Jaiswal has not been in great form, but he's certainly got them to a point where he is scoring, whereas Samson just can't get the ball away. What is Jaiswal going to do against the left arm finger spin here? If you want to back something, this is short. That says to me that they do think the wicket's playing up a little bit, because that was short on the pads. And I reckon if you're feeling good, you just hoik that into the crowd and don't think about life very much. And he's just knocked that away for a single. So that suggests to me that it's not going quite as well as we thought it would.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if we go back to the opening overs from Buvy and Hazelwood, and some 1 or 2 zipped through, some held up a tiny bit. But maybe there was maybe it's a tad too paced. Not extravagantly so, but enough to be a bit wary.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. They're certainly taking a good look at Krunal Pandya. We've seen we've really seen no positive intent. So the run line in the next over is 8.5. That'd be Suyash would bowl that. I mean, this is another short ball. I mean, Krunal Pandya, it's not quite one of his bounces, Mash, but he's certainly bowled that into the wicket a little bit, and it's been pushed back down to long off. So certainly not smashed away. Interesting batting so far out there. Krunal Pandya. It's gone for 4 singles. So I'm trying to think of who will take the next over. Because I think under 8.5 is an interesting bet. No, it's a wicket. It's a great bet if you got on under 8.5 because we've had the wicket. And I tell you what, I think this does tell us a little bit about the pitch. And we might have been slower to work it out than the batters were. But there's something here. I've got a feeling that just didn't come on. He came down the wicket to try and smash Krunal Pandya, who doesn't take a lot of wickets. It's just a normal left-arm finger spin. And, yeah, it's just he was through the shot almost before the ball had got past him. And an easy stumping taken behind the sticks as well. And so Sanju Samson's horrendous day is over. 15 off 19, stumped by Jitesh. So there's your... Now, we had a bet on Jitesh, my man.
Was it 21 points or something?
21.5 on his performance points. That, to me, suggests that the stumping gets him 10 points. And so he only needs 12 runs or another 1 catch or 1 stumping to get that bet. So well done. So we haven't quite...
No. Rob has just messaged and said that a stumping is 25 performance points.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
So...
I have no idea if that's our winning bet. Oh, no, that's our winning bet. I'm pressing the one. We've got sound effects and everything. Okay, so we've got our first winning bet for you. Jitesh, 25 points. Seems like a lot for performance points, by the way. But I suppose you don't get a lot of stumpings. So we've got our first bet of the day. We missed out with the Hazelwood one before. And so Rian Parag is in. We actually have a Rian Parag bet as well, which is we need him to score 21 runs. It might take him a while on this pitch by the look of it at the moment. But he starts pushing that down the ground.
Going back to that dismissal, though, it was horrible stuff from Samson. Don't get me wrong, the wicket may be a bit difficult, but he ran down. It wasn't even in line with the ball, just ran down past the ball. I need to look back at it again, but that was my instant reaction when I saw it. It's like, well, what was the intention there? Was he trying to... Because even if he connected with the ball, what was his plan? If you see what I mean, like... Was he just going to tuck it into the leg side for 1? Like, I don't get what the plan was.
Yeah, no, it was, I think maybe the plan was as simple as he's been trying to smash the ball he's been trying to score and he hasn't. And he thought with the left arm finger spinner. What was interesting is they just put the speed up, mate. It was 88 kilometers per hour. So not a slow spinner. Yet he was through that shot so early.
Yeah.
Now, this is not what I wanted. So I've told you all to back under 8.5. I got the wicket, which does mean under 8.5 is more likely. I wasn't really looking for Liam Livingstone to bowl this over though, Matt. Looking for someone a little bit more specialist, if we're being honest. But we're about to find if our early how far we were wrong on the... Oh, this is a poor ball for Livingstone. He's gotten away with it. It's on the hip. Just turned around for 1. But they get a single there.
Yeah, I'll be honest in that Liam Livingstone's bowling. I've never quite worked out if it's better than I give it credit for, or if it's worse than I think it is. I've never known which line I'm actually on with Liam Livingstone's bowling.
Well, Jaiswal has decided it's worse. First ball without having a look, he just tried to launch him down the ground. He hasn't got any of it. Again, we have seen a lot of mistiming the ball. I think our 187 is optimistic, although they haven't lost a lot of wickets, so things might change later on. And this is not particularly a strike bowling side. He's bowled the leg spinner. It's overpitched. It's bad, and it's flicked out for 1. Okay, without a boundary here, Mash, we might be able to pull back our 8.5. I wouldn't say I'm confident. Yeah, you're right. It really was from Samson. It's the worst kind of slog, right? Because he comes down the wicket, and also he's trying to slog to the leg side, and he's giving the bowler all of his stumps to aim at and a stumping opportunity. As this one is hit back down the ground, it's almost caught by Liam Livingstone, but he doesn't get anything on it, and that's a 4. We didn't need that. He's dragged down a bunch of balls though so far, and this one was put away. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say he's dragged down. He's dragged down 2 and overpitched 2. wasn't. It was about 1.5 foot above Livingston's head. To be fair, he didn't do too bad. We're going to get another single. So, if my maths is right, and it probably isn't, we need. So we've had 8 runs off this over, 4 singles, and 4. So we need a dot ball here to get out under 8.5.
I think you're going to be.
Yeah, it's Rian Parag to Liam Livingston, and we get it. Two winners in a row for you, people. We had to earn that as a group, as a collective. I feel like we really pushed you on that one. I got the wicket I wanted, but I didn't get the bowler I wanted. So all things considered. So 2 winners early on. I don't think we've had a loser yet, but the one that we had the Hazelwood loser. And the other one that we thought where we had a chance of was the overs. Overs look unlikely from here on in. What's your take on where we are at the moment, please, Ash?
Well, I just feel that I mean, we wait to see how the rest of the bowling is constructed. I feel that Liam Livingston over was one of those situations where you try and sneak an over in for however you're trying to construct the overs for the remainder of the game. I think
a wicket. Yeah.
And I think, RCB have got away with it as well. Not that I'm saying he's a part-timer, but it feels like I will sneak it in now whilst we still can. I'm now starting to wonder, because you look at Rajasthan's batting lineup, it's scheduled for Hetty to come in at 6 and Hasaranga at 7. And I know there's been a few comments in the chat saying that Rajasthan are 1 batter light, probably because Hetty's scheduled to come in at 6 and usually is at 7 or something like that. I'm now starting to wonder what's Rajasthan's plan read their impact player? Will they use it in the batting, or will they use it in the second half of the game? Because right now, if you ask me, RCB are on top, but then
it's hard to use your batting sub in the first innings when you got wickets down, isn't it? Because you're robbing yourself. But at the same point, you're right. They're behind the game at the moment. And they do, I suppose it also depends on what they think par is. So you've got he's just bowled, like Krunal Pandya has just bowled a medium pace ball at the hip of Jaiswal, and he's hit it straight back to the bowler. So we've got 2 runs off the first 3 balls of this over. Like and he's 39 of 27. He is legitimately the man in form and he's struggling to get the ball away still, which is not exactly what you want. What is that? I mean, Hetty is probably, I don't want to typecast him here, but the man's from Guyana. He should be used to wickets where the ball doesn't always come on the way that you want.
True enough. I guess, okay, so it's 61 for 1 with 2 to go. And then, what were they at the end of the power play? 48?
Yeah, it was around that, wasn't it? 46, 48? So they've got more dot balls in this over as well. So 2 dots, 3 singles, and Rian Parag's got this one away. It was fired in, but a little bit fuller, and he just waited for this and played it away. So it's not as if every ball's not coming on, Mash. And that might be the problem. We're going to have a 2-minute timeout here as well. But it really isn't like every ball is not coming on, which of course is also causes its own problems. Occasionally the ball is stopping a little bit. Sorry, go.
Yeah, just think. I guess the key thing is we have to look at Jaiswal now, right? So Jaiswal's 40 from 28, so a strike rate of 143-ish. And he doesn't look any more fluent than when he was first at the crease. Now, if you're just joining us on this live watch along, you might say, "Oh, but it's 40 off 28." But it's really not been a fluent 40 from 28. It's if a 40 from 28 can be tortured, it feels kind of tortured. Is 40 from 28?
Yeah, I know. I'm with you. I mean, I'm trying to think. He hit a straight drive from basically a throwdown ball, like a half volley outside of stump. he chopped away a couple of fours. One was an edge. One was more on purpose. But again, he didn't look massively in control of either of those. He had the hump over the leg side. The six down the ground, I think you and I, we differ on that a little bit. I just think he saw a ball in his area and probably went through it as much as he could, rather than anything else. But certainly, I had no issue with that particular one, with the way that one was going. But yeah, he's not looking great. Even the one he hit off Livingston, that again, that was like a clunky sort of force, wasn't it? Varun's just told us occasional low bounce. Yeah, I just don't think the ball's coming on exactly where the batters expect it to. So it's a very tough one because 65 for 1, they should be massively out of the game, Mash. But they've only lost 1 wicket, and it will be interesting. And this is not an attack that we've only got 2 overs of Hazlewood left, right? 2 overs of Hazlewood, 2 overs of Bhuvi. I would say this looks like a wicket that favors Krunal Pandya.
Yeah.
Right? But Livingston looked lucky to get 8 runs. I mean, he wasn't lucky because we bet on it, but he looked lucky to only get 8 runs of his over. So there's certainly some question marks here at the moment. That the market, considering a side is 65 for 1 after 9, the market is saying that RCB is like 1.73. It's not like they brought them into massive favourites. So the market has accepted that this is a tougher wicket at the moment, where we stand right now.
When do they bring in Suyash to have a bowl? Because he's not been going that well in the tournament. I feel like, given how if we think that this is a struggle for Rajasthan, is now the time to try and sneak him in. He's supposed to be a frontline bowler. Is now the time to bring him in, I should say.
It is interesting that they went Livingston first, isn't it? Because as you said, they just taken a wicket. Obviously, maybe they just thought that there was something in it for the spinners. And so what we might see now is just Krunal's bowled 2. He might come out. In fact, Suyash is coming on now.
There you go. Right.
So what's he got? 18 matches, 12 wickets, economy 8.6. He just ran in a really weird way for his warm-up, by the way. But yeah, so I think maybe they just thought there's something a little bit more in this for the spinners, and that they wanted the Livingston who can move the ball in both directions. Livingston might bowl the next over at the other end. But Suyash comes in, now running in normally. He bowls this down the leg. Did you see the warm-up? He ran in like a seamer. And I'm like, is he going to bowl seam up today? It seems like a good day for spin. Like, baffling decision to make. But yes, so we have the leg spin at both ends. Well, I should say, I'm assuming Livingston will come on at the other end. Or if you call Livingston a leg spinner, you can call him whatever you want. But we have spin at both ends, I suppose is a better way of putting it. Parag is 8 off 7. Remember, we need him to get 21. A little bit too short by Sir. And this is a good shot by Ram Parag. I thought he's pushed this away for 2, but he's timed it beautifully and it's gone for 4. This is what I don't understand about this wicket. How do you play a back foot cover drive between a really small gap and time it so well that it goes for 4, and then spend the rest of your time literally just not hitting the ball anywhere? That's a beautiful shot.
I guess we've got to, and time will tell. We have to establish Parag's how many balls he faced now? 9? 8 balls. Let me give Parag the benefit of the doubt and say, right, he's taken 7, 8 balls to work out what the wicket's doing. And let's see where he's at 10 balls from now. And let's see if he's any more fluent.
I can tell you where he was next ball. He mistimed the ball back to the ball. So yeah, I mean, it is a very, very fascinating one at the moment, for sure. We've got Nitesh Rana, Juve Jarrell, Hetmeyer. I think there's a chance if the spinners come in, Nitesh Rana should come in next. I don't think we'll see too much of a change. 7.47 is the run rate, which feels anemic here. They have 2 fielding errors in the last 2 balls. The wicketkeeper Jitesh has missed this. It's gone through his leg, and they're going to get a bye. Or bye? Actually, there might be an edge on that one. I might be wrong. There was a fielding. The bowler gave up a mistake the one before. So did he just get a little bit of bat on this? Oh, that could be a drop catch then. That Jaiswal's been dropped. It's a tough one. It looks like an under edge from a sweep shot to me, and it did seem to deviate a long way, but it also seemed to be very close to his gloves. And Sharma, has bowled a half tracker outside off stump, and it has been cut away for 4. But I'm not sure that isn't 2 drops in 2 balls. I want to see the replay. That looked like to me it went directly through Jaiswal's hands. It's short, it's wide, it's cut in the air. It's a simple catch, and he's dropped it. 2 drops in 2 balls for both different batters. Mash. Oh Jesus.
Yeah, I'm analysing both at the moment. I'm saying the first one. I'm looking back at the first one, Jaiswal's one. That's difficult.
And you're saying that's hard. Yep, agreed.
Let me look at it again. One sec. Oh, is it though?
It seems pretty close to his gloves, all things considered. I think difficult is the best way of putting it.
Yeah, okay. It's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah.
The second one, Mash, not difficult.
Yeah, second one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. That's. I'm gonna say something which will sound super harsh, right? But so I've been watching the Women's World Cup qualifiers, obviously because West Indies are in it, and I think in every West Indies have played twice now, and between the 2 matches, I think I've seen a total of 25 drops, right? And that drop there is on par with some of the drops that I've seen. Yeah, who was it that dropped that? Who was that? Sorry,
I think it was Jaiswal at point.
Right. To put in perspective, I would have done that. That's how bad the drop.
To put it into perspective as well, it was a crap ball.
Yeah, true.
Oh, they kept Krunal on. Now, this I did not expect. I would have given you unders if this was the case, everyone, but I didn't expect this to happen. It should be pointed out also that Rian Parag is on 18. So let's just bring our Rian Parag bet back up. Don't want to jinx him, but if we're wrong, we're wrong. He's now faced 2 dots in a row from Krunal Pandya, so I have actually jinxed him already. But I almost jinxed him in retrospect there a little bit. Comes in again. He swings this away on the leg side. Is it going to be caught? No, that's 6. And that is another bet that has come through. Rian Parag has gone through his final score. 20.5 is what we had him at. He is now 24 of 14, I want to say. If I'm reading that correctly. Just pixelated at the wrong time on my screen there. Just a big heave, really. Almost looks like he had his eyes shut on that. I'm pretty positive he didn't, but it did. Those close-up cameras do change, and for the first time in a long time, they're back to evens. And with Krunal Pandya now, he's only got 1 over left, so they're getting through their better bowlers. Yeah, just didn't spin that last one. It didn't hold up either. It was good batting by Rian Parag. I think he saw that come on nicely, and they're going to steal a cheeky run on the leg side. Both the keeper and the batter coming around. And the keeper and the bowler coming around, but couldn't stop that one. That was a good hit, though. And let's be honest, very, very needed.
I'm just looking at their over allocations. So this will be the end of the 11th. So you've got 9 overs left. Buvy, Josh will bowl 4. At least 5 die out.
Yeah, you're right. Do we need more Livingston? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I'm trying to work out because I'm trying to establish, is this a wicket for spin or is this a wicket for pace? Now, it didn't look like it was one that would help pace early doors, but it looks like they're going to have to end with pace. I can't see them bowling out Livingston.
Yeah,
and Sharma.
I think you're right. I think it's probably a wicket for spin, but it's probably not a wicket that you want to finish with spin, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah.
So if they save Krunal for 1 more over, you've got Livingston has gone 1 over for 8, and Surya Sharma has gone 1 over for 12. I know he should have got a wicket with that, but it was a crap ball as well. So let's not forget, it was a short ball outside off stump that should have been absolutely hammered and was not. So no doubt about that there's something going on there. So we assume there's a reverse sweep here by Jaiswal, and that's good batting, and he's picked up a 4. Just over-pitched a little bit, but waited for that well. So you've got... So Krunal Pandya will obviously bowl out. So they still need Livingston and Surya Sharma to bowl 2 more.
Yeah, that's... And it looks like...
So one of those is happening now.
Yeah. I'm not convinced Liam Livingston bowls another over. I think they bring back... they're going to bring back one... I presume they bring back Dale.
No, but then you're presuming that Shoaib Sharma has to bowl another over after this, and he's now gone for 16 runs and 7 balls on a pitch that no one has gone for 16 runs and 7 balls. He's also now bowled a really bad wide.
Hold on, so 12-8. Okay, yeah, good point. There's 1 over left. I'd miscalculated.
So they're into favourites, Rajasthan. Slight favourites, worth saying, but favourites for the first time, about 1.92. As this next ball, they just take a single. So yeah, they have to play some funny buggers with the lineup here. Mash, I think, is the best way of putting it.
But you in one of your good areas emailers newsletter, and if you're not subscribed to that, people do subscribe. But in one of your recent good areas newsletters, you were talking about Suya Sharma not being good enough in this edition and in the middle overs, and we're kind of seeing that. If you're the premier leg spinner, you need to take you're bold in this particular phase of the game for a reason, right? And he's not. He's got some match losing overs here.
So you could see with his action, if you have a look at it, it's a technical problem that he has. He falls over massively on his left side. Right. So if you look at his left shoulder as he comes in, it's really, really low. And what that means as a leg spinner is you basically have all sorts of trouble controlling your length. You're going to bowl too full. You're going to bowl too short. And that's essentially what he does at the moment is he just can't control his length. And it's a bit, I suppose the best way would be to put it, it's a bit slingy.
Right. Yeah. Good. Yeah. That's a good term. Yeah.
And with a seam bowler, you can kind of, it's hard for a seam bowler to be able to handle this. But the difference with the seam bowler is that you're not rotating your wrist at the same time. So have you ever bowled leg spin? Have you ever tried it in the backyard?
Horribly.
Well, what happens is the ball sometimes gets stuck in your hand anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't need to make it harder by having this sort of slightly tough situation. He's bowled another short one here. He should get away with this, though. So he's fought back in this over. It was a 4 and a wide, and then we've had 4 singles and a 2. So 1 ball to go in this over. I'm not saying I would consider this a win, Mash, but I also wouldn't consider this a loss at the moment. I want to talk about next man out at the end of this over as well. See if what everyone is thinking here. This is a good ball outside off stump and actually beats Parag. So 28 off 19 is Parag, just under 8 and over. Let me just have a look if we've got anything here, Mash, on next batter out. Next batter out. They're both at 5 to 6, right? My guess is one of these guys is going to attack. Shouldn't it be Jaiswal?
It should be, but I think Jaiswal is I've got a feeling Jaiswal's now. Well, I don't know if this is what he's thinking, but this is what he might have to do. He's not playing the most fluent of innings, so is he now going to change track and say, "Let me bat through the innings and give everyone else license to tee off," or should the expectation be that he tees off, given how long he's now been out there?
That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Just so it's one worth looking at. If you agree with me, and that there's a chance that Jaiswal starts to score quicker, we're going Krunal again. Wow, this is where if you can guess what the opposition is going to do, this is a good over. Would have been a good over to bet on unders. Don't know what it would have been. Again, another flat one down the leg side, and he's just knocked this for 1. Yeah, interesting for me. I just assumed that that's not what we'd see, and we go through. That means that after this over, the 13th or the 14th over is going to have to be bowled by either Suya Sharma or Liam Livingstone.
Yep. I'm just assuming that they want Pandya to bowl out now because they want the risk taking to happen against the seam was always going to come at the back end, but
no, you might be right. They might be thinking at the moment. They might be thinking that Krunal Pandya being their best defensive bowler If you're going to attack against him, you might go out. And so, I mean, the run line's still at 181, right? It's not, they haven't got massively ahead of the game, but it's back to evens again on the odds. So nothing's gone massively there. This one's down the leg side, flicked away. This is a very important innings also for Rajasthan for this year. Jaiswal making some runs. He just hasn't made any runs, Mash.
Yeah, his first substantial innings really of note. Bit streaky at the beginning, but a 50 is a 50 at the end of the day. So maybe this will be his platform for the remainder of the tournament.
No, definitely. Definitely. And terrible misfield here. And it was good bowling by Krunal Pandya. I think now they are just going to get through this over. Okay, so let's just have a quick look at what the expected runs are in the next over. Okay, expected runs in the next over, which is the 14th, is 9.5. Oh, that's quite high though, isn't it? Considering we haven't seen many overs over 9.5. Oh, good shot here by Jaiswal. Just flicks a sweep away, and that's gone for 4. Good batting. That's also good because they've milked the singles earlier off the over, and they've still got a boundary, so they're still going to get about 8 or 9 off this over. A little bit too full from Krunal. He's bowled much better when he's bowled just a little bit short. That one was way too full. 9.5 seems high to me next over. So I'm probably not going to go for that. But if you can get 8.5 on any market for next over, overs 8.5, I'm much more interested in that. And I tell you what, they have put the foot down. And Jaiswal, has he been dropped on the boundary? I think he's been dropped. Is that gone for 6? I'm not even sure how many runs they ended up running on that. It was a big slog sweep. It's Phil Salt out there. They're having a look. Somehow I think they've only run 1 run.
Yeah, I'm seeing 1 here, but
yeah, it's been given as 1. I mean, they've only run 1. That we know. But did he land on the rope? It's a great athletic effort from Phil Salt. But I do feel a little bit more confident if you are looking at. I haven't seen a replay yet on my footage. I don't know if you did, but it looks like they're just giving that as 1. Incredible stop, if that's the case, by Phil Salt out on the boundary. Predicted runs is 98 after 12.3. Okay.
So I'm looking at this again to.
So that is Varun. That is Varun looking at the Hawkeye data. So Varun, can you just add that? Tell me what you think the actual predicted total will be. So just having a look. Run line is still 181. It's been pretty steady. Pretty steady so far. Single to start the next over. Finally going to see just a big heave. Krunal Pandya just went into the wheelhouse. Salt took the catch, dropped the catch on purpose. I'm not even sure if he hit the rope at all.
No, I think he does when he drops, but he's already dropped the ball. Like he's already. Does he not touch it with his shoulder on when he hits the ground?
He might have, yeah. But by then,
he's given the ball away, anyways. Yeah, so
excellent effort though out there, and definitely did save 6. Jaiswal is back on, we should say. So they have gone with the pace bowlers. That means they're going to have to get through another over of spin late, or something. They're going to have to get through something else straight along. And this is a wicket. Short outside off stump. Not particularly a good ball. And mishit straight to the fielders. We are going to see a lot of slow balls, I think, from here on in, based on that particular wicket. That, if I'm not mistaken, Mash, that's exactly. It was a ball outside off stump, hit directly at the fielder's head that Jaiswal dropped off Riyan Parag earlier. And this time he's managed to take the catch. Virat Kohli has managed to take the catch off Jaiswal. So well done to Jaiswal for getting himself a wicket after costing his team about 30-odd runs or 25-odd runs, whatever it was. 105 for 2 at 13.2.
So this is interesting now because you would assume So I'm just going to watch that dismissal again before I make this point.
Yeah. No, you don't want to get your point wrong.
Okay, right. We asked, or we said earlier on, what role is Jaiswal now going to play? Well, with a new batter in, it'll be Rana, I presume. Well, no, actually, no. Who is coming in next, actually? 1 second.
I don't think it will be Rana now because I think we're past the spin, aren't we? So there should only be one more over of spin. So it should either be Dhruv, Jarrod, or Hetmeyer, I would have thought. That's what I would do.
It won't be Hetmeyer, so we'll have to assume it's Dhruv, Jarrod. So I think Jaiswal's role now changes. And I think you can't wait around for the new bat to assess what's going on this wicket. I think you have to take control of the situation.
Yeah, very interesting. Actually, that's a very interesting point. So Yash Dayal didn't bowl particularly well early on, but his figures were fine. Maybe a little bit expensive for this wicket, but certainly wasn't hammered everywhere. And it is Dhruv Jarrod who has come out and he defends the first ball on the offside. There's no run there. So they're at 105 for 2 after 13.3. Plenty of wickets in hand. Lots to score as well.
Jarrod, there's a lot of people in the chat saying why are RCB persisting with Liam Livingstone and not trying another. Well, I think a lot of them saying why not Bethel. Now, obviously, Livingstone bowls, but well,
I mean, Bethel allegedly bowls. We hear a lot about Bethel being an all-rounder. We don't actually see him bowl very often, do we? I think they just want the extra overs, right? Would be my guess.
Yeah. The 6th bowler.
I don't think Bethel is ready for the IPL right at the moment. I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's a bad. I know you're very high on him as a talent, probably because you also claim him as part West Indian.
Yeah, I actually claim him more than I claim Archer.
But yeah, I think he's a very good talent, but I think he's a long way away. Just having a look now at Dayal. Yeah, so I think that was the back of the hand slower ball. I think that was the one he bowled before to Jaiswal that got hit for 6 also. So he's bowled a couple of them so far today. This one stood in the wicket and was short outside off stump. But yeah, if Livingstone's not working, then I'm with you, right? Like at a certain point, that's kind of what you have to do. Another misfield here. I think he went for the catch. And in fact, it might have even been another drop. Is that Livingstone? Well, that won't make any of the RCB fans who want Livingstone out of the team any happier if that is what has just happened. It was full and slashed away. We're going to have another timeout here. A full outside off stump and slashed away. And we're not going to get a replay. So if you think it was a catch, put it in the comments. What do you think, Mash? Did that carry?
I think it's a drop, but I'm waiting for a replay of it to see.
So I think with Livingstone so far, it hasn't worked. So I'm with the commentators, the commenters there. I just said Anikas has put in that it was a drop as well. Certainly looked like it to me. The thing with Livingstone is he did play that innings early on, didn't he? Was it in the first game where it worked? I'm going to put it to you. I think the idea of Liam Livingstone is better than Liam Livingstone.
Right. Okay. But when you say that, is Liam Livingstone an all-rounder to you? Or is he a batter who can just bowl a bit?
He's a batter who can be your 6th bowler.
Right. And
I think
you're
he's
saying
a fine 6th bowler.
Okay, fine. So, is he better as a 6th bowling? Okay, this will sound sacrilegious, what I'm about to say, depending on which camp people stand in. Is he the equivalent of somebody like a Roston Chase, who, not the same type of player, but somebody who actually is better than a 6th bowling option, so therefore it's a very good 6th bowling option, but you're looking at the bat and saying, but do you do enough with the bat to justify why you are my good 6th bowling option?
I think that's a very I think that's a very interesting way of putting it out. And the reason why I think that is so interesting is because as a 6th option, both of those players, basically, if they're your 5th option, it's bad, right?
Yeah.
But they're a 6th option. Their batting also isn't great. right? I'm not saying their batting's terrible, but their batting isn't great. It's not always reliable, but they also can both field.
Right. True.
So what you get then is a player who can give you a little bit of all three. Are you willing to allow for a little bit, what would you say, a little bit of crapper fielding, a little bit of crapper batting, and a backup bowler in order to get that sort of flexibility that a player like that gives you? What you could also argue, though, is that Jacob Bethel is potentially a better batter than Liam Livingstone. He's probably not a better batter right now, but he's certainly potentially a better batter. Is he good enough to be a sixth bowling option? Maybe on a spinning deck, he's a really good seventh bowling option when you just know you need a spinner. But he's a better fielder than Liam Livingstone. Jacob Bethel might be in the top 3 or 4 best fielding athletes in the world at the moment. And Liam Livingstone's not a bad fielder, although he did just drop a catch. So, yeah, I think you've got to you do have to kind of work that out. So that's the thing that you are making that's what you're not making a comment. That's what you're making a punt on. Sir is bowling the first one after the break. So Jarrod is on 1 of 3, but Jaiswal's facing him. He's 58 of 40. I reckon if I'm Jaiswal, this is the over that I'm going. And he swings this over the offside, and that should have been stopped. Is that Krunal Pandya, who I think tried to... Is he injured? Oh, no, it's all right. He might have just scraped his hand. He tried to slide out on the boundary and stop that one, and instead it's gone away for 4. It's, again, just a ball that's... I don't think that's where he wanted to bowl. It's a half volley outside off stump to Jaiswal. You're just giving too much of a swing. But again, not timed by Jaiswal. In fact, you can see the backspin on the ball, which is part of the reason that Krunal missed it, although I think he was close enough to it to stop it. The backspin, so that's gone to backward point there. This could be a very big over. This is we're going to call this a sicket. 6 or wicket we came up with recently. And he's gone for another big muscular shot, but unfortunately for him, he sort of mangled it out to wide mid-on, and he'll just get 1. Yeah, so I think the Livingston thing is interesting. The reason you pick Livingston is if we keep getting these flat pitches and he's set after the 15th over, he could score 3 sixes and over.
Right. Yeah.
That's the bet with him, right? We don't know that Bethel can do that yet. And we don't even know realistically what Bethel's best role is in a T20 game. He'd almost be working that out live. Big slog sweep by Dhruv Jarrell here. Hits his pad and goes out on the offside. So we're taking a lot of risks with Bethel at the moment.
So then we take someone like so Livingston for this bowling innings will bowl. He won't bowl again. So he's bowled his 1 over, sneaked it in, none for 8. What then does he have to do with the bat if he gets a chance to bat later today to justify why someone like that is in the team? Because I reckon that 1 over, none for 8 justifies why he's in the team from a bowling perspective. Because you can sneak it in. He got away with it, kept the run line down. But then I don't know what the batting equivalent is, if you see what I mean.
Yep. That last ball hit Dhruv Jarrell on the helmet. I just thought it was an LBW. Not an LBW. I just thought it was off his pad or his side pad and went out on the offside. But it's hit him on the helmet. So we're just having a quick concussion test. Yeah. I mean, I didn't see a top edge. That seems like random bounce. If that is,
I think it's just bounced off. Unless it's come. It didn't come off the bat. I think it's literally just bounced off the track. Is it not?
Crazy delivery. If that is the case,
unless it caught the top edge of the bat onto the helmet.
If it did, they didn't seem that excited about a top edge. Do you know what I mean? They didn't seem like they were in a situation where they were like, "Oh, we could have got a catch here." Dhruv Jarrell's almost run himself out next ball. He looks a shambles. It's fair to say. He's dropped his bat on the way through there and almost run himself out. And if that throw was close, yeah. Wow. Dhruv Jarrell just looks spooked at the moment. But Jaiswal's back on strike. Sharma. Lauren's just put a question in. We'll get to that after this ball. As Jaiswal has away. They'll get 1 there. Is Livingston a player that needs more responsibility? Does he bat like a blind slogger at 5 or 6 and like a proper batter at 3 or 4? For example, in the IPL, his best position is number 4. Could just be that he likes to get in before he slogs.
Mm.
Wow, we're just seeing Jarrod drop his bat, almost trip himself up, and then tiptoe himself over the boundary line there. As this is a good over from Surya Sharma. He struggled a bit. He's gone for 28 runs in his 3 overs. Gone for a 4 on the first ball again, but he's pulled that back, and they'll be pretty happy with that. I think we should see slower balls from here on in. We have the 5 overs left to go. You got Rajasthan at 2.56 and RCB at 1.63 at the moment. I don't know if we have any bets. Let me just have a look. Well, next man out. Let's have a look at next man out, actually, because Jarrod is currently batting like he's never seen a bat before. Just see if I've got anything here. They've got Jaiswal at 5-6 and Jarrod at 5-6. He's been hit in the head trying to play a sweep shot. He couldn't get the ball away in the first 2 or 3 balls that he's faced, and he almost ran himself out by dropping his bat.
I actually think the
Jaiswal slicked Hazelwood first ball for 6 over his shoulder. Beautiful shot with short fine leg up. Sorry, go.
No, it's fine because now my point's irrelevant. So we don't need to say it anymore. But yeah, so Jaiswal obviously has to go because Jarrod looks like it just looks all out of sorts, basically.
Yeah,
but it's one of those weird situations where even though he's the one who's out of sorts, because Jaiswal has to go, I can see why it's 5-6 for both batters. If you see what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, playing shots like that, Jaiswal's certainly going to go. Rian Parag, by the way, is the only batter we've seen on this pitch so far come out and look comfortable.
Yeah.
Everyone else has looked like this, sort of slightly humpy. I mean, Jaiswal's done really well to be 70 off 44 here, because this doesn't look like a 70 off 44. He backs away, slashes this. It's going to go down to third, and it's a misfield. 6 off the first ball, 4 off the second ball. Again, they have let 2 4s go. That might be Surya Sharma down on that boundary. So Krunal Pandya and Surya Sharma both let 4s go. They really should have stopped. Bad start especially when you bring Hazelwood back on. The first one you let him go away with, but that second one, it was a wild slog from Jaiswal. Yeah, I think you're right. Betting on Jarrod to be the next man out the way that Jaiswal's currently swinging, probably not ideal, especially in an over versus Hazelwood. Good from Rajasthan. They're finally putting the foot down. Run line's back to about 177, I think. So still way lower than we said before. This one's muscled away on the offside, but they're just going to get one. Sorry, mate.
Right, so, Jarrod, who do you think is next out? Because I'm going Jaiswal.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Okay.
And the reason I wouldn't bet on it is basically what you said. If Jaiswal's going to take this many risks, then I kind of think they're just putting their foot down now.
Right, okay.
And so I think Jarrod is more likely to go out because he's also trying to play a bunch of... He's 1 off 6. I think if you're 1 off 6... there has to be a psychological element to it, right? But we just saw Jaiswal play a lap over his shoulder and then the next ball back away to square leg to try and slog the ball over the offside and get an edge. So I think it's a tough one to have a look at. What we will look at after this ball is Jarrod. Again, it's the ball straight to cover. No, to point, sorry. And no run. What is interesting now is next over. So next over here, where are we, is... over 10.5 is 3.4. Under 10.5 is 1.1. In the 17th over, you're not... What we know is we can't get Hazelwood.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's either Bhuvi or Yash.
I presume it's Yash next, then Bhuvi, then Hazelwood, then Bhuvi. Is that right? Yash? Yeah. 17, 18. Yeah.
And they're going to get one. Either way... I think it's worth having a look at that. It's 3.4. So if you can find something around evens for over 10.5, I'm just looking at Bet365. Sadly, unlike Rob Barron, I can't look at 83 different bookmakers at the same time. But if you can see something that's that, but the over I'm more interested in is what odds you can get on the 18th over. Because the 18th or the 19th is going to be Hazelwood.
Yeah.
They've taken a lot of risks off him this over, and they have scored 12. And this could be LBW, and it is LBW. It's Jaiswal that was out. Well, we said we couldn't be 100% sure. Jaiswal's reviewing this, by the way. He's got inside the line and tried to flick this down the leg side. It looked pretty adjacent to me. I didn't see any bat. It did seem to fly away to find leg, though. It didn't dribble away like it was slow. It did seem to go at quite a pace. Flying down the leg side. We're just having a look here. It doesn't look like there's any bat on it for me. That should be out.
Well, if I had decided to do my Jaiswal situation, I would be celebrating right now. But
I just think that bet was a little bit too risky with Dhruv Jarrod also struggling to hit the ball anyway. I like your thinking with it. I think you want better odds.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Good point.
Varun said, if a batter is having an off day, let's say 15 off 20, are you of the opinion that they need to hit out or get out, or overcome the negative impact and then get out? I think when you're in that situation, you either need to retire out if you don't think you're going to come into any form, or you need to try and hit 4s and 6s at that point. Those are the way I would look at it. We're just waiting for the DRS at the moment. This should be hitting the top of middle and leg. I'm not even the top. Absolutely plumb. Fair enough from Jaiswal to have a look at that, but always a little bit optimistic, I think. So we had the over 10.5. I didn't think it was a good bet unless you got evens. I think it's a much worse bet now, obviously, with that wicket. But I'm more interested in trying to guess when Hazelwood will bowl his next over. Harry Gavin says, I think the top spinners are doing a lot on this wicket. Dials, back to the hand, slow balls. Suyash is googly, clock, Dural on the helmet too. Wonder if the Rajasthan spinners will slow it down with a straighter seam. Very interesting. I think that's a very, very interesting way of looking at it. We certainly had some odd bounce. Harry Gavin. We've seen the odd ball kick up, and we've seen the odd ball go a little bit lower. So it could be right with your overspin thought process there. RCB back into 1.6. We will have
what's the run line? What's the run line now? 170? 170?
Yes.
170, right.
Yeah, 169.5. Okay. So yeah.
Okay. I'm waiting to see who comes in next. So I want to right, yeah, because I was gonna say it has to be Hetmeyer now, surely. Because if you don't bring Hetmeyer into this type of situation, what's the point of him being in the team?
Yep, he's come in. That pink shirt doing him no favors.
No, I don't think any shirt really does these days. He needs one of those basketball double XL ones.
He's still very fast between the wickets, though, isn't he? I'll give him his credit.
And a very good boundary rider in the outfield. Yeah.
Strong Jesse Ryder vibes from me. Wow, this I didn't expect. So as Sharma has come back on. This might go back to Harrigan's comment from a minute ago. Harrigan, sorry, about the top spin. They've brought their leggy back on. Now, Shimron Hetmeyer does like facing leg spin, but chances are he's not going to go the first over. I can't see that. We should say that you can send us super chats if you want. Andy's just sent one through. What would you do if you were CSK? Do you just have to try and rebuild at next year's auction? Yes, I would be looking at rebuilding. And I would be starting it as quickly as possible. And I'll be asking Stephen Fleming how long he wants to be available for. And I'd be making some big decisions.
Yeah, but Jarrod, that rebuild's a massive rebuild. That's almost like a 2-season rebuild rather than just. Or do you think they can sort it all out in one?
No, I think you're right. Wronging to Hetmeyer, who this again, we just talked about overspin. That to me felt like it kept low. And that was definitely wrong, and so it should have spun up and is put out. Yeah, I mean, I think they decided to run it back one last time. I don't think they've been helped by the fact that their pitches at home haven't spun as much as they should have either. Floated up outside of stump. Hetmeyer if he'd faced 10 balls, would have hit this or tried to hit this to deep mid wicket for 6. Instead, he pushes it down the ground and he lets Dhruv Jurel, who's got 3 off 9, face the next ball.
No worries, he's planning to
He's
catch
a slow
up
starter.
back in. He is for sure.
I tell you what, right at the moment, if you're asking me, next man out, they're both 5 to 6. I'm putting my money on Dhruv Jurel.
Yeah, I'm with you on
slog
that.
this. Oh no, he's not. I mean, I take it back. I thought he would try and slog this. He's hit this on the leg side for 2 and good running as well to put the pressure on, and they've come back for a couple. I thought they would swing. Surely they've got the leg spinner he's bowled okay today. I don't want to say he's bowled terribly, but the shaky leg spinner, he's overpitched the last one, and that one's down the leg side. I reckon these 2 guys in form are going to hit one of those for 4 or 6.
I think if I remember rightly, I need to go back and double check.
Well, and he has got it over the top for 6. So that is the shot I was waiting for. This one I thought he should have played it for the last ball. This was a better ball. So Suresh Sharma being done a little bit dirty here. But that's gone into the crowd. A really, really good hit. Just having a look at it again. Yeah, no, good batting from Dhruv Jurel. Best shot he's played, and there is no second best shot.
I do wonder what the thinking was, though, to bring back Sharma when they could have got this done with pace. So it must be Dayal who's not going to bowl out.
Oh! Well, I think we know what the thinking was. The thinking was that they maybe could buy another wicket here and could put Rajasthan in all sorts of trouble. And instead, Virat Kohli has chested a ball to long off and he's dropped it straight to him. Simple catch. Sliced a little bit, looked like it should have been taken, and was not. So, realistically, Mash, even with the 6, if they take that wicket, that's the over they wanted. Also, I said that Dhruv Jurel would be next man out, and I was right. It's the fielding that's wrong.
Well, that's actually 3 drops of Suyash now. If we count that over where technically there were 2.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
Ooh, wrong one. Someone's put up Joker Collie. I didn't mean to do that. Path right winger, I sent a super chat through. He said, Jaiswal's pad's a fashion statement, convenient, or does he think he's fooling DRS? So those are the same sorts of pads that Sachin used to use, aren't they? Is it, I want to say Morant is the brand. Someone might be able to correct us in the comments. But yeah, there are different kind of pads. They're obviously not massively important. We're getting the super sub, but this could just be for the fielding now, is it? As Bhuvi is coming back on. Okay, so we know that Bhuvi, Suresh Sharma has been subbed out, so we've got a good fielder coming on, which is Devdutt Padikkal. So the 19th over, the run line in that over has not come up yet, is 11.5. We're going to have Hetty, an out-of-form Jurel, and maybe we might get a wicket in this over, and Hazelwood's going to bowl that over. All right, so I think that is one worth looking at if you're looking for an unders. It doesn't look like to me an easy pitch to score 12 runs on in an over.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to go along with that.
And I think they got 12 off Hazelwood's last over with a wicket and an outside edge that could have been a wicket. So, and that was with Jaiswal at the crease. Anyway, Bhuvi is back. And he's bowled a bouncer first ball. And Jurel turns that around for 1. Good bowling there. I think of all the things Jurel was waiting for, I think the bouncer was the last one, Mash, that he was waiting for on that one.
Yep.
So we had our online. I can't remember if we told them to go in on 181. I think it was 181. I know we mentioned it around 186. It's at 171 now. Unless Hetty has a Hetty moment, I just can't see that. Jurel's on 13 from 13. He'll get a couple of boundaries away, but I can't imagine a 3 or 4 boundary overs. They just don't look likely at the moment. So we might have to take the L on that one. This was wide down the leg side, or is the... Yeah, it has been given.
Was it Varun who's following the Hawkeye predictor? So Varun if you can tell me what the latest is for, actually go for the end of in fact, they'll go for here, obviously. Where should they be?
And this is based on the Hawkeye data and the information that we have. As Boovie comes in again, short, wide, and Hetmeyer smashes this down the round. If you're a young kid watching this and you want to play cricket, it is worth going back and having a look at Virat Kohli's drop. His head is so far from looking at the ball when the ball hits his hands. He's almost turned his head away, and he's looking in a completely different spot altogether when the ball hits his hands. It did drop on him. I think it was curving, but the reason he couldn't see it dropping on him is because his head was looking slightly in the wrong direction. Very hard to drop a ball when you're watching it all the way into your hands. It is possible. I've certainly made it possible before, but it's much harder to drop it when you watch it until it hits your hands.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
After the 16th over, the predicted score is 128. So we've got them ahead of the rate. Sorry, after the 17th over, so we've got them, what's that, about 10, 3, 4. So we've got them about 8, 9 runs ahead of the rate, which is interesting because they're at 2.52 here, Mash. Half volley, smashed away for 4. Might have even been a full toss. Good hit by Hetmeyer there. He got under that ball one way or another, and it was very, very full. And he's got that away for a boundary, as we see some very baggy trousered people dancing. It was a full toss. Actually, it was a little bit even fuller. I thought it was a low full toss. But he's got that way. But again, if Hetty's in full form, that's 6. Good hit. Take it for 4.
I mean, it's all match. It's not been a until RCB bat, and we can see what they do with it. It's not been a pitch that you can, I don't know, get your eye in after 2 balls and then say, right, I'm ready to start hitting maximums here.
The next ball is just mangled again, right? Like it's the same pattern over and over again here of just, really struggling. I still feel like they're a little light, obviously, but let's say they get 20 more runs from here with 1 ball to come in this over. Yeah. So if they get 20 more runs from here, decent timing from Jarrod, probably second best shot of the innings. We're looking at 167. 167 on this pitch, if Jofra takes new ball wickets, looks pretty defendable for a 2.4 price.
Yeah. I mean, I just go back to what the original run line was when the match started, and that was 187, right? So you're saying it's going to come in 20 runs under that. Yeah, new ball. Okay, fine. If we go with what you're saying, new ball wickets, then yeah, fair enough. What if there's no new ball wickets?
If they don't get sold out early, the game's over in an over and a half, isn't it? That's a big variable there. Sajjan said, Jarrod, is a bad wicket or is Rajasthan a hit? I don't think he means a hit. I think there's a typo and he hit the letter next to a hit. I don't think they've always batted perfectly, but there's so many guys have looked to struggle. Yash Jaiswal has come on from this over. Well, that is not what we wanted. And he's bowled a half volley outside of stump that has been hit for 6. I think that was the slower ball. But I said this was a good over to back the unders because I thought that Josh Hazlewood would bowl this over. And instead, Yash Jaiswal has come in and got a hit for a 6 straight away. I'm already taking the L on this. We're not getting under 12 runs in this over. It was the back of the hand slower ball, so not a bad delivery, but it was not landed exactly where he wanted. It had to be shorter or even fuller, and it's ended up just being a slot ball. And good hit by Jarrod, who's been struggling. This is where we'll get to this in a moment. He's coming over the wicket now. He's been hoiked away, and he's going to get another 4. Oh, I'm lucky. No, I didn't tell anyone to take a spread bet on this over. Is this? Yeah. Mangled a little bit that one from Jarrod, but he got it into the gap, and so he's got another 4. This is why betting on cricket is so frustrating. This is Josh Hazlewood's over, isn't it?
I'm literally, the reason I'm quiet is because I'm trying to think of the tactics. There'll be a reason they've gone to die out. I think it's what you actually said, which is he's got the ability to bowl back of the hand slower balls, but in the 19th over, you're asking somebody to land that 6 times out of 6, 5 times out of 6, whatever it might be. The subtle variation. Sure, you just go to your gun bowler. Hazelwood's a gun bowler for a reason, right? You don't have to make this difficult. It was obvious what to do next.
I'll tell you what, Jarrod, who was timing the ball horrendously, is suddenly he timed that one well. It's out to long off, and that's going like a rocket. They've only got one to that. Let's have a look. So the one, yeah, he bowled seam up. So the first one was back in the hand slow ball, and then it looks like he's bowled at least one seam up one since then. He's lucky that wasn't hit. Really, that's a slot ball just outside off stump. And actually, to be fair, looking at Jarrod, he didn't quite time it as well as I thought he did. I just saw him. He's a little bit disappointed by that. But now Hetmeyer, great Yorker from Yash Tyler. Yeah, I don't mind if they bowled Yash or Boovi for the 20th over, but they had a chance of really getting another wicket here and squeezing them with Hazel, right? Like, and this is the hardest. This is the over you want to put that pressure on. Not for me. Oya says, are they using sprinklers at the ground because of the heat? Is it going to have an effect on dew? Well, it's a day game, isn't it? So we shouldn't see any dew, I would think.
Put that comment from Harry Govind. Do you think there's merit in that? That's why they've gone to him?
Merit is an interesting term there. Anyway, he's fought back well here. Anyway, we just lost our bet because they've scored more than 12 in this over. In fact, they already had 12. Now they've got 14. So I'll give myself a double one there. So I think there is certainly an element of there's certainly an element of trying to bowl that angle away from people to longer boundary. But if you're bowling to a left-hander, how does that work for the left-hander anyway? The right armer is actually bowling the better angle there, because you're not going to want to bowl if that's the short boundary on the offside to the left-hander. You're not going to want to bowl full and outside off stump as a left-hander to Hetmeyer, right? So the left-hand, right-hand thing. If you had two right-handers at the crease, maybe it's a little bit different. I'm not against Yashdial bowling. I just don't think this is the over you want to go with him. I'm going to say they've gotten away with it. It was a 6 and a 4, and then they got what was it off the rest of that over? Where's my decimal scoring here?
7. They've 7 off the rest. Have I made that? Is that 17 off the over? No, hold on, no, it's 4, 5, 15 off the over. So yeah, 5 off the rest.
So it didn't go horribly, but just not the order that we would have gone, and not the order we wanted specifically for our bets as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but ultimately, again, it's worth just saying you've got Josh Hazelwood and Boovi. You don't have to do this.
Does a top spinner dip sharply? Yeah, top spinners dip more than normal balls. So back of the hand solo balls should have the most dip because they should have the most revolution, and then you would have top spinners / wrong-uns would have the next most. Okay. Now you're going to have to explain this to me, Mash. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I'm yet to see it on my screen. Hold on. Wait. Who's come on? Don't say it's... Oh, Boovi. Right. So what did they see with Hazelwood's 3 overs that made them think he can't bowl? One of the last 2.
I mean, Boovi hasn't bowled well. Boovi hasn't bowled poorly. I mean, maybe they're just going on form. He's bowled slightly better. He's bowled a full toss here. It's been smashed away. He's going to get away with it. He is going to get away with it. He's only got a single, in fact. Jarrod, he's had a couple of juicy balls that if he was timing the ball better, he would have done more. Okay.
See, just to clarify, though, I've got no issue with Boovi bowling the last one. That's what I expected to happen. But I'm more saying over the last 2, what would have made them think, oh, yeah, we won't use our leading wicket taker in any of the last 2.
Darshan said, I think they got spooked by Hazelwood's third over. His third over was fine. This one is launched down the ground. It's a miss hit. Are they going to get a couple? Hetmeyer wants to. Drew doesn't. He's gotten away with this. I mean, they're doing well. The last 6 balls have been great. The 2 balls that Yashdial started with. But the last ones, you shouldn't be spooked by Hazelwood's over. There was 1 good shot and 1 edge that should have been a wicket, and he still despite going for 10 runs off the first 2 balls, he still took a wicket and only went for 12 or 13 or whatever it was in that over. That was off the toe again. I think this does tell you how difficult this wicket is. The last 2 balls, these 2 guys in normal form are just smashing these, right?
Yeah.
It's just not happening at all. Still 4 more balls to go. We've got long on and deep mid wicket. They've got a fine leg out. They might have someone out for the bouncer. Long off and looks like a deep cover out on the boundary. And this is Shorty has gone for the bouncer. Well, I picked that one. And unfortunately, so did Jarrod. And he's hit that over square legs head for 4. That's good batting. I think once you put the fielder out at fine leg, you do give the batter an idea that might be coming. And so good batting there from Jarrod. Again, he hasn't smashed this. Bat's twisted a little bit in his hands. But he's got it away easily for a 4. And there's no fielder. Well, as long as he got it over square legs head, which he did by a mile, there was no issues there. Actually, I'll take it back. I don't think the bat did move in his hands. But he didn't get under it the way he probably would have wanted to. Short, outside off stump. And they've got the chop out man in. I said before it might have been a deep cover. It's not. It's a lot finer than that. And Jarrod has sort of lobbed this one up. So good over so far for RCB. They're at 1.76. Rajasthan is 230. That's pretty much where we started the day. I think Rajasthan started the day at 220. Mash. So a boundary here will get them to almost exactly where we started this game.
Yep.
Partnership is 43 off 23. So they've done well considering neither of them have been in top form. Half volley, and he tries to flick this away. Is he going to get it over the top? He's not. Caught at deep mid wicket. He's basically played the, what would you call that? The helicopter type shot, but off the pads. He's tried to dig that up and under to look for the 6. And to be fair for him, if he gets that about 3 or 4 meters squarer, that's just gone for 6. And instead, it is caught out on the rope. And he did well to dig it out. And he did the right thing looking for the 6. But unfortunately, he's just found the boundary rider and has been caught out there. And to be fair, unlucky to Hetmeyer today because they haven't taken a lot of catches.
Yeah. And they've been pretty poor in the field in general.
Definitely. They were 230. They've gone out to 250 now. I'm not sure that wicket should matter as much as the market makes it out. But you do have a batter coming out to face 1 ball. It'd be hilarious if whoever it is comes out and smacks a 6 for straight away, right? It probably should be, Hasaranga?
He's not had a good time with it, but Rana's not come out yet, has he not?
Yeah, I just thought you might send out the slogger.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could be wrong. Someone did ask a question about Tikshan. Oh, here we go. I was just going to answer this while we had a break. Yushant says, Tikshan should bowl orthodox spin. This one is swung away over the covers by Nitesh Rana, and he gets a 4. All things considered, Bhuvi bowled a very good over there. Went for 2 boundaries, but could have gone for a little bit more, but it's not that kind of wicket. They've ended up with 173 for 4. I'll try and remember that the Tikshana question later, but we're going to have a break of about 10 minutes here. Rajasthan's at 2.36. They have scored 173 for 4 here, Mash. How do you feel emotionally before we take our break?
I actually think RCB will be disappointed because I think I've got 3 drops written down in my notes. I think there was a lot of fumbles in the outfield.
There's 4 drops.
4 drops. There you go. So 4 drops. A lot of misfields and fumbles. So they'll probably look at that and go, we could have kept them down to 165, 160-ish.
Yeah. 160. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And lower. So the only question mark I've got is whether Rajasthan will feel, actually, that was a slow pitch. Yeah, it was difficult to time it. But will they feel there were more runs out there? I mean, time will tell, obviously, when RCB come out. But it's the power play will tell us how this is going to go. I think it's back to that Jofra Archer bet that Rob Barron had.
Remember, this is his lock of the week. Rajasthan to take a wicket in the first over. He's going to be bowling against Phil Salt, so with one of his teammates at Sussex. Who knows? So who knows how they go? They've never faced each other in a professional T20 game, from what I can tell. And Virat Kohli, who usually plays Jofra very well. but we've seen inconsistent bounce. Jofra Archer is not the kind of bowler you want to go up against if there's any inconsistent bounce going on. But really, the first couple of... we've also got Jofra Archer's performance points of over 20.5. So we've got a couple of bets there. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes with more of this kind of thing. If you haven't subscribed yet to the Cricket8 channel, please head over to Cricket8 and subscribe. We're running this on the Good Areas channel today as well, so that everyone gets enough of a chance to see it. But please head over to Cricket8 and do this, and we'll be here every Sunday. And if not, you can just hang around with our man Mash when he does his podcast as well. We'll see you again in a minute. Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game. I think RCB are a terrible team for about 3 different reasons. One, I think that they really did believe in starting slow and anchoring and all that sort of stuff, even when they had AB de Villiers and Chris Gale and all these sorts of things. So they had star-studded batting. I'm not sure they ever maximum. Some of those teams, Mega, they could have just scored 40 runs more than any other team in any games that they wanted. But they never played that way, if you go back and have a look.
Yeah.
The other big issue I think they have is they had a good batting wicket where everyone could make runs, but they weren't so set up, and partly, as he's saying, with the middle order and everything else. They weren't quite set up to score 20% more runs than every other team in the way that, say, the Sunrisers are now, right? And we've seen other teams be able to do that. Brisbane Heat used to do that at their ground. And the reason this matters is we completely underplay home field advantage in T20 cricket. The best thing you can be in T20 cricket is be very, very good at home, which means you get in the playoffs all the time. And if you get in the playoffs all the time, one year you're going to win by accident, right? Playoffs are so random. One year you're just going to win by accident. One player's going to catch fire. The opposition team's going to have an injury. Whatever it happens, Dew comes in a crucial game. And then the third thing is that through 2 different ownership groups, they have been run really poorly.
Yeah.
Right? With a couple of years ago, they had Jason Behrendorff, a really good left-arm bowler, and they sold him for peanuts to Mumbai. So Mumbai could have a backup left-arm bowler if Trent Bolt wasn't around. No. Take a good player from Mumbai. Take a young player from Mumbai, from the best scouting system in the IPL, and take a run on that. Don't just give the player away. Look at their list and go, you want this player? Great. Yeah. What do you want him for? Right? And you look at it, and look, obviously I have a unique experience because I was involved with RCB. It was a shit show. They had no idea what they were doing. There was like 7 different people who had 7 different agendas at all time. Vijay Mallya was an absolute nutcase when he was in control and didn't understand T20 cricket at all. The current, is it DiMaggio? He was very involved, sadly.
But how involved was... Okay.
Vijay was really, really involved. I remember when he was still running...
When we say... Yeah. Sorry.
Well, his involvement was picking players that he thought he wanted to hang out with more than perhaps players that would win titles, would be a big part. No, he was involved when he was overseas. You've got the current management, which is kind of, I would say, rudderless. And from my experience, they kind of want to do the right thing, but they can't. They've never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli, right? Okay. Never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli. And my memory of being a writer around that franchise and then briefly working for them was pretty much the same, which is, well, we can't do that. Virat might not like it. And I was always saying the same thing, Mega. Have you asked him? Have you had a conversation with him? Have you sat down? And so often it would be, Virat likes his players, we'll bring him in. It's like, no, that's not how this works. Is Virat out there scouting the best players? Is he watching the SMAT? Right? Virat works about 29 hours a day. How is he out there watching the SMAT or the Tamil Nadu League or what's the other one? The one in Bengaluru as well.
Karnataka.
Karnataka, that's what I was looking for. Do you know what I mean? He's not doing that. So if you're picking players based on what he thinks is good, it's basically going to be players he's played international cricket up against or IPL players, right? And then you're also hoping that those players played well in the games against him, so he rates them highly, or they bowl well against him, right? It's a nonsense system to have. So there weren't enough adults in the room. making key decisions. They were trying to move towards professionalism, and I don't think they really knew what they were doing. And they haven't got home advantage, I think, is a massive, massive part of it going ahead. And I think that when I was at St. Lucia, we had a wicket where you could score about 200 pretty much every game. When it was a fresh wicket, you would score 200. And we had Raheem Cornwall, Warner, Pollard, Darren Sammy. Unfortunately, Darren Sammy was a little bit gone. But the next year, I was just going to load up on guys who could just whack it, right? So that we had 8 guys who could whack it. And we would have won all of our games at home, because even if the other teams went absolutely crazy, they weren't going to be able to whack it at the same level that that's what you have to do. You have to set up a team that suits whatever your home pitch is going to be. And you either have to change your team or your home pitch if that isn't the case. And I know there's a bit of a problem with that at Chinnaswamy, because it's maybe one of the few places where the curators still have a little bit of sway, and, it's, sometimes that can be tough. But then you have to change the team, and you have to understand exactly what you're going for. So, I don't know, maybe it's the best 5 bowlers who take the pitch out of the equation. Maybe that's what they could have gone with, right? But one way or another, that's what you have to do. But then my memory is, and it's what we call in T20 cricket Frankenstein's teams. When I was involved, one guy wanted these 2 players, one guy wanted these 2 players. Like, if you go back and you look at the auction that they had when I was involved, which was 2018, 2019, whatever, there's like 2 players that I've picked in that side, right? That I don't think everyone else fully believes in, right? There are Moeen Ali and Washington Sundar. Washington Virat just did not rate him, right? Like, it was a complete waste of my time picking that player. But he did rate Moeen Ali, but he didn't use him very well. Then you had a look at Dan Vettori brought in Corey Anderson, right? Like, his old teammate. Yeah. Ashish Nira loved Corey Anderson, and I can't remember, there was someone else. So you could go through all these different picks and see which person in the organization they were linked to. It was usually 2 people, if I remember correctly. But that's not how you pick a side. You come up with an idea. How are we going to win here? What's the best side to be able to make that maximize? And then 1 or 2 people go off. You have a scouting network and you have a general manager network. The coach and the captain and the player. You've already told us how you want to play. Now we're going to do the best we can to get those players on the field. And then when you get them, you're going to have to accept that you wanted Mark Wood, but we can only give you Nathan Coulter-Nile, right? Or you wanted Andre Russell. There is no Andre Russell like other player. So we've gone with Ben Cutting, right? Like, you have to accept that, because that's how these things work. You wanted the best 4 spinners in the league. Well, okay, so we've given you the best 4 spinners available. Can you create something from that? That is how these smart teams do things, right? That is what they do, and RCB has not been very smart.
So when Miller came in, sure, it looked really, really tough, but Miller's innings was the worst 100 I have ever seen. And I am not saying that lightly. I'm not just saying that because of recency bias. Yeah. It's because he tried, and I've never associated Miller with this sort of nonsense. I've always thought Miller was really, really good, and I've seen him do brilliant things on the cricket field. But yesterday, his team, who are 1 out of 9 in semi-finals, his team were playing in a semi-final. So for those at the back, if you lose the semi-final, you're out. And if you win the semi-final, you're in the final, right? There's 2 outcomes. Nothing else is important. And Miller, for most of his innings, did not try and win that game for South Africa, which is what they needed him to do. He only tried to score 100. And when everybody was standing and applauding, his dressing room, and Geedy with a massive grin on his face, hugging him and all this, him doing celebrations and stuff, hell no. That is deplorable. You're meant to try and win the game for your team, and he didn't. He was pootling around, letting the rate. When he came in, right, they needed less than 10 and over. Not impossible. For someone of his talent, they could have.
And we're back in the middle of Rob Barron slagging off David Miller again, which must be a favourite of our team, because, my God, we show that one a lot. We've had a break. We're refreshed. Do you feel any differently about life, Mash? or anything else?
Well, nah. Ready for RCB though. I'm gonna tell you now that RCB will chase this.
Okay. All right. Give me your reasons.
I just think my gut instinct tells me that because this is one of those wickets where you're glad you didn't have first dig on it, and that you should have seen, oh, this isn't easy to time it. We're going to have to pace this innings. It's not going to be as simple as trying to blast from the front. I think Phil Salt will be given license to try that because why not? But I would expect that they would then say, right, now let's just time the innings appropriately. The question for me, though, is can you chase 174 on this wicket through going at what I call a sedate too fast pace and actually trying to break it down into sections? Or do you think that they'll have to go quicker than expected to chase it?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I don't know if I'm as sure that RCB would chase this. I want to see outside the first couple of overs. Oh, worth saying that Rob just messaged in to say that I had the wrong.
No, you put it up in the end. It's fine. You changed it. The bet of the day.
Oh yeah, so the bet of the day is actually Jofra's. Oh, there we are. This was the bet of the day, everyone. So the lock of the day, the lock of the week, the lock of our life. Also, we're saying that we thought early on that the pitch was actually much better than it was, and we thought, I can't remember if it was 181. We told you to go in on overs. We weren't that far away actually. But they never really got there, and they batted pretty well for that. So we've got Virat Kohli coming out to the middle. Rajasthan are in the huddle at the moment. Interesting, as I said before, it'd be very interesting just to see how Jofra Archer goes on this wicket, considering he's not bowling under lights like he has been a lot, but the bounce is what I'm most fascinated with at the moment, just because it's certainly not 100%. The ball's not always coming on. We're not going to be sure until we've seen about 5 to 10 overs of how much this was just poor batting and how much was just or good bowling as well, and how much this was the fact that everyone was in bad form for Rajasthan. But it's very unlikely for me. This is why I like Rajasthan here, Mash. It's very unlikely to me that many players could be out of form at the same time. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So that to me suggests that it is very much the wicket that has played a big part. And when Royals have won their games, it's mostly been with the new ball bowling. So far in this tournament, they've taken the 6 new ball wickets so far. That's in the power play, isn't it? Yeah, bowling team. And those have been games that so it's not a lot compared to some of the other sides, but those have been games where they've really shaped those games when they've managed to take wickets early on. So we've got Virat Kohli, who usually plays Jofra quite well, and we've got Phil Salt, who has seen him a lot in the nets. So there's certainly something to be said from there, but we will know after our first couple of balls of how this actual ball is coming on. I think we might see a couple pop and a couple keep low, and if we do that, this could be an excellent game. And if the ball just slides on perfectly, then Mash is right, and they will get there without any issue at all. Jofra Archer with the ball in his hands. Have we got? We've already got our Jitesh bet, so we've got a Patidar bet for later. Over 23.5. We've obviously got wicket in the first over. Let's keep that up. 4.5 wicket in the first over. Not the lock of the day, Mash. But I think almost any time you've got someone like Jofra Archer bowling to someone like Phil Salt, there's a huge chance of a wicket in the first over, because Phil Salt quite often goes out in the first over, and Jofra Archer quite often takes a wicket in the first over. So I like the matchup here. I could see where Roberto Barron's thought process is as Jofra Archer comes in for the first ball, and he's almost bowled him, but it's an inside edge, and it's past leg stump for 4. Wow. Brilliant bowling. We almost got that straight away. Jofra's shaking his head a little bit and laughing. That looked like a nearly unplayable delivery first up. Is that the luck that RCB needed to make this into an easier chase? Let's have a look. Was there an inside edge? I'm not even sure there was an inside edge. That might have just swung past leg stump.
I'm just trying to catch the.
Wow. What a delivery to start off. I wasn't even Phil Salt's looking up as if to go, mate, settle down. All right. We're all friends here. You know, we've been on the M1 together, the A1. Next ball, just as good again. And Phil Salt looks Phil Salt looks like he's never faced Jofra Archer before at the moment. Again, moving back in, I think in the air. Jofra's moving the field. He's got a plan. Let's have a look if this was in the air. Yeah, he's not bowling wobble seam. These are just in swingers. And that one that's hit Phil Salt in the hip. Beautiful bowling to start with. Haven't got our wicket yet, but we're certainly on our way. So they're 4 without loss after 2 balls, but these 2 balls have been very, very interesting. Jofra in again, and this one comes violently back in. He's decided that in swing is the way to Phil Salt, and Phil Salt looks completely put off here. If I was a young bowler in the IPL right now, I would be taking notes of what Jofra Archer is doing to Phil Salt, because he is cramping him for room and trying to hit what they say it's a T20 phrase. They kind of call it the back hip, which of course doesn't make any sense in anatomy terms. But if you think about it from a batting perspective, if you put the ball on that hip, it's harder for the guys who have that sort of baseball swing like Phil Salt or Chris Lynn to get through the line. That is what he's done here. He should have had 3 dot balls. Instead, he's had 2, and the other one went for 4. And is that an edge from Salt? It could be caught. It's gone for 6. Wow. He got a mistake. So again, Phil Salt living dangerously, but unfortunately, it's just gone too fine. In the end, it was well fine, a fine leg, if we're being honest. But Phil Salt was in no control of that ball. He knew that it was coming. I think he tried to get inside the line. He did. And he's just got it off the top of his bat. And yeah, was it even catchable if the fielder? I think it would have carried even if they had the fielder in the right spot. Good bowling here, but Phil Salt loves to come back, doesn't he? He's not going to die wondering. And the next ball he's hit again, and it's bounced up in the air. Could have gone anywhere. What a start to a game this is. Fascinating here. Jofra Archer bowling beautifully, but it's gone for 10 runs somehow. And we're just seeing that one before. The first ball looks like it missed the inside edge and just flicked the pad on the way through, but definitely wasn't going to be out LBW. I think the umpires gave that as runs, though, Mash, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm just looking to. Are you sure about that?
Well, it came up on our screen as runs a minute ago. I haven't seen leg bys. I'll try and check what Cricket8's got up as well. But yeah, I thought that was given as... Yeah, it's been given as runs. He definitely didn't hit it, though. Last ball of the over. Oh, this could be out LBW. He shuffled across his stumps. That looks straight to me. One of the best umpires in the business, though. Not given it. And Samson, they're going to have a chat. Samson has literally run past everyone trying to have a conversation. He is saying, that is not out. Get away. That is hit outside the line of off stump.
Yeah, that's not out. That's not out.
Hell of a ball, though. Hell of a ball. How has he gone for 10 runs in that over? Brilliant bowling from Jofra Archer. Phil Salt has been struggling all the way through there. But anyway, he survived. And, you know, that's part of the job.
But you know what?
Oh. We didn't get our wicket in the first over.
No, we didn't. But I think one of the this is the big advantage of players like Phil Salt, okay? He's basically been defeated in that over, but still come out of it with 10 runs. And that's... And like I say, that doesn't mean that RCB are going to go on to win the match, but it does mean that when you have an opener who, I guess, plays their role, that's what you want, right? If Phil Salt had got out, you would have said, fair enough, Jofra's just bowled a beauty of an over, but he's come out of it with 10, and you've been like, and that's why you're in the team. So to me, that's just doing your job by any means necessary.
Yeah. Oh, that was closer than we thought, Mash. It was umpire's call, and it was crashing into the top of middle stump. That LBW off the last ball, that over. So if he'd given that out, it would have stayed out. I thought it might have been a little bit more outside the line. What a ball, though. How do you play that? This Pandey, he's bowling to Salt after Kohli's got a single to start this over. And half volley on leg stump. Despande, not exactly what we're looking for here with that ball. Something's gone wrong with Phil Salt's bat already. It's been out there for a millisecond. One of the great fan polls. Will RCB continue to ace their away games? No doubt. No way. This are the options on the screen. 12 without loss after 8 balls. So run rate looks great. There's been one edge and a ball that's missed leg stump that has provided 10 of those runs. Deshpande hasn't looked as good as Jofra Archer, though, if we're being honest. This one, is this flicked some pad on the way down the leg side? That's the first one that I think hasn't come on. That's 141 kilometers an hour. It looked like to me that Kohli was sort of playing that ball well before it came down. Have a look again at that. Why won't they show me things, Mash? Why won't they show me the replays I want? Currently, the power play is 52, the run line. If Salt stays in, they're going to get 52. And this ball, again, hasn't come on. Kohli's going to steal a single, but his hands were ahead of that. I don't know if you understand what I mean by that, but what I mean is he was ahead of the ball, and he's ended up just getting a little dribble on it and going out on the offside. So there's certainly something in this wicket. RCB are into 1.52 and Rajasthan is 2.96 at the moment. I think it's Phil Salt changed his bat already. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, he has changed his bat because they were just measuring it. So he's brought a new bat out. Just to have a look at that. I didn't realize they umpires had the bat measuring things in their pockets now.
Yeah, they did that to when Hetmeyer came out. I think they were measuring his bat, if I remember rightly.
Deshpande to Phil Salt. Oh, another one that could have been a wicket. Again, we've now seen both the RCB batters struggle just as much when they've come to the crease. That might be different once they get going. We know they don't have to chase a big total, so there's some advantages to them. But right at the moment, there is no doubt that this ball is not coming on exactly as these batters would like. I mean, that was almost a half volley, and he still managed to hit it to square leg. We'll get something from Varun in a minute to find out if there's anything with the bounce. Certainly, we haven't seen any swing this over. We saw a lot from Jofra. Deshpande in again to Kohli, and he flicks this nicely. One bounce 4 over the leg side. Good shot. And might just steady RCB's nerves a little bit. They've got 3 boundaries in the first 2 overs, so scoring hasn't been an issue, even if they missed one of them and the other one was an edge. A bit like RCB, Rajasthan's early start too. They got a couple of luckier boundaries or forced boundaries, but a lot of dot balls.
Just looking at the Rajasthan bowling attack, you take away Jofra, and obviously Jofra's an ace in the pack if he bowls overs like the one he's done first up. But do you think they've got enough in their locker to defend this outside of if Jofra doesn't fire up front?
I suppose then it's 100% on the wicket. Right? So as it currently stands, I'll just wait for this one as he's gone for a big swing here. Did this hit the toe end of the bat? That's not the pitch. That just has to be a bad shot from Phil Salt. I think he's tried to slog this on the leg side, got the toe end of the bat, and that's dribbled back down to mid-on for no run. Let's just have a look here. No, this is the really good shot from Virat Kohli last over. That's not the replay I'm looking for, everyone. They've got Hasaranga and Tikshana. No, I don't mind their bowling attack, all things considered. This one slogged across the line and misfielder for 4. Well, they can't do that. I'm sorry, you can't do that if you're defending 173.
Yeah, that's good
right. Bowling
exactly.
for Archer again, and it got him to hit the ball exactly to his fielder as it was set. Is that heady down on that boundary? I think it might have been. Swing seems to be gone off the toe of the bat by Phil Salt again. Bat twisting in his hand. There's not as much control over that, and that was dropped.
Hold on, I need to look at that again. Hold on.
That
The
was
one
dropped.
that you just, the one that you called a misfield.
Yep. It was a misfield, all right. And he's hit the next one for 6. And Shimmer and Hetmeyer might have just dropped the game here.
Let me look at it properly. Yeah. I mean, okay, Shimron's reaction is that that's a drop. Do you think that's a difficult chance?
Yeah, but I think he should have gone with 2 hands.
I need to, okay, let me watch it a second time. Hold on.
Either way, the next ball. So he's gone for 10 runs in his last 2 balls. And he's gone for 20 runs in 4 balls, Jofra. So the next one is slashed away outside of stop. He's gone for 20 runs in 4 balls. And in those 4 balls, he's got a ball that should have taken the top of leg stump that the umpire should have given as buys. Leg buys, sorry. He's got a edge that went for 6. He's got a drop catch that's gone for 4. And then finally, 1 good shot. He's put it where they need to put it. It just hasn't gone his way so far.
Was his not also the LBW? That was, or was that?
Yeah. But I'm saying in the 20 runs in the 4 balls.
Sorry,
yeah, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Also could have got an LBW. Yeah. So he could have had Salt out twice, but it's Coley facing Jofra now, and he pulls this, and that's bounced about a meter in front of square leg. I want to say backward square leg, perhaps there. He hit it all right, Coley. Yeah, no problem with the contact there. I thought he made pretty good contact. But not far away from the fielder. This is a very important ball. And this is where having a smart batter like Virat Kohli, he should just be defending this one. It's the last ball of his second over. He pushes it on the offside. They're going to take a quick single, but easy run there. No issue with that at all. And they get through that over. So Virat Kohli will be facing Deshpande at the start of the next over. Great start for RCB. This could not ask for anything better.
Literally couldn't answer. Yep, this is. They've already put themselves in a position now where maybe I'm speaking too soon, but they've put themselves in a position where if they can control this to the power play, they're so far ahead of the game at that point that they can bat. They can choose how they bat rather than having to go ballistic, I guess.
Do you ask Phil Salt to just go nuts now?
I think so. I think you. So Phil's got to 23 off 12. I think you ask him to just play his natural game and then just to assess the situation once he's out. In the way that who opened for Rajasthan, it was Samson and Jaiswal, and both kind of played the same innings. Nobody. Now you could say that was them playing their natural game. I don't think it was, but
well, this is high, very high. Is this going to be caught? Dropped. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's come down the wicket, has Kohli. An interesting move from him, all things considered. Sandeep Sharma's bowling his first over. He's bowled a length ball outside of stump. Kohli's hit it straight up in the air, just after we said that it's Phil Salt that will put the foot down. He's launched this exactly cross-seam delivery. Actually, it was outside leg stump. This ball's not coming on, mate. There are wickets due. And that is an absolute sitter. Is that Rian Parag out there? I'm trying to see who the fielder is. Oh, yeah, it looks like Rian Parag to me. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. Sometimes our pixelation comes in and out. And there's a fumble next ball as well. Oh, God. And it's gone for 4. Oh, this is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for these bowlers. They're creating chances and their fielders are just not backing them up. And it's a shame because a couple of wickets early on here could have been a really, really fun game. And it is not a really, really fun game.
Darshan says that wasn't even... Was it Parag you said put it down? You said that wasn't his catch. Suggesting
there
the
were
other
2
fielder
guys
running it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's right. It went so high, though. And this one's just eased out to the sweeper for 1. Interesting to see what Salt does against Sandeep Sharma here. We're at the 5s at the moment.
Thing is, it might not be...
I don't know.
I think it is his catch. And more importantly, once you're there, you have to take it. Like, he's there. It's not like he just got there. He's actually there to take it.
I mean, you could argue that whoever was at mid-off, and I couldn't see who that was, probably had a shorter position to run, but was going to be running back. I think mid-off misjudged it and thought it was closer to long on. Anyway, we've got a long on for Phil Salt. So mid-off is back in the circle. And we're going to deep mid-wicket. So Sandeep's going to bowl pretty straight to him, I think, here, or at least attempt to. And he has. And Phil Salt has hit it straight to the one fielder on the leg side. He was actually up at short mid-wicket. And there's no run there. So they've dropped both of them and could have had an LBW.
So it's 4 drops. 4 drops play. I'm just keeping the drops chart right now. It's 4 plays 2.
4 to 2. Not ideal. No matter how you look at it, it is not ideal. And if Salt gets a 4 or 6 away here, even if it's a lucky one, it's so far ahead of the game. And is that dropped? Oh my God, I hope that wasn't dropped. That might have been hit back into the ground. It was a good straight one. And he forced it back, Phil Salt, to Sandeep. He doesn't look crestfallen. If it was either a great stop or a very tough chance. I can't tell from that footage either. They've shown their stump cam from the other end. I'm like, guys, I'm going to need something slightly better than that. Either way, he did well to get his hand on that because that was flying back at him. Good bowling. As I said, he went straight and full. I like that. And again, straight and full. And he's causing some issues here for both batters. That is the end of his over. So he went for a 2, which was a drop. And yeah, I think that was another catch gone down that Sandeep dropped. So let's put that. Yeah, I think we can put that down to a similar one to the wicket keeping one.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm counting it in the drops chart though. That's 4 versus 3.
Oh yeah, no, it's in the drops chart. Yeah. That's how many overs have we had? 4?
4 overs, 3 drops.
Mash. What are we doing here? 3 drops in 4 overs.
And based on everything we said at the end of the innings, we said that if Rajasthan wanted to win this, it was all about the power play, and they've dropped 3 in the first 4. I mean,
and gone for 37 runs.
And yeah, this before we talk about the runs itself, right? And misfielded 1 for 4. So it's not been a good day of fielding for either side.
Yeah, I thought they might try Joffrey here for 1 more, but they've gone with Tikshana. So don't think this is a bad move. I think this is an interesting move against Phil Salt. Varun might be able to bring it up quicker for me, but I'd be interested to know how Phil Salt goes against Tikshana. He seems like the kind of bowler that could give him some issues. He's gone for a big swing, and he hasn't hit it anywhere near where he wants to, but that's another 4. So again, they've got another boundary. I think we have to accept there's going to be some streakiness in the boundaries. I mean, Kohli played 1 great one, and Salt played 1 great one. But there's going to be some streakiness just because the ball's not always coming on. He's tried to cramp him up there, and he's managed to just sort of twist it away, I suppose is the best way to back the square leg for 4. Tikshana's disappointed there. I think he knows he was just a bit too straight. And this one is hoiked down the ground, and it's 6.
Yeah, I think... So, right, we're at 48 after 4.2. If I'm not mistaken, Rajasthan were 46 at the end of the power play.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, that's the end of this game. I find it hard for them to come back from there. So let's look at some other things now. You can get Kohli under 58.5 at 8.13 if you think that they're going to keep playing shots here, and there is a chance of more wickets. Not great odds, but something worth looking at. I think that Salt is going to keep going. Next man out doesn't make any sense because he's about 2.5, so I wouldn't worry about that. Salt is 8.8 8.15 to make a 50, and
What's he doing?
13.8 to make over 70. So if you think Salt's luck is going to continue, there's a little bit of value there. I wouldn't suggest that for anyone, though.
No, I wouldn't. No.
And his run line is about evens at 57.5. I think I'd be looking at a bet on Salt at under 57.5. As this one is knocked down to long on, and they're just going to get a single. I think I'm willing to give that as a bet. That means he has to almost double his score from here, and I think he's going to keep going. And I do think eventually, Mash, someone's going to catch him.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't have any confidence in any kind of look at anything where an individual makes over 50. That said, if Salt is going to make over 50, it's happening sooner rather than later. It's not going to be a protracted run to 50.
Yeah. If you put your money on that, and it's an evens bet, so you're not taking a huge risk either way there. But there's certainly a big chance there. So the Rajasthan are RCB are 1.19. Sandeep went for 7 in his first over. Should have got a wicket, although we could say that about a lot of people. Should have got 2 wickets perhaps in his first over. 124 needed off 90. I still think it's worth them going for this over. So the run line at the end of the 6th over is 60. They're at 50. I think they are going to be trying to score 12 to 15 off this over. So if you are interested in intent backing, I think they will go this over, because I don't think it gets a lot easier when the field is out, by the way that we looked at the rest of the innings, Nash.
I think they will as well. I'm actually just trying to establish who's going to bowl it before I fully go in.
I think it's Sandeep, isn't it? I mean,
Christopher's already bowled 2.
We are seeing an impact sub.
Okay, hold on.
That's what the delay is. So Nitish Rana is not going to be used for his bowling today. Kartikeya Singh is coming in, so he must be bowling. Well, not this over by the look of it. I'm going to assume it's still Sandeep. We've got a long on and a deep mid wicket. That's kind of where Kohli's been looking for his runs, so I don't mind that field at all. And Sandeep has then bowled a wide down the leg side. Well, look, we're not going to have a go at Sandeep or Jofra. They bowled the balls. They put the ball in the right area here. But I think if you're a 135 kilometer an hour accurate bowler, you probably shouldn't. Now, I've just seen something quite interesting off the wicket, mate. The ball that Kohli hit up in the air, that was a cross-seam delivery. So for those who don't know what that means, essentially, instead of normally holding the ball straight on, you're holding it like this. And it hit the seam, as this one is knocked down to long on for 1. It hit the seam, but a puff of dust came up as well.
Okay.
That does tell me that RCB are massively ahead, but what they don't want to do is either get behind or lose a couple of quick wickets. I still think there's something in this surface. I don't think they want to be chasing 9s in the last 7 overs.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be surprised if they... Well, actually, let me not say that, because anything could happen from here. All you need is a clump of wickets to change the complexion of this game.
Salt. It's very hot out there, and he's sweating through his helmet. I'd say Salt's about a 7.5 on the sweat scale. He's well under Daryl Mitchell. 52 without loss. It's been chancy, it's been risky, but they're scoring at a great rate. And I think Salt's going to go this ball. He does. He charges down the wicket and he smashes this for 6. So we said this was a good over to get on the 6 run line. And it was 60, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 60.
Now 65.5, I think, with Phil Salt scoring. So you need one more boundary probably off the rest of this over, and we should get you home on this one, I think. He was miles down the wicket there. Look at that. Wow.
They can do it in singles, to be fair.
Yeah. But I think this is the over that I reckon if you could score 10 or 15, you do it and then you turn to singles. And then you worry about it if you lose a wicket later on. I think Salt will keep going. He's on 50. They're on 58 now. He's gone for another one. And that should have been run out. And Salt should have been run out there. There was also a potential overthrow, but they run through. It was certainly another fumble. It wasn't in the air, though, was it, Mash? I don't think it was. There's a lot of hands on heads. Oh, God. It's a catch, isn't it? Let's have a look.
Yeah, it's just a drop, isn't it?
It's drop. It's another drop. It's a drop and a miss run out on the same ball.
I don't quite know what to say at this juncture, but I'm pulling some data.
Coley's got a full toss on leg stop, and he's knocked that down for one. So they've got Salt being listed as being dropped on 23 and 40. So are they not counting the Hetmeyer drop then?
Yeah. So no, but hold on. So we've had Hetmeyer's drop, Parag's drop, that drop. That's 3. What was the other drop?
Coley hitting the one straight up in the air.
That was Parag. Salt hit one to Hetmeyer. We just saw that one, but I've written down. I made that the 4th drop in the innings. Let me go back and look.
Well, Salt wasn't on 20. Salt was on 12 when he was dropped the first time. I think the TV crew have not counting the Hetmeyer one. We're counting it, and I'm just having a look. Cricket Info and Cricket Buzz are both counting it by the look of it as well. So we're happy to stick with our drop there. Now we need... Oh, that's a terrible ball. What is Sandeep Sharma doing here? He's bowled a wide full toss down the leg side that might have been... Well, it certainly would have been a wide. It might have been 5 wides. Instead, Phil Salt has helped that on its way. And we... Nope, wrong button. We got you another bet. We said this was the over if you like betting on intent. We thought they would go on this over. That is a dreadful ball. I reckon that would have been 5 wides. He's done well to reach that, Salt. With a backward square leg and a short fine leg. What on earth are you thinking? Oh, he's got away with this one with a bouncer. It's clubbed out to the fielder for 1 run. And I think we're going to have a break here because I don't know if any team in the history of cricket has needed a timeout more than Rajasthan need at the moment. They need to replace their flippers that they've been using for hands with actual human hands to begin with, Mash, and take it from there. We said the power play would be important. They've created the chances. The pitch is helping them a little bit. And yet, 65 without loss. And we'd like to give credit to Phil Salt here for, being the enforcer and everything. But he's hit some good shots. But realistically, this is more just user error than great batting. 46 off 23. We had him for an under 57 runs. But there's nothing we could do, team, if they keep dropping him. We did say he would have to be caught eventually. We were wrong.
Well, now I just wondered when they come out of this break, post power play, do you tell Phil Salt to just carry on? Or do you now say, well, we're well ahead of the game now. Let's just see this chase home?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do with... I think I would say at this stage, just go.
Just carry on.
Yeah, because he's going to face... He's faced Tikshana. Who's the other spinner he's got to face? They've got Hasaranga.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. What's the run line in the next over? The run line in the next over is... No, I don't know what it is. It's over 7.5. We've just had a winner. No one... It's 8.13. No, if you can get good odds, if you can get something close to evens, over 7.5, Phil Salt's facing. I reckon if I'm captaining or coaching, I just say, just keep going, mate. Because if you can hit belt Hasaranga for 15 runs in this next over, that's it. That's game done. It's over.
Yeah, but Hasaranga technically is their best bowler.
Yeah, no. I mean, you're not wrong. What I'm saying is, he's already set. I don't think you really need Phil Salt to knock the ball around.
Okay,
They've got Patadar, who's a great player of spin to come. You know, they've got other players in. I mean, maybe they're a little bit nervous about the Jitesh Livingston situation. And so they do. Salt does knock it around. But I think if it's me, I would say go for that. So I don't think there's a bet there for us. It's worth having a look. Phil Salt is actually, he's now 4-11 to be the next batter out. I love how like the market's just like, he's still going to be him, but not if they just continually drop him every single time.
I think it's hard to equate the significance of the drops given the RCB also put down 4 by my reckoning. But
not in the power play.
But not in the power play. Now, across the innings, Rajasthan hit 5 sixes. That's a whole 20 overs. RCB have hit 4 already in the power play. So, and I'm just trying to weigh up in my head, yeah, but that's because there were some drops, but there weren't drops off those. I mean, where do you equate the line between, yeah, there were drops, so that's why they're able to get away with hitting those sixes, but also the fact that RCB, for me, have just come out with more intent. Jaiswal and Samson, for me, took too long to work. Either the pitch was more difficult to bat on, or they took too long to work out the approach, or they didn't trust themselves to go hard at the beginning. Or they don't have a batter like Phil Salt who's willing to just go hard regardless. Like, do you see what I'm trying to find? I'm trying to determine where the line is in all of this. But the 5 sixes in an innings isn't good enough.
I think if Jaiswal's batting like Jaiswal, we probably expect him to go harder. And he didn't score poorly, of course, but he's also not Salt, is he? He's not going to go as hard as Salt. And then at the other end, Kohli's on 19 off 14. I know he's been dropped once, but look at the intent that he showed early on compared to Samson.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll get to this question in a moment. Did that bounce over the stumps? The left arm wrist spinner Kartikeya is on impact sub, and Salt has tried to slog sweep this for 6, and it's bounced over the stumps, I think, and it was bowled in. Varun said, "Why is the fielding being so bad this season? More chances equal more errors, or is it bad even taking that into account?" I can't remember the last time I covered a T20 league when someone didn't say to me, "This is the worst fielding season ever." That's all I've ever told. And so I don't even know what if that is true or if it is not true at this point. But that is just how these things go. Salt, again, is trying to slog this across the line, but it was a good quick ball by Kartikeya, and he's only going to get 1. So this is a good over because we thought Hasaranga might bowl this, but they went with Kartikeya first, and we thought it was a decent bet for overs, although I wanted it if it was much better odds. And they are not putting their foot down as much, although as I say that, Kohli is literally putting his foot down to steal a 2.
By any means necessary.
Yeah. Now let's have a look at what is
how that ball didn't bowl him.
Yeah. Did it miss off stump in the end?
Yeah. I need to see it.
I thought it bounced over originally, but I think I was wrong. 8th over. Let's have a look. Over 8.5. Yeah. So we are going to get Salt facing the next over. No, I don't see anything great here. We'll keep looking for anything. We've got the 10 over mark, which might be interesting to have a look at as well.
What's it saying?
I'm just waiting for it to come up. It hasn't come up at the moment. But the 10 over mark is something that might be interesting as well. Oh, here is a fun bet, actually. To score most runs.
What, individual
I'm not going to tell you the odds first. If I just said to score most runs, who would you back right now?
Ooh. To be
It's a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah. The thing is, I think I want to say Phil Salt, in so much as even if he gets out soon, I see this as the type of innings where everyone just chips in a bit, but no one goes on to play a major a major knock. But I don't know. I don't know. Why? What's it saying though? It depends what it's giving me for me to say so.
Hasaranga has come on. He's bowled full. Phil Salt is 1-3, whereas Kohli is 9-4 to me the most runs.
Oh well, see if you told me that before, I would have said Kohli then.
Smashed away by Salt again though, and he brings up his 50 off 28 balls. This was overpitched by Hasaranga. They cannot. This is the. I know the game's basically over, but this is the moment when they actually. That's it. They don't have another choice here. They have to get this right, and that was quite poor, all things considered. Overpitched and smashed away for another boundary, and we've seen quite a few of those. Considering we didn't see many early on. Drop catches have helped, but as Mash said, certainly Phil Salt has put a hole in this. Better bowling from Hasaranga, and they're just going to get a single off the next one.
But then, Jarrod, what does this say about everything we were saying about the pitch in the first innings? About it being a bit grippy, maybe variable bounce, a bit too paced. But yeah, and again, it's that point about there's been drops. But when Kohli and sort of got it right, they've got it right. If you see what I mean, it's not like. Whereas when it was Rajasthan batting, I was like, okay, yeah, you've hit that for 4, but it doesn't look like you're really in control of what's going on right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. The only thing I would probably, point back to at that stage would be the fact that they have dropped the 4 catches. And would you be feeling the same way if the first catch was taken?
True. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Or the second catch. So you're right. I mean, just now, Hasaranga's dropped short. And Salt has hit a 4. I also think at the moment the steam's gone out of this game a little bit, as in they know they can't win from it, right? Okay, yeah. So there is an element of that, but I think it's fair to say that RCB have batted better. But
have Rajasthan not bowled as well as a unit.
I mean, they made 4 chances. Well, if you look at it from this perspective, they created the early chance with Kohli by putting the pressure on him. They should have had Phil Salt out either LBW or caught 3 times in his first 23 runs. So for me, I find it hard to say that they haven't put the right pressure on them. I don't necessarily disagree with your general point, but I think they have. But I think RCB have batted better. And there's certainly what didn't happen with RCB is both batters are scoring, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Where if you go back, that wasn't what we were seeing before. We weren't seeing both batters score. So I think it's very much a change from that perspective. And very, very different. Remember, if you've got any super chats, feel free to get them through.
Path just put one in. I don't know if you put it up though.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, that was good timing. We'll probably have a bit of time to answer your questions now. We've got an hour and a half to the next game, and if Phil Salt keeps batting for a while, we might even have a break. So we will have a break, but if this game does fizzle out the way that we'll keep our eye on any bets as they come. I'll just wait for this ball from Kartikeya, who's bowled. Well, it's been given a wide. I'm not sure it was a wide, but they steal another run anyway. Path says, at what point do we get to blame the tough catching conditions, humidity causing sweaty hands, or some other factors at play instead of individual fielders? It's harder to catch the ball on a really hot day than it is on any other day. It does affect your concentration. Shouldn't affect your sweaty hand. Like, sweaty hands should be that you're getting your fingers to it and it's sort of slipping. So, like what you see, sometimes you see when there's dew. I haven't seen any of the drops look like that at the moment. I think with Hetmeyer and Sandeep, it is fair to say that those are both tough chances. Like, I'm not throwing those two away. Rian Parag just should have caught his. Whether it was his catch or not, he had plenty of time. He got under it. He got his eyes under it. It was fine. And was it Jaiswal at short cover that dropped the other one? Again, at this level, I think you're being very friendly as another 6 is hit. That is dreadful bowling by Kartikeya. He's just dropped that too short. And it's been helped away. To go back, those last 2 balls, we saw Krunal bowling a little bit shorter at times, but he was bowling fast and short. These are wrist spinners into the wicket that are short, that are just getting absolutely hammered. Poor bowling.
Yeah, can't really add anything further to that. It is what it is at this stage, and I think it goes back to your point about
wicket. We've had a wicket as Phil Salt has gone. Now, I think we just missed out on this. I said under 57.5. He got to 65. So he got us there. But to be fair, we also said they'll eventually take his catch, and then they dropped him straight after we took that bet. So, you know, there's only so much we can do here. But he's bowled the quicker one as Kartikeya. It wasn't a leg spinner. It was just a quicker delivery, and it was slog swept out to deep mid wicket, and that shouldn't change this game at all. But we finally got our next man out. Now the top run scorer becomes more interesting from here. It should be Kohli.
It should be. What's he on the moment, actually? He's on 24, yeah.
Darshan said he got him at under 70.5. Well, I'm glad someone got that. We knew it was coming. We just didn't know exactly when it was. I was actually thinking that between 50 and 60 was another bet I was looking at, because you get quite good odds on that. And I just felt that he was going to be smashing that out the park. But there we go. Where are we here? Annika says, hey, Jarrod, will you release an audio book of Art of Batting? I will release an audio book of Art of Batting. It took me about 3.5 days. It was an intense experience, Mash.
I walked in on Jarrod's setup for this audio book thing. Yeah. I can tell you lot, he's putting the hours in.
I had blankets and cushions and all sorts of things all over. Poor Mash couldn't walk around the studio when he came in. Kartikeya, he's got 2 balls to go in this over. Devdutt Padikal's come out. Another short ball though, not ideal. But yeah, so we did the audio book. It's I think I was probably in a better position than most authors, because I'm used to speaking for hours on end, but it was intense, man. And also, like, you get to about 2.5 days in and they're like, oh, I think you said were when you meant was. And you're just like, who cares? Who cares? Anyway, trying to find some other bets. 81 of 67. Okay, so we got Kohli on 24. Let's have a look at the top run scorers now. They might have taken it down, but he got to 67. That's a way away for Kohli. The tricky one to get to.
Which is why, when you first raised that bet to me, that's why I said to you, I think it might be Salt, because the rest will just all contribute. But obviously, if Kohli's there till the end, then you would assume that he's won it. But
now we also have Patadard score over 23.5. That's looking pretty unlikely as well. I might just ask Rob. I don't ever do the points bets, so I'm not. Sorry, the score bet, those sorts of bets. I'll get it right eventually. The run line bet. So I wonder what happens if you don't bat.
I mean, his bet of the day is still valid, by the way, because as much as this looks like RCB are going to go on to win, Jofra still has 2 overs left.
Yeah. I suppose the only issue that you would have here is that he's got to take three wickets or take a catch. And being that he's fielding for Rajasthan, I just assume he can't catch, as another 4 is scored. I wouldn't quite say misfields, but again, you would expect these to be stopped. Devdutt Padikal gets a ball that's overpitched and hits it through the covers for 4. They need 75 off 64. Yeah, I think we're assuming he has to take 2 wickets and take a catch from here on in. And there's not going to be a lot of death batting, is there? I reckon his performance points on... Oh, actually, no. Does he need 2 wickets or is it 1? I should know this.
Is it not 13? Is it 13 points for... Or is it 10?
It might be 20 now. I've said that. Performance points for wickets in betting. Yeah, it's 20. So he still needs 2 wickets, and it's 10 for a catch. I knew it was 10 for something. I wasn't making that part up. I didn't until today. We found out earlier. We got Vijeta Sharma with our 25 for stumping. That one I had no idea about. Oh, now this keeps low and is spooned back to the bowler. And if they had just fielded like mammals up to this point, that would mean a lot in this game, Mash. It means nothing in this game, Mash.
Yeah, alas.
Also, I think if this game finishes early enough, and it might not, they might slow down a little bit here. We can make our life a little bit easier and doing a sneaky early podcast.
I don't know if he'll finish that early. Do you reckon?
Dare to dream. Dare to dream.
I'm telling myself he'll finish at 2:30, but I could be wrong.
Darshan says it's void if he doesn't bat on Patadar. The problem is, by the time Patadar comes in, scoring, what did we need him to score? 23, is it? 24 runs. By the time he comes in, there might not be that many more runs to be able to score anyway. So we could have it in the wrong thing. If you want to ask us some questions, especially if you're desperate for anything, Super Chat is obviously the best way to go. But any questions now, we're going to have some time. They're not playing with high intensity at the moment. So let's have a look. The next over, so the 11th over is 8.5. So you can get 7 to 10 on under 8.5 there. There's not a lot of value at the moment, but as Rob will tell you, we'll keep looking for this. Sometimes the bookies do fall asleep towards the end a little bit more, and so we could start to pick. We can start to pick that up. Jofra is back though, and he starts with a wide.
I mean, this feels like it's the last throw of the dice here. They have to go back to Jofra, but it just feels like, well...
This is what I love about commentary, though. You and I have said last throw of the dice 4 times. We have continually done that. We've got some interesting comments. Annika says, Hasaranga is one of the top 10 overrated players of all time. I don't think he's... I mean, I don't know what that list would be. Look, he's been a fantastic bowler. He's had one good season, I want to say, in the IPL, though. And, he's certainly had some issues. I think he's a good player. I don't think he suits the Indian wickets as much as he might suit, say, some of the other wickets out there. His batting is the thing that has never come on, right? He's just got to make more runs, because he can bat. I remember when he first came through the system, I was like, oh, this could be anything. But you look at his record in the IPL. In 30 matches, he has 41 wickets at 21. That's a great record. And Devdutt Padikkal has got an inside edge over his stumps here. If I'm Jofra Archer, I'll be honest here, Mash. I'm saying my hamstring's sore and I'm walking off the field. Because that probably should have hit the stumps there. And it's just managed to go over the top. Yeah, I reckon we're just having a look here. Virat Kohli strike rate of balls over 140 kilometers an hour, 195 this season, 190 back in 2003. Truly one of the best players of high pace we've ever seen. And Joffrey's bowled another wide. I'm sorry, Joff. Just walk off the field. It's done, mate. Praveen has asked how RCB can fix their bowling. I don't know if I have a great answer for this. They've decided now that Josh Hazelwood will bowl slightly later, and they're trying to get wickets out of Yash occasionally at the top. Rashid Salam has just not come on the way that we thought he would this year. Who else have they got? Ngidi. I don't think Ngidi's been bowling great. I'm not a big Nuwan Tashara fan. My problem is that the only bowler outside of this team that I really like is Rashid Salam with his slow balls. And last year, he took wickets at 29, an economy of 11. This year, he's taken 1 wicket in 2 matches and 11.6. He's kind of made for high-scoring environments. I'm not sure how they fix their bowling, if we're honest on that one. And just please, I hadn't seen that you put this in over and over again. If you keep putting the same question in over and over again, I will not do it. You just have to be lucky that I didn't do it that time. But don't do that, please. You go into a timeout if you ask the same question over and over again. I like this from Triple Stroke. Do not give any more overs to Joffrey. He is too injury prone. I mean, it's fair, isn't it? As he comes in again and it's forced out on the offside. Finally, a good bit of fielding. Better late than never. How would you rate RCB's bowling now that we've seen both teams bat? What do you think, Mash? I thought they bowled okay. I didn't think they were sensational in anything they did. I still think they got some of their formations a little bit wrong. But we've seen again that it's not a particularly like Padakal is 7 off 6 and Cole is now 28 off 26. If they'd taken their catches, they would be in a very different situation. RCB bowlers might say the same thing. They let go of a couple of catches as well. So I don't think the team has bowled poorly all the way through, although it's obviously fallen off a little bit at the end for Rajasthan.
I still go back to my wider point, which is that I think, and the how the season pans out will ultimately be the answer to this. But I just think RCB have more tools in their bowling attack than Rajasthan do. So we knew Rajasthan had to go strong in the power play to really make this a game with their bowling attack, right? Which suggests that you kind of feel like once they're out the power play, they may not be able to bowl their way back into this game. If you see it, whereas RCB, I'm not saying that I don't look at their bowling attack and think, "Wow, it's amazing," but I do think it's what word should I use here? It's there's options. Better. I feel there's better. Sorry, I feel there's better.
No, I was just going to say, yeah. I think this is a wicket where probably defensive bowling has been quite handy, and they have a defensive bowling attack. Having said that, I still think Rajasthan, had they taken their catches, would have been in a different situation. I thought Deshpande's first over was bland, but it didn't go for any runs. But Tishana, Kartikeya, and Hasaranga have all gone for runs.
Yeah.
It could be also that this is a slightly better wicket for finger spin than it is for wrist spin. And Tishana's not a real finger spinner. And the other two guys are wrist spinners. And that might be why we're seeing Rian Parag now, to see that finger spinner coming on. But it's a little bit too late. Because all things considered, I like Rajasthan's bowling more than RCB on paper. But I think both teams are very reliant on getting new ball wickets. And to be fair, neither of them did. But the difference with RCB is they kept the lid on it. And it's very hard to keep a lid on Phil Salt, right? Like you either get Phil Salt out or he scores. That's a fairly constant thing of his, right? All things being said, though, Rian Parag bowling like a superstar here. 3 runs off 4 balls. Should have opened the bowling. He's not bowling his traditional sort of underarm balls, where he drops his shoulder either. He's bowling legitimate finger spin here. 65 off 50. Don't think this is an issue for RCB at all, but they have let that balloon back up a little bit. Although Rian Parag then quickly bowls a wide down the leg side to try and help out. Devdutt Padakal. Someone asked me about him. We might need someone else, one of the producers, to bring up the question.
It was something like, what do you think about his batting or something?
Yeah. He's obviously a top-level talent. I don't think anyone would have any argument about that. But you look at him now in the IPL, 70 matches with an average of 24 and a strike rate of 123. Like, his first 2 years, he played good anchor years. Since then, he's really not made any runs and quite often been slow. Do you know his numbers from last year, by the way?
I've got this year's ones in front of me. I don't have last year's. I'll have to look it up.
He played 7 games last year, right? 7 games. How many? Oh, this is another 4. Well, Rian Parag, he's a part-timer. It's a poor ball. It's being paddled around the corner by Devdutt Padakal for 4. He's played 7 games last year. How many runs do you think he scored? Just any guess.
I'm going to say something ridiculous like 90.
90 runs.
Yeah.
You think that's ridiculous? 90 runs in 7 games.
As in, I think that's really bad.
Yeah, he made 38. He averaged 5.4.
Do you know what his typical entrance point was?
Don't
Don't know if you'll be able to tell you that now.
Was he opening? Varun might
No.
have that as
Don't
well.
say opening. That would be. He could have made.
I can't actually remember. He certainly would have been in the top 3, I would have thought. I mean, that's generally where he's been. He's on his 4th team. I mean, it's actually his 3rd team, but he's moved back to RCB again. He's just obviously so much more talented than this, but it hasn't worked so far. As we see Kartikeya coming back in. He's 24, though. And I think that's a really important thing to know with Devdutt Padikkal is most players hit their peak around 26, 27, 28. He's still a few years away from that. I would think if I was a general manager with Devdutt Padikkal, do you know what I would be doing, Mash? This is what you have to get a little Machiavellian. You hope that he actually is terrible in the next 2 years, right? And that he's either dropped by RCB or he has an ordinary 4 years. And then in the mega auction, you have a slight overpay for him, but you pick him when he's 27, 28, 29.
When you think he will have what marinated into what he actually is capable of.
So let's say he's terrible. This year he's been poor. Let's say he's terrible next year. I would even take the bet earlier and have him as my backup batter and just be like, don't worry, mate. If we need you to come in for a couple of games, you can come in for a couple of games. You just keep working on your game and then have him under contract so you can write to match him or whatever at a lower rate, maybe going forward as well. That's kind of what you have to do.
Do you think he's a Moneyball cricketer? So like what people think he is, he actually isn't. But there is something you can maximize him. This is my definition of Moneyball. But there is something you can maximize him with. It's just up to the right general manager / coach to establish what that role is. So, do you think they're miscasting him at where? Do you think they're miscasting him at this point of his career?
I mean, no. I think he's kind of batted everywhere in all different roles, and he has to bat in the top 4, doesn't he? Maybe 5 at a pinch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there is anything that suggests there that he doesn't have that. So I get what you're saying, but no, I don't think so. Do you know what his list A batting average is, by the way?
No, I'm gonna have to let me go look.
And if you did, I'd be shocked. Give me a guess, and you know that I'm only going to say this if it's extreme one way or the other.
So Aniketh has just put in the chat that he's better suited for longer formats. So. Yep. On that basis, I have to assume his list A must be in the 40s or something.
That would be a good guess. 79.
Oh.
It's actually 79.65. So you could round that up to 80 if you want, people. That's up to you. Kohli's just hit a big 6 down the ground, by the way, as well. So he is more suited to longer formats. I think that's fine. But I don't think he's the sort of player that won't ever be able to work this out because he's got so much time and so much skill. So he's almost 25. As I said, I would be keeping an eye on him in that sort of role that I was talking about before and how that goes in either way and seeing how we go. Now, let's have a look. This last over with that big hit, it just brings them back a little bit so we don't have to worry about any sort of current run rate is 9.53. The required is 7.14. Dick Shunner is coming back on. Is this their last roll of the dice, would you say?
No, there's no more rolls of the dice. This game is over. Actually, do you know what? I don't know if there's ever lines on when a game ends by. I don't think that is a line people naturally do.
Wow. No, I don't know. There is one fun one which you can bet on, and I know it's one of Dan Norcross's favorite things, which is you can basically bet on what this. If you know the team's going to chase the score easily, like this, another 4 here as Tikshana drags down again. People worrying about Hasaranga. Tikshana's just bought a half tracker. There is a bet that you can make, which is quite funny, which is you can basically bet whether they're going to win the game with a boundary or not.
Oh. I didn't know that was. I didn't know you could do that. To be fair.
And so when you have a, it's not, that's not what the bet is, right? The actual bet is just, what are they chasing here? 167, was it? No, 173. So the bet will be like 174.5 and over, right? That's what the final score will be. And so you're betting whether they're going to get it with a single or they're going to try and hit it. So that's a fun one. We can have a look at that as we get closer. Sumit has come in with a super chat. Sumit says, is a franchise cricket really tedious, or am I just becoming an outdated, grumpy, middle-aged man brought up in international cricket? We just had a Champions Trophy where there were a bunch of games that were really tedious. That was international cricket. Like, the problem with franchise cricket is that if you don't have a good game, it is harder to engage at times in a poor game. But that's the same if you follow Premier League football or baseball or any sport that has lots of games, right? It's the same thing, isn't it? You get to a certain point where you're just like, why am I focusing in on this? Why am I worried about this? I think if you're a sports writer, you would say that everything is tedious until it's not, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, actually. Yeah.
Because you do, actually,
Sorry, Jarrod.
No, go.
I was going to say that actually, and this might sound blasphemous given the context of what we're doing right now, but I've always thought that sport is more tedious than not tedious. And it's about waiting for those non-tedious moments and understanding why it was so brilliant. But actually, you accept that the majority of what you're watching, and this goes for any sport. I watch football a lot. Most of it is very, very tedious.
I'm with you.
That as the norm.
I think that's the thing with Test cricket, right? With Test cricket, essentially, when you get a good result, which is very rare that you get a close Test match, right, where both teams can win coming to the end. Like, we know that. That is not something that we see all that much in Test cricket. So when you actually see that game where it is close towards the end, right, there is an element of you have earned it. And so it breaks off 10 times. And if you're watching, I don't know, Brentford versus Leicester on a Tuesday night, right, and there's, I don't know, Man City are playing Man United at the same time or something else is happening, and you get the close game, you feel like you have earned it as a sports fan. And there is an element of that. But how is that any different to reality TV, right? Where people watch that and the vast majority of that is tedious, right? And I'm a big fan of the movie The Seven Samurai. It basically invented action movies as we know them. There's a lot of that movie, Mash, where there's just Japanese guys talking shit to each other, right? Yeah. Like, it's great. Don't get me wrong. I love the performances. I love the talking shit conversation. But there is a lot of that movie where you are literally waiting for whatever. There's a lot of The Matrix where it's literally people speaking gobbledygook, right? Which makes no sense at all. Like, some of the dialogue is absolutely, it's not even English. George Lucas, my God. So how much of Star Wars is, going, who wrote this? And why is this person not being punished? And then suddenly, spoiler alert, but the last episode of Star Wars, all those spaceships come in and you're in fucking tears. That's all you've been waiting for is the final fight, right? So it's what we put in, I think, matters as much as anything. And look, you do get these sorts of games. And I would say that this IPL has probably really lacked a lot of close, interesting games so far. And that's certainly been a part, I think that's probably a fair thing as Kohli comes down the wicket and smacks a six off Hasaranga. Good hit, that. Now he's on 52 off 39. Phil Salt made 65. And so what was he? I reckon he was he 9-4?
He was.
I'm trying to remember what his odds were, mate.
It was 9-4. Yeah, because I remember you saying it because I said if you told me that beforehand, I would have said Kohli. So it was 9-4.
So Hasaranga into Kohli again. It's a little bit short, this one, and whipped away. You should get 2. So I get Sumit's point, but I think that's kind of all sport at a certain point. I was watching, I'm trying to remember who it was now. It was Q8 versus UAE or Oman, right? Now, I watch a lot of it, and you've been watching the women's associate teams recently. A lot of it is, there's some bad cricket. being played,
Yeah.
right? There's some amateurs out there who shouldn't be out there. There are some people who'd probably be pretty good cricketers if that was their full-time job, but they're actually, a teacher or a police officer or a flight hostess or whatever it may be. And they're doing it in their spare time. But when you are watching that and you see a great game out of it, right? It suddenly transforms you to another level. And I think that is part of it. We could get 2 dud games today, right? It's very possible that we get the 2 dud games and these things happen. But we might also get a great game, another 4 to Coley. Coley's doing well to get us to this early podcast so that we can get some of her work done earlier. I actually need the production team to tell us if this finishes, of course, having the timeout now, but they need 28 off 30, so they're well and truly in control. But I need the production team to tell us if we're just going to stop this feed and start again and do a podcast and what their decisions are. So Rakshit and Muku can decide that behind the scenes.
They've said it is ready. I don't know what it is, but it is ready.
Something's ready?
Yeah.
Oh, they said this in the chat. Oh, have you got? Yeah. You're in the chat.
In the StreamYard chat. In the private one.
Oh my god! I didn't even realize we had another chat. You're all over it, man.
That's the only one I've been using.
But yeah, no, I've asked them that. Shiriyosha says, Jarrod, help me understand how bowlers get reverse swing in T20. Don't we expect that from a 30-plus over old ball? This has me so confused. Your thoughts? It's not really about the length of the ball, Shiriyosha. I mean, we have seen the old Jukes balls used to do it around the 15 over mark at times, 20 over mark even. It's about how you prepare it. It can be about the outfield and then also the bowlers, different bowlers. So, yeah, there's no hard and fast rule, but why we don't get it consistently is what you've said. It does need to be a much older ball. It doesn't need to be a 30 overall ball. The people who talk about that in ODI cricket are just wrong. You can definitely get reverse swing from the 17 over mark to the 25 over mark as well. It's not like it needs to be 30 overs. Sometimes you get it you watch a test match. Sometimes you get it at 60 overs. Sometimes you get it at 25 overs. Sometimes you get it at 70. All these things are very different. The other live is set up. So I think if this does finish early, I think the best option, and they can tell us in the private chat this, Mash, but I think the best option is for us to do the podcast, and we can either do that on the end of this live or not. I finish the show there, and then have a break and then come back fresh for the next one, knowing that we don't have to do the podcast late into the night. We've done one of our podcasts. We're ahead of the game. Have you looked at the next game? Have you got any thoughts on the following game, Mash?
I'm to remind myself, it's DC versus Mumbai. I mean, DC are the team to beat, surely. But to be fair, my only interest in that match is to see how Bumrah goes. That's actually my sole, because Mumbai have been so subpar. And I think on the Cricket8 podcast I did with Mega earlier this week, I think we were discussing whether Mumbai could come back from where they are. What is it, 1 win in 5 or something like that? And what we were trying to break down, if Bumrah has a like awesome rest of the season, would that be enough? Yeah. And that's really the subplot for me. Is Bumrah so magical? Are his powers so elite that he can drag them back from the brink? Or are they so poor as a team that even with the best bowler in the world, it's just not going to be enough? So that's really all. That's actually my subplot I'm interested in when I look at that.
No, that's interesting. Dev Padakal's just come back out and smashed another 4. I think that is quite fascinating. I think CSK is dusted. And I think that even if their players find form, I don't see them going on a consistent run from here on in. I think Mumbai think Mumbai have one of the best rosters, right? So I think a lot of what's happened with them is form related, right? Form can change very, very dramatically and go, in a completely different pattern. Sunrisers, I also thought was form related, right? Yeah. KKR, I thought was a little bit form related, a little bit more shaky, maybe with the top 3. But yeah, so I definitely, I still think there's a chance of one of those 3 teams. Well, I mean, KKR's back at 3-3, so they're now in the playoff rate. Although, don't get me started on all these stupid people around the world who put up points tables and put up KKR ahead of RCB and Punjab. It should be win percentage. As Devdutt Padikkal gets a top edge for 6 off his hook shot from Deshpande, it should be win percentage. KKR are ahead of Punjab and RCB on the points table, but they've won 3 from 6, and the other 2 teams have won 3 from 5.
They're doing it on net run, but the net run rate is higher, right?
They're doing it on points. They do it on points, and then they do net run rate. Not interested in that. Win percentage. Punjab have a better record than KKR at the moment. They shouldn't be below them in the table. That makes no sense at all. Anyway, that's for another day, and it really annoys me.
Do you know what, actually, Jarrod? I just realised you're the best person for me to have this conversation with because of your love of American sports, particularly basketball. Again, this stems off the podcast that Mega and I did earlier in the week. And it's the notion of the franchise player, right? And its importance in IPL. And you could say for other leagues as well, but we're watching IPL, so let's talk about IPL. Where do you put because we're talking about Dhoni. So to be fair, this was related to CSK. And then we started discussing how important is Dhoni's role in the context of he is a franchise player. So CSK is built around the franchise player. In American sports, you have to have, particularly let's use basketball, you have to have a franchise player. That's how you build up your team's dynasty. Golden State Warriors weren't a team when I was a kid, but Steph Curry meant that that elevated Golden State Warriors to what they now are, that you see them as a big franchise side with a cult franchise player. Do you think IPL is at that level yet? And do you think some teams need to find one to elevate their standing? Do you follow my line of argument there?
I do. Very unfair on Mitch Richmond, Chris Mullins, and Tim Hardaway, and the great little run that they had there. Oh, this could be out, by the way. That Padikkal, you're not going to believe this, has been dropped. Should have been caught by Tikshana. Well done to them for squeezing one more drop out of this game. Good on them. I do think it matters, and there's 2 ways of looking at it. Cricket isn't quite like basketball, right? So I think cricket is probably more like the NFL in that sort of situation, in that you have extra players. I know the NFL has a lot more players, but cricket is a little bit more like the NFL in that you probably want 1 or 2 players who stick out, right? That help you with advertising, that help you with brand identity, but also help you with the style of cricket that you want to play, right? So the same with the NFL. Like if your 2 best players are, a wide receiver and a quarterback, that's what the franchise is going to be, right? It's going to be that partnership is what's going to be doing it, So you look at the NBA, and you've got, Boston Celtics have the 2 small forwards who can defend kind of any position, right? And their identity then is switching. All their players can switch. So I do think there's an element of that, and you can go to, Jordan and Pippen, right? Jordan and Pippen, we focus on the offensive stuff, but it's actually the defensive stuff with them that was most interesting, which meant that in any game, the opposition guard or forward was going to have to go up against one of the top 10 or 15 best defenders in the league at their position. And then if you throw in Horace Grant or Dennis Rodman, like it just got harder, right? So I think you have to understand what it is. And if you go back to CSK and you look at it's probably what Jadeja and Dhoni, right? As the franchise faces.
Yeah.
One is a finger spinner who can bat, right? The other one is a wicket keeper who can smash at the end. So you've got your stumpings looked after, you've got your spin bowling looked after, you've then got 2 all-round options so you can move those guys. I'm more talking about them at their peak than maybe later on in their career. Free hit that's coming up in a moment as well. Jofra Archer, as I told Jofra Archer to go off the field hours ago. The man has to listen. So yeah, I do think that you have to think about that from that perspective. We had a situation when I was at St. Lucia where we had KS Ahmed and we thought we had a chance of getting another leg spinner and probably someone like Muhammad Nabi, right? And our wicket essentially allowed for lots and lots of runs. So you wanted mystery spinners or wrist spinners, right? To be able to create chances. But you also wanted a deeper batting lineup because there were going to be some big scores. Do you remember the Darren Bravo score that almost ruined my career, right? Like we had some big scores on that. So if you have Muhammad Nabi, you get a little bit of his bowling. You then get his batting. KS Ahmed is not a great batter, but can hit sixes and can be used as a pinch hitter. And then had we got the other player, it would have been someone like Shadab Khan or Rashid Khan. I can't remember who the third option was. It might have been Hasaranga, actually. And so just see where this hit has gone. Another 4. This is finishing very, very quickly now. So, yeah, so a bunch of hits, a bunch of players like that make sense on that. That's how you want to build your franchise up, right? Which is, it's important to have the famous players, but it's important for the famous players to be the right kind of players on your wicket, right? That fits that. And if you think about Dhoni, if wicket keeping is more important at Chennai than any other ground because of spin bowling, having Dhoni works for that. Now, I'm not saying that's why they went after Dhoni originally, because I don't think the Srinivasan family was that plugged into it. But if you think about how it's worked, these things really, really matter. So if I'm trying to think of someone who's bad. Let's say you've got a great new ball bowler and he's your best player and you don't have a pitch where you can get new ball wickets on. You're just nullifying the player that you're paying the most money for.
Right.
And you have to win at home in the IPL. Well, in all T20 leagues. That's where you bank your wins, is you basically make the wicket what you want. By the way, Jofra Archer's almost taken Devdutt Padikal's head off there, who seems to have some sort of device under his T-shirt. But the way it rolled up then made it look like a G-string. And I've just never seen a cricketer play with a G-string, but I'd like to think that that will happen one day. This one is scooted up in the air. So let me just see if I can find the... because I was talking about this before.
How it's going to end.
Yeah, I just want to see if they've... What is it? It's the second innings, 20 over mark. 176.5. So you need a 4 or a 6. I don't think that's worth the bet. The market's too good there. But have a look if you see one, because I think they're trying to hit 4s and 6s. If you can see 175.5 anywhere else. A couple of super chats have come through. Ayosh says, change to the impact rule to only use associate players. I was offered had an interview to be the general manager of the IPL. And one of the things I said was, is there a way to make sure that every team has an associate player, either in their squad or can we facilitate them within the game? I'm not saying that's the reason I didn't get the job, Ayosh, but I don't think it helped. Shiro Yasha says, we haven't had as many ODIs lately, but post sandpaper, we haven't seen reverse swing as much. 2-ball rule might also play a part. The 2-ball rule's been around for a lot longer. The reason we're not seeing reverse swing as much is that they are preparing the balls differently now, and they are preparing them for wobble ball seams. And because of that, they don't work on the ball the way that they used to just get it to swing. There aren't many pure swing bowlers back. So the reason it's not about the saliva and everything else. A lot of it is also about the ball. Also, Kookaburra changed the ball in 2019, 2020. And I don't think it reverses the same way that the old balls do. And Dickie says, is UK part of Europe? I mean, not legally anymore, is it?
Thanks for the super chat, though.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of the broader European continent.
Geographically, yes.
Yes. What do we need? Despanday's back on. We need 6 off 18. Hopefully we'll have a bunch of bets for you later. We'll be doing a podcast in a moment. Someone's actually come up with this. Someone says, what is good about the Cricket8 website? And why would you use it over Cricinfo? One thing is worth noting is it is way faster than Cricinfo. If you look at how quick our scores are up on the screen compared to Cricinfo, if you're looking for the faster scores, it's way quicker. It also has a lot more technical information than Cricinfo does traditionally, as this one is not quite dropped out on the offside. But what it's going to have, and we're still in the middle of upgrading at Cricket8, is it gives you, if you sign in, it gives you the opportunity to see all the live odds of all the different betting markets as they come up. So, and you get it with Decimal, who are, some of the best odds fixers in the world. So if Decimal says that something is 2-1 and other bookmakers are giving you 3 or 4 to 1, you know that's probably a pretty good bet from your perspective. And then in the future, as I said, as it is fully upgraded, what it will have is it'll have the ability for you to bet on cricket without losing any money. So essentially, it will be a gamified version of betting on cricket, which is quite cool. So if you want to learn about betting in cricket, you can. And if you never want to lose money by betting in cricket, you can. And we have a 4 to win the game. Those people who went overs didn't quite get it. It was a short ball outside off stump. Devdutt Padikkal has got his cheeky 40-odd not out. Who ended up as top scorer? I think
Phil Salt. Phil Salt did.
It was Salt, wasn't it? Yeah, he still managed to do that. Nope, wrong one. So if you listened to MASH early on and you went with Kohli on those good odds, you would have got that as well. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here while we talk to the producers. We'll definitely be back for the following game. We'll be on the Good Areas channel. We'll also be on our Cricket8 channel, but we'll be back in about 5 minutes, or between 2 and 5 minutes, with a podcast. Then we'll have another break before the next game, and hopefully we'll have plenty of Rob's bets. But thank you to everyone who's been with us so far, and thank you for the super chats and everything else. I think we got all them done, Mash. And that was a dreadful game, and we apologise, but sometimes that's just how the cricket rolls. We'll see you in a moment. Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game.
So, Rob, this is your cue to talk about Jasprit Bumrah and the latest news item accompanying his name.
So what has he been? He's been anointed best Test match bowler of the year, and I mean, he is by such a long way. So he didn't play the most tests. You know, Bashir played 2 more tests than Bumrah did last year, and Bumrah got 19 more wickets than second. I mean, that is so much more than.
I think comparison with the 3rd and 4th would put it more into context than, say, comparison with Bashir.
Like Jadeja was second for India, and he got 48 wickets at a strike rate of 43 and an economy of 3.32. That's a really good year, right? 21 innings he bowled. He got 48 wickets. That's a great year. And Bumrah sat there and he's bowled 357 overs and got 71 wickets. I mean, that is he's getting a wicket every 5 overs in Test match cricket at an average. His career average now is under 20, which you're getting into the superlatives that people use about everybody all the time now in cricket should be reserved for people like this guy. Like words like great and the best, and you know, I've heard people refer to people as goats. There's multiple goats. You're allowed one of them, right? Greatest of all time, you're allowed one, and Bumrah is in the conversation.
In each department with multiple filters.
Yeah, right. You're allowed one greatest of all time, I'm afraid. You're not allowed many of them. But this guy is in the conversation. That year was his best year in Test cricket, I'm pretty sure. He was getting a wicket every 5 overs at an average of under 15. And he's now got over 200 poles in Tests at an average of under 20. He isn't just the best. He is the best by a country mile. The other thing was in the same year, there was a T20 World Cup, right? Most people on that list of really good performers in Test match cricket don't even play it. Don't even play the other formats. Or if they do, they're not playing all of it. In the T20 World Cup, Bumrah didn't get the most wickets, but he got 15,
the game
right?
Against, the finals.
I'm just looking at the list now of top wicket takers. I know it was a low-scoring World Cup because of the pitches.
And the economy, I think in Bumrah's case, the economy in combination with the wickets taken.
It's ridiculous. Farooqi had a great World Cup, played 8 games, got 17 wickets, economy of 6.31. Average of 9.41. You think that is ludicrous numbers to read out of a T20 World Cup. Compare him to Bumrah. 15 wickets, average of 8.26 and an economy of 4.17. He bowled 30 overs in that World Cup, Bumrah, and he's going for 4 and over. That is how much better he is than everybody else. So you say somebody's had a great tournament, and then you look at Bumrah and you're like, oh my God, like he is. It's ludicrous how good he is. And then IPL, the same year, I mean, no wonder the bloke's injured. IPL in the same year, he didn't get the most wickets again. Harshal did. But Harshal played more games and went at nearly 10 and over, whereas Bumrah, I think if you compare him to people that played more than one game, his economy is better than everybody else, and he's getting wickets as well. So his economy across the whole of the IPL was less than 6.5, I think, and he got 20 wickets, and he's getting a wicket every 2.5 overs. Like, the man's a joke, and he bowls at all the hardest times.
Yes.
He's a complete joke, and that is 2 wildly different formats and 3 very, very different competitions in very different conditions. So Test match, obviously, you play all around the world, all different conditions, all different opponents, right? So he's cracked that. He's the best at that. T20 World Cup was played in grounds that weren't even cricket grounds 4 weeks before the tournament. Like, they were just making them on just any old bit of ground that they happened to come across. And he worked it out. He was going at 2 runs and over better than everybody else in that competition and taking all the wickets. And then the IPL, where it's generally speaking Rhodes and the rest of his team.
Yes.
I mean, the rest of his team, have we got these numbers somewhere? I must have them somewhere. That the rest of his team were basically just getting hooned. That Mumbai attack was horrendous. Everyone else is going at 10 and over. Basically, every other pacer is going at 10 and over, and he's going at 6.5. And he's bowling death every time. And he's bowling power play every time, the time where everyone else is getting spanked. And he just stands. So it's all formats, all conditions. He's head and shoulders above everybody else. Now, you wanted me to say good things about Bumrah. Is that enough? One criticism I've got of his is, where's his batting gone? His batting used to be the funnest. Stop batting in number 11. Tell him he's stop batting in behind Siraj and idiots like that. He scored the most runs anyone had ever got in an over in a Test match. Let's not forget that his batting is really funny. And whilst I totally understand why you'd bat him at 11, you want him to rest as long as possible. You don't want him to get injured and all that. We are being deprived of one of the funniest things in cricket, which is him closing his eyes and smashing sixes off people like Jimmy Anderson. It's really funny. But what a bowler. I talk about him a lot, and I should talk about him more. So when Miller came in, sure, it looked really, really tough. But Miller's innings was the worst 100 I have ever seen. And I am not saying that lightly. I'm not just saying that because of recency bias. Yeah. It's because he tried, and I've never associated Miller with this sort of nonsense. I've always thought Miller was really, really good, and I've seen him do brilliant things on the cricket field. But yesterday, his team, who are 1 out of 9 in semi-finals, his team were playing in a semi-final. So for those at the back, if you lose the semi-final, you're out. And if you win the semi-final, you're in the final, right? There's 2 outcomes. Nothing else is important. And Miller, for most of his innings, did not try and win that game for South Africa, which is what they needed him to do. He only tried to score 100. And when everybody was standing and applauding, his dressing room, and Geedy with a massive grin on his face, hugging him and all this, him doing celebrations and stuff, hell no. That is deplorable. You're meant to try and win the game for your team, and he didn't. He was pootling around, letting the rate. When he came in, right, they needed less than 10 and over. Not impossible. For someone of his talent, they could have chased those, right? When it was Klassen went.
Or at least have tried.
Klassen went, and Miller came in the 29th over. So Miller had loads and loads of time, and Miller ended up scoring 100. We know how good Miller is, but he did not. The bit that annoyed me the most, there was a bit where they were just scoring 4 and 5 and over. Obviously, Markram got out, but the next over went for 2. The over after that went for 2. If those overs go for 5, which is so achievable on that deck, they're back in it. A couple of overs later, 2 off. Who's bowling here? Ravindra. 2 runs off the over. What are you doing? And occasionally he smacked a 6 off someone like Glenn Phillips, just to remind us how easy it is for him when he's set. But when he was set, when he faced 30 balls, they're still pootling along. Nothing happened. And when Rabada came in, I was like, so they're 8 down now. Rabada's at the other end. Rabada he looks like he's good at batting, but his numbers don't back that up. Miller wasn't farming the strike. If anything, Rabada was. And I was like, hang on, you can still win this game. There was a bit where they needed 16 and over for about, I don't know, 7 overs. And Rabada is taking singles at the end of the over and keeping strike for the next over. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Face 5 balls every over. If you're facing spin, Seth Miller can hit 3 out of 5 for 6 if he needs to. And he basically didn't try and score quickly until the game was totally dead, till they were 5,000 to 1 to qualify for the final. And then he started smoking it everywhere. And at the end, the commentators, the crowd, his teammates were all getting massively excited because the narrative, just like it was when Kohli chased against Pakistan, we all knew what the result of the game was, but it was just whether Kohli would get 100, which was a total certainty, by the way. But this one was just, can he do it? Can he do it? Who cares? Like, if I'm a South Africa fan, I don't care whether he scores 100 or not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I want my team to be in the final.
Yeah.
I don't care whether somebody scores 100 or someone scores 98. It doesn't matter. And the other thing that is completely deplorable about that performance from South Africa is Bavuma, who I love as an ODI cricketer and as a Test cricketer. And I always defend him when people slate him for T20s. He shouldn't be playing T20s. It's not his game. He's good at getting 50 in ODIs, in chases like that, to set it up for people like Miller. But yesterday, he took 9 balls to get from 48 to 50. That is a crime, right? 0 off 9 when you're chasing 360 is bad, which is what he was. That is bad, but you can defend that by saying, okay, it was moving around a bit. I was getting used to the pitch. Henry was bowling and he's a throw at the top, whatever, fine. 0 off 9, if you end up getting 50 off 50, is defendable. But 48 to 50 on that pitch, when you're set in 9 balls, is a disgrace. And then he got out immediately after he got 50, he tried to up it and got out straight away. But Miller's innings, loads of people saying, what a brilliant century. There is no such thing as a brilliant century if it gives no chance for your team to win the match. That century gave his team zero chance.
Say that about the semis.
The
ODI World Cup.
It's so frustrating because we know Miller can do it, and Miller just needed to. So what he did is he threw away, admittedly, a very small chance, right? He threw away a very small chance of his team qualifying for the final of this competition in order to get himself 100. And that is completely unacceptable. But the fact that cricket embraces it and cricket says, great knock, mate, well done. It's not Miller's fault they lost that game. Now, there's lots of people to blame for South Africa not chasing those. I think 360 actually was chaseable on that deck because nobody went absolutely bananas for New Zealand. Like, Kane and Ravindra got out exactly when he was going to go into turbo mode. He got out for 108 or something. Kane got out for 100. Kane played really well. His strike rate was better than Ravindra's, which is really surprising. But nobody went bananas. Like, Machel got 1 away and then got out. Latham inexplicably came in ahead of Phillips and Bracewell. Bracewell didn't really get going. They could have knocked those off if they'd have, like, Bavuma's strike rate was 78, and most of that was because he was trying to score 50 for himself. If his strike rate is 90, which he's more than capable of, if Markram doesn't play a silly shot and just chip one back to the bowler when he's properly set, and Klassen doesn't do something silly, they could have chased those. So it's not Miller's fault that they didn't win that match. Miller scored 100, which in isolation, if you watch the 67 balls that he faced, and then you know that he scored 100 runs, very good innings. But the innings didn't give his team a chance to qualify. So it's not great. Stop talking about it as if it's a brilliant knock. It's the same people think Stokes played brilliant innings in all those finals and semi-finals as think that knock by Miller was great yesterday. Just watch the cricket. He didn't give his team the best chance to win the game.
This comment from Yash is really interesting. He says, if it becomes India versus that league, the Rebel League point of view, we have to remember that cricket is the only sport in which nationalism plays a huge part. It's not the only sport where nationalism plays a huge part. It's the sport where nationalism is at its highest, though. You're right there. I think it's really interesting at that point, though, Yash, because if I'm a Saudi, if I'm the Saudis and I have this $1 trillion bucket, and I go to Virat Kohli and offer him $150 million a year, right? Is there any way the BCCI can match that? And what if it's $300 million, right? Like, you can just buy pretty much all the world's best cricketers. And that's what cricket was worried about for a long time before, right? Because they were worried that someone would, because cricketers are massively underpaid. For the money that cricket makes, cricketers are massively underpaid. And so it is not that hard to come in as a rebel league. That was the issue they had with the Lalit Modi-led Essel Group, which was 2014, 2015.
Subhash Chandra. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the...
Well, he was involved as well. Like, I mean...
This one as well.
You're talking about the ICL one.
And then Subhash Chandra was involved with this as well, yeah.
I think he was involved with both of those leagues, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But yeah, so it's not that hard. I remember having the conversation with a major person from a players' union, and they were the one giving me the story at the time. And I did the maths, and I was like, that actually makes sense. Like, I even thought to myself, if I could find a billionaire, couldn't I just buy cricket? Like, it's not that hard because players are so underpaid all the way through. But it'd be really interesting, Yash, if it does become that. I don't think it's going to become... I think the Saudis, because they're talking about 500 million in this initial investment, I think they believe they can't get the Indian players now. But I don't think they would be starting this if they didn't think they could get them eventually. And, you know, I've had these conversations with lots of people before. The IPL owners would not be buying all these teams around the world if they didn't think eventually they could get Indian players into some of these leagues. May not be the stars, but Indian players into some of these leagues. And I would think that the Saudis, if they're starting smaller, are hoping through their partnership with the BCCI that they can do something there. But in future, I think there will be I think they would be thinking that they will eventually be able to do that. They were looking, the numbers that they were looking to pay to the IPL were staggering. I think they were looking at paying like $30 billion to buy a stake in the IPL, right? That is so much money.
And what was the nature of the involvement?
They wanted to buy a percentage of the IPL and own the league.
Of the IPL per se, because that has not happened. That has never been diluted.
I don't think so. I mean, the BCCI still own it, and the ownership and how all those things work. But that's the kind of group that you're talking about here, right? So if they wanted to, have a look at what the top golfers are earning, right? So the top golfers are on at Live Golf are on about $200 million a year, right? If you went with the top 10 cricketers in the world and offered them between $50 and $150 million, you would get a lot of the best cricketers in the world. You might not get all of them. Some would be like, it's not worth me going. Some golfers didn't want to be involved with Saudi Arabia. Some golfers didn't want to live in Saudi Arabia. All right, like there's all different things. But yeah, it's changing. That whole thing is changing, and the money we are talking about here is and we're used to IPL owners, right? This is well above IPL ownership money, right? This is legitimate wealth on a level we've never seen before. If they want to throw it around, you know, I remember Michael Holding said to me once, when it comes down to it, players go where the money is, right? Like black players from the West Indies went and played in apartheid South Africa, right? And not average players, like some great players went over and did it. When the money is there, people will do things. And you are talking about, let's say you are, I'm trying to think of a really good cricketer for this. Sky, right? Okay. Let's say you're Sky and how old would Sky be now? 32, 33?
Yeah, more than that. 33 for sure, at least.
Yeah. Saudi come along and say, you can run your own franchise, you can do whatever you want. He's $150 million a year for the next 5 years. Right? His family never has to worry about money again. That's the kind of money that can be on offer if they go down that route. I don't think they want to go down that route though, Mega, for two reasons. One, it's a lot of money to spend that they probably don't need to spend because they already have all these relationships. And two, I do think then they got bad press when they did it for golf, right? Exactly. I think they've learned from what they did with the golf and they're like, we don't want to do that again because when we did it with golf, everyone was like, oh, they're buying the game, they're ruining golf. They can do a soft takeover in this particular way.
I think RCB are a terrible team for about 3 different reasons. One, I think that they really did believe in starting slow and anchoring and all that sort of stuff, even when they had AB de Villiers and Chris Gale and all these sorts of things. So they had star-studded batting. I'm not sure they ever maximum. Some of those teams, Mega, they could have just scored 40 runs more than any other team in any games that they wanted. But they never played that way, if you go back and have a look.
Yeah.
The other big issue I think they have is they had a good batting wicket where everyone could make runs, but they weren't so set up, partly, as he's saying, with the middle order and everything else. They weren't quite set up to score 20% more runs than every other team in the way that, say, the Sunrisers are now, right? And we've seen other teams be able to do that. You know, Brisbane Heat used to do that at their ground. And the reason this matters is we completely underplay home field advantage in T20 cricket. The best thing you can be in T20 cricket is be very, very good at home, which means you get in the playoffs all the time. And if you get in the playoffs all the time, one year you're going to win by accident, right? Playoffs are so random. One year you're just going to win by accident. You know, one player's going to catch fire, the opposition team's going to have an injury, whatever it happens, you know, Dew comes in a crucial game. And then the third thing is that through 2 different ownership groups, they have been run really poorly.
Yeah.
Right? With a couple of years ago, they had Jason Behrendorff, a really good left-arm bowler, and they sold him for peanuts to Mumbai. So Mumbai could have a backup left-arm bowler if Trent Bolt wasn't around. No. Take a good player from Mumbai. Take a young player from Mumbai, from the best scouting system in the IPL, and take a run on that. Don't just give the player away. Look at their list and go, you want this player? Great.
Yeah.
What do you want him for? Right? And you look at it, and look, obviously I have a unique experience because I was involved with RCB. It was a shit show. They had no idea what they were doing. There was like 7 different people who had 7 different agendas at all time. Vijay Mallya was an absolute nutcase when he was in control and didn't understand T20 cricket at all. The current, is it DiMaggio? He was very involved, sadly.
But how involved was... Okay.
Vijay was really, really involved. I remember when he was still running...
When we say... Yeah. Sorry.
Well, his involvement was picking players that he thought he wanted to hang out with more than perhaps players that would win titles, would be a big part. No, he was involved when he was overseas. You've got the current management, which is kind of, I would say, rudderless. And from my experience, they kind of want to do the right thing, but they can't. They've never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli, right? Okay. Never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli. And my memory of being a writer around that franchise and then briefly working for them was pretty much the same, which is, oh, we can't do that. Virat might not like it. And I was always saying the same thing, Mega. Have you asked him? Have you had a conversation with him? Have you sat down? And so often it would be, oh, you know, Virat likes his players, we'll bring him in. It's like, it's not, no, that's not how this works. Is Virat out there scouting the best players? Is he watching the SMAT? Right? Virat works about 29 hours a day. How is he out there watching the SMAT or the Tamil Nadu League or what's the other one? The one in Bengaluru as well.
Karnataka. Yeah,
Karnataka, that's what I was looking for. Do you know what I mean? He's not doing that. So if you're picking players based on what he thinks is good, it's basically going to be players he's played international cricket up against or IPL players, right? And then you're also hoping that those players played well in the games against him, so he rates them highly, or they bowl well against him, right? It's a nonsense system to have. So there weren't enough adults in the room making key decisions. They were trying to move towards professionalism, and I don't think they really knew what they were doing. And they haven't got home advantage, I think, is a massive, massive part of it going ahead. And I think that when I was at St. Lucia, we had a wicket where you could score about 200 pretty much every game. When it was a fresh wicket, you would score 200. And we had Raheem Cornwall, Warner, Pollard, Darren Sammy. Unfortunately, Darren Sammy was a little bit gone. But the next year, I was just going to load up on guys who could just whack it, right? So that we had 8 guys who could whack it, and we would have won all of our games at home, because even if the other teams went absolutely crazy, they weren't going to be able to whack it at the same level that that's what you have to do. You have to set up a team that suits whatever your home pitch is going to be. And you either have to change your team or your home pitch if that isn't the case. And I know there's a bit of a problem with that at Chinnaswamy, because it's maybe one of the few places where the curators still have a little bit of sway, and, it's, sometimes that can be tough. But then you have to change the team. And you have to understand exactly what you're going for. So, I don't know, maybe it's the best 5 bowlers who take the pitch out of the equation. Maybe that's what they could have gone with, right? But one way or another, that's what you have to do. But then my memory is, and it's what we call in T20 cricket Frankenstein's teams. When I was involved, one guy wanted these 2 players, one guy wanted these 2 players. Like if you go back and you look at the auction that they had when I was involved, which was 2018, 2019, whatever, there's like 2 players that I've picked in that side, right? That I don't think everyone else fully believes in, right? There are Moeen Ali and Washington Sundar. Washington never, Virat just did not rate him, right? Like it was a complete waste of my time picking that player. But he did rate Moeen Ali, but he didn't use him very well. Then you had a look at Dan Vittori brought in Corey Anderson, right? Like his old teammate. Yeah. Ashish Nira loved Corey Anderson, and I can't remember, there was someone else. So you could go through all these different picks and see which person in the organization they were linked to. It was usually 2 people, if I remember correctly. But that's not how you pick a side. You come up with an idea. How are we going to win here? What's the best side to be able to make that maximize? And then 1 or 2 people go off. You have a scouting network and you have a general manager network. The coach and the captain and the player. You've already told us how you want to play. Now we're going to do the best we can to get those players on the field. And then when you get them, you're going to have to accept that you wanted Mark Wood, but we can only give you Nathan Coulter-Nile, right? Or you wanted Andre Russell. There is no Andre Russell like other player. So we've gone with Ben Cutting, right? Like you have to accept that because that's how these things work. You wanted the best 4 spinners in the league. Well, okay, so we've given you the best 4 spinners available. Can you create something from that? That is how these smart teams do things, right? That is what they do, and RCB has not been very smart.
So, Rob, this is your cue to talk about Jasprit Bumrah and the latest news item accompanying his name.
So, what has he been? He's been anointed best Test match bowler of the year, and I mean, he is by such a long way. So he didn't play the most tests. You know, Bashir played 2 more tests than Bumrah did last year, and Bumrah got 19 more wickets than second. I mean, that is so much more than
I think
second.
comparison with the 3rd and 4th would put it more into context than, say, comparison with
like
Bashir.
Jadeja was second for India, and he got 48 wickets at a strike rate of 43 and an economy of 3.32. That's a really good year, right? 21 innings he bowled. He got 48 wickets. That's a great year. And Bumrah sat there and he's bowled 357 overs and got 71 wickets. I mean, that is he's getting a wicket every 5 overs in Test match cricket at an average. His career average now is under 20, which you're getting into the superlatives that people use about everybody all the time now in cricket should be reserved for people like this guy. Like words like great and the best and, you know, I've heard people refer to people as goats. There's multiple goats. You're allowed 1 of them, right? Greatest of all time, you're allowed 1. And Bumrah is in the conversation.
In each department with multiple filters.
Yeah, right. You're allowed 1 greatest of all time, I'm afraid. You're not allowed many of them. But this guy is in the conversation. That year was his best year in Test cricket, I'm pretty sure. He was getting a wicket every 5 overs at an average of under 15. And he's now got over 200 poles in Tests at an average of under 20. He isn't just the best. He is the best by a country mile. The other thing was in the same year, there was a T20 World Cup, right? Most people on that list of really good performers in Test match cricket don't even play it. Don't even play the other formats. Or if they do, they're not, you know, they're not playing all of it. In the T20 World Cup, Bumrah didn't get the most wickets, but he got 15,
the game
right?
against, the finals.
I'm just looking at the list now of top wicket takers. I know it was a low-scoring World Cup because of the pitches.
And the economy, I think in Bumrah's case, the economy in combination with the wickets taken.
It's ridiculous. Farooqi had a great World Cup, played 8 games, got 17 wickets, economy of 6.31. Average of 9.41. You think that is ludicrous numbers to read out of a T20 World Cup. Compare him to Bumrah, 15 wickets, average of 8.26 and an economy of 4.17. He bowled 30 overs in that World Cup, Bumrah, and he's going for 4 and over. That is how much better he is than everybody else. So you say somebody's had a great tournament, and then you look at Bumrah and you're like, oh my God, like he is, it's ludicrous how good he is. And then IPL, the same year, I mean, no wonder the bloke's injured. IPL in the same year, he didn't get the most wickets again. Harshal did, but Harshal played more games and went at nearly 10 and over. Whereas Bumrah, I think if you compare him to people that played more than one game, his economy is better than everybody else. And he's getting wickets as well. So his economy across the whole of the IPL was less than 6.5, I think. And he got 20 wickets. And he's getting a wicket every 2.5 overs. Like, the man's a joke. And he bowls at all the hardest times.
Yes.
He's a complete joke. And that is 2 wildly different formats and 3 very, very different competitions in very different conditions. So Test match, obviously, you play all around the world, all different conditions, all different opponents, right? So he's cracked that. He's the best at that. T20 World Cup was played in grounds that weren't even cricket grounds 4 weeks before the tournament. Like, they were just making them on just any old bit of ground that they happened to come across. And he worked it out. He was going at 2 runs and over better than everybody else in that competition and taking all the wickets. And then the IPL, where it's generally speaking Rhodes and the rest of his team.
Yes.
I mean, the rest of his team, have we got these numbers somewhere? I must have them somewhere. That the rest of his team were basically just getting hooned. That Mumbai attack was horrendous. Everyone else is going at 10 and over, basically. Every other pacer is going at 10 and over, and he's going at 6.5. And he's bowling death every time. And he's bowling power play every time, the time where everyone else is getting spanked. And he just stands. So it's all formats, all conditions. He's head and shoulders above everybody else. Now, you wanted me to say good things about Bumrah. Is that enough? One criticism I've got of his is, where's his batting gone? His batting used to be the funnest. Stop batting him number 11. Tell him he's stop batting him behind Siraj and idiots like that. He scored the most runs anyone had ever got in an over in a Test match. Let's not forget that his batting is really funny. And whilst I totally understand why you'd bat him at 11, you know, you want him to rest as long as possible. You don't want him to get injured and all that. We are being deprived of one of the funniest things in cricket, which is him closing his eyes and smashing sixes off people like Jimmy Anderson. It's really funny. But what a bowler. I talk about him a lot, and I should talk about him more. So when Miller came in, sure, it looked really, really tough. But Miller's innings was the worst 100 I have ever seen. And I am not saying that lightly. I'm not just saying that because of recency bias. Yeah. It's because he tried, and I've never associated Miller with this sort of nonsense. I've always thought Miller was really, really good, and I've seen him do brilliant things on the cricket field. But yesterday, his team, who are 1 out of 9 in semi-finals, his team were playing in a semi-final. So for those at the back, if you lose the semi-final, you're out. And if you win the semi-final, you're in the final, right? There's 2 outcomes. Nothing else is important. And Miller, for most of his innings, did not try and win that game for South Africa, which is what they needed him to do. He only tried to score 100. And when everybody was standing and applauding, his dressing room, and Geedy with a massive grin on his face, hugging him and all this, him doing celebrations and stuff, hell no. That is deplorable. You're meant to try and win the game for your team, and he didn't. He was pootling around, letting the rate. When he came in, right, they needed less than 10 and over. Not impossible. For someone of his talent, they could have chased those, right? When it was Klassen
or at least have tried.
Klassen went, and Miller came in the 29th over. So Miller had loads and loads of time, and Miller ended up scoring 100. We know how good Miller is, but he did not. The bit that annoyed me the most, there was a bit where they were just scoring 4 and 5 and over. Obviously, Markram got out, but the next over went for 2. The over after that went for 2. If those overs go for 5, which is so achievable on that deck, they're back in it. A couple of overs later, 2 off. Who's bowling here? Ravindra. 2 runs off the over. What are you doing? And occasionally he smacked a 6 off someone like Glenn Phillips just to remind us how easy it is for him when he's set. But when he was set, when he faced 30 balls, they're still pootling along. Nothing happened. And when Rabada came in, I was like, so they're 8 down now. Rabada's at the other end. Rabada he looks like he's good at batting, but his numbers don't back that up. Miller wasn't farming the strike. If anything, Rabada was. And I was like, hang on, you can still win this game. There was a bit where they needed 16 and over for about, I don't know, 7 overs. And Rabada is taking singles at the end of the over and keeping strike for the next over. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Face 5 balls every over. If you're facing spin, Seth Miller can hit 3 out of 5 for 6 if he needs to. And he basically didn't try and score quickly until the game was totally dead, till they were 5,000 to 1 to qualify for the final. And then he started smoking it everywhere. And at the end, the commentators, the crowd, his teammates were all getting massively excited because the narrative, just like it was when Kohli chased against Pakistan, we all knew what the result of the game was, but it was just whether Kohli would get 100, which was a total certainty, by the way. But this one was just, can he do it? Can he do it? Who cares? Like, if I'm a South Africa fan, I don't care whether he scores 100 or not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I want my team to be in the final.
Yeah.
I don't care whether somebody scores 100 or someone scores 98. It doesn't matter. And the other thing that is completely deplorable about that performance from South Africa is Bavuma, who I love as an ODI cricketer and as a test cricketer. And I always defend him when people slate him for T20s. He shouldn't be playing T20s. It's not his game. He's good at getting 50 in ODIs, in chases like that, to set it up for people like Miller. But yesterday, he took 9 balls to get from 48 to 50. That is a crime, right? 0 off 9 when you're chasing 360 is bad, which is what he was. That is bad, but you can defend that by saying, okay, it was moving around a bit. I was getting used to the pitch. Henry was bowling and he's a throw at the top, whatever, fine. 0 off 9, if you end up getting 50 off 50, is defendable. But 48 to 50 on that pitch, when you're set in 9 balls, is a disgrace. And then he got out immediately after he got 50, he tried to up it and got out straight away. But Miller's innings, loads of people saying, what a brilliant century. There is no such thing as a brilliant century if it gives no chance for your team to win the match. That century gave his team zero chance.
Say that about the semis. The ODI World Cup.
It's so frustrating because we know Miller can do it, and Miller just needed to. So what he did is he threw away, admittedly, a very small chance, right? He threw away a very small chance of his team qualifying for the final of this competition in order to get himself 100. And that is completely unacceptable. But the fact that cricket embraces it and cricket says, great knock, mate, well done. It's not Miller's fault they lost that game. Now, there's lots of people to blame for South Africa not chasing those. I think 360 actually was chaseable on that deck because nobody went absolutely bananas for New Zealand. Like, Kane and Ravindra got out exactly when he was going to go into turbo mode. He got out for 108 or something. Kane got out for 100. Kane played really well. His strike rate was better than Ravindra's, which is really surprising. But nobody went bananas. Like, Machel got 1 away and then got out. Latham inexplicably came in ahead of Phillips and Bracewell. Bracewell didn't really get going. They could have knocked those off if they'd have, like, Bavuma's strike rate was 78, and most of that was because he was trying to score 50 for himself.
All right, welcome back. Well, it's a whole new game, and apparently me and Mash have swapped sides. Oh, we swapped sides again. If you're on the live watch along, we will be here all the way through this game as well. The bets have come in from Rob Barron. As I said, he'll be back on next Sunday. Mash will be on the podcasts again later this week. Just having a look at which ones we have. Okay, so those are from the earlier games. So we have here sixes in Mumbai versus Delhi. Rob Barron has gone for over 16.5 sixes at 1.8. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. How are you feeling about sixes? Is that something emotionally you're ready for?
Do you know what? I mean, we've just seen a game where I don't think, well, no, RCB hit some sixes, but Rajasthan certainly didn't. 16.5, it feels a lot, but I think that's because I'm still feeling I'm still feeling the after effects of the earlier game and Rajasthan. So, but then I'm looking in the comments and people are saying this ground is a 200 and plus ground. So yeah, let's go for it. Over 16.5.
Yep, I think that's right. It's 207 is the run line on this ground. So if we're expecting a 207 game, I think 16. Sorry, I keep saying 16. How many is it? 16.5. So 17 sixes seems like a decent option there. We also have the Jake Fraser McGurk under 20.5. I don't want to lay into the poor young fella who's obviously going through a bit of a crisis of confidence at the moment. But this does feel like a safe bet.
Do you reckon? You don't see him coming out of the funk?
No, not even a little bit. I mean, look, he could. The problem with betting on someone like this is he could have gone past it in 4 balls.
Let me see. 1.8. Okay, yeah, but we have to say it's a safe one. But I'm not taking it. But we have to say it's a safe one.
Yeah, the way he's been batting, I think he will struggle a little bit there. We have most sixes, Rohit Sharma. Oh, so that's a 12-1. There's a bit of value there. So you're hoping he's obviously about to come out and bat in a minute. So we'll get a good idea on that.
Yep.
Of how that's going to go.
I think that's a fair enough one there.
What else do we have here? I like the 12s there as well. We've had a lot of short bets today. And most Mumbai wickets, 3.75 for Jaiswal Bumrah. This is your jam. You're putting your mortgage on this. You're putting, several of the children at your school that you don't even like that much. You're putting bets on based on their one, right?
Yeah, I'm going all in on this. I'm going all in on this one. Everything, my house, everything. It's all going on this one. We've got the teams though, Jarrod. So should we put those 11s up? Production. Let's get the 11s.
Okay, so Rohit and Ryan Rickleton are coming out to bat. You got Will Jacks, Sky, Tilak Varma, Hardik Pandya, Naman Dia, Mitchell Santner, Deepak Chahar, easy for me to say, Trent Bolt, Jasprit Bumrah. I still like this. They bat down to number 9. Lots of different kinds of players. Rickleton hasn't quite exploded yet, but I really like Rickleton. So I'm a big fan of this batting lineup, but they've been rubbish. Delhi.
Yeah, go on.
Delhi has lost his Fraser. He's just McGurk. That's how bad does your form need to be in that you defraze it? Abhishek Paral, KL Roll, Akshar Patel, Tristan Stubbs, Smashatosh Sharma, Vipraj Nigam, Mitchell Stark, Kuldeep Yadav, Mohit Sharma, and Mukesh Yadav. A lot of players in good form here. Obviously, they probably prefer to have someone else opening than Fraser McGurk, although they might still be willing to take that. Delhi is bowling first, so you're going to see Mitchell Stark, and he looks pretty good at the moment. And you can get him at 2.34. Those odds to me feel pretty good at the moment. So I think that's a decent one to start with for sure.
2.34 to what? Take a wicket in the first over?
No, to win the game.
Sorry, Delhi. I thought it said Mitchell Stark. Sorry.
Yeah, no. Oh, actually, that would be a good one. I don't know if I'll be able to get that up in time, but yeah, no, that would be an interesting one as well. Can I bring this in? Oh, I've got the Bangladesh Island women's game. Let me see. Runs off first delivery. First over 6.5 is 8.3. Under is 6.5. So if you're liking Mitchell Stark's form, and a left armour against Rohit Sharma is there. First over wicket, 7-2.
Right.
I think we both suggest that's what that there's a bit of fun there. I wouldn't mind it if you get slightly better odds, but a left arm bowler in form against Rohit Sharma, I think that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, hence why I asked you about it, because I just don't think I see that as a why not, given the form that Stark is in.
Stark, he has a slip in place. Our favourite, the chop out man, is out on the boundary. Deep backward square. Everyone else looks like they're in a ring. It is going to be Rohit facing up straight away. As I said, the run line is 206. I don't do enough research on the grounds to say whether that's right or not. I usually have a look at how the game starts. So at the moment, I'd like to see it a little bit before I make any big decisions. But I do like Delhi's bowling lineup. They've got Stark. They've got Kuldeep Yadav. Obviously, Mohit Sharma, Akshar. There's some good options there, some variety, different kinds. Now, where is Mitchell Stark going here? Oh, looked like he got lost and was about to bowl around the wicket, but he's done a Morne Morkel loop at the top of his mark. Missed the Morne Morkel loop. I'll tell you about that after this first ball as Mitchell Stark comes in, and it's a good ball. Defended on the offside. They're going to get 1 run out to point, as that's where the chop out man is on the boundary. But he didn't know a lot about that ball as he just pushed at it a little bit. No run there. This is a thing that once you see it, you can never unsee it. Before every ball, Morne Morkel had like a half semicircle that he would walk in, right? And if for any reason he got the half walk wrong, he would stop. And so sometimes he would do like a full circle and a half before coming into bowl. And it wasn't that big a thing. Like, it's not like it's Bumrah or Stain or Mitchell Stark or Pat Cummins or something. Because it was Morne Morkel, people didn't notice. The minute you notice, though, Mash, that's the only thing you could ever notice about Morne Morkel ever again in your life, was this ridiculous circle.
Who told you about it?
I worked it out on my own, I think, unfortunately. And then I asked Neil Manthorpe, but he backed it up. Next ball is good. It's full. It's straight. It's punched by Ryan Rickleton down the ground to a mid-on. There's no run there. I haven't seen much movement in the air. Varun might be on the tools. In fact, Varun's not in the chat yet. He's probably still having his lunch. Faf du Plessis is obviously come out of this lineup. Was he the one I was getting confused with Devdutt Patakol before? So he was dropped, wasn't he? Well, I'm just having a look at the internet.
Was he not injured for one of the games? And do you think he's been dropped for this game?
Full and straight, flicked away for 4 by Ryan Rickleton. Good shot there. I'm just going on the internet at the moment, mate. The internet seems to be saying Faf du Plessis shares injury update after. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, God. There's so many of these stupid aggregator sites that you have to go through. No, he has been. It is an injury.
Yeah.
By the look of it. Or he hasn't recovered. So that makes a bit more sense. I was going to say that's not the way I would have gone, but we just wanted to make sure on these things. Ryan Rickleton facing up again. He's 5 after 3 balls, and he pushes this in the air, and that should have been fielded at mid-offers. A decent effort, but a better fielder definitely would have stopped that. And 2 4s in a row to Ryan Rickleton. Are we finally seeing the correct Ryan Rickleton? But I do love the fact that Mumbai are 9 without loss after 4 balls, and they're 1.62 to win this game, despite the fact they've won 1 out of 5 against the team who hasn't lost yet.
I think the problem with like dynasty teams, say problem, but with dynasty teams like Mumbai is they probably get a more credit in the bank than weaker teams do, in that you just assume, oh, but it must come good at some point in time until actually they can no longer get into the qualifiers, eliminators.
I don't know if you did any Mumbai games with us last year as well. There's also something we call the Mumbai tax, which is that Mumbai fans back their team so much more than other teams that there's no way they should have started this short in this game. And there's no way they should be 1.62 after 4 balls and 2 pretty normal pushes. Looks like a good batting wicket, don't get me wrong, but there's nothing in this batting wicket that suddenly suggests to me they're going to score more than 206, right? Like, the run line's only got up to 208. Oh, actually, it might be 209 now. So, yeah, very interesting. We've got the super subs here. Oh, they've now disappeared off my screen. Wide from Mitchell Stark. He hasn't bowled poorly so far, but he also hasn't looked as good as he has in some of the other games. Hoping they put the super subs up again, because I just missed that. I don't know if you've seen them.
No, it hasn't come up on mine. Although it may just come up now. One sec.
We're on 2 slightly different feeds as well. Mine, I think, goes via many different countries in the world. And you've got the standard global feed. So we won't always have the same things on our screens at the same time. Not to mention delays and everything else. See if anyone's put that in. And last ball here, outside part of the bat. I thought it was an edge, but to be fair, you've got a fair bit on that, Ryan Rickleton. That over's gone for 11. Good over from Mumbai. I think they'll be happy with that.
I've paused my feed so I can tell you that the impact sub options for Mumbai are Mins, Bosch, Bauer, Khan, Ashwani, and the Delhi impact subs are Rizvi, Karan, Ferreira, Nalkande, and Chimera.
Okay. Interesting there. So Mumbai's batting first, so you wouldn't assume to see Mins unless they lose a wicket. And we'll keep an eye on what happens. Interesting to see Bosch there as well. Have you seen much of him? Did you see him?
Yeah.
In the,
So I've seen a lot of him in CPL. So when I saw him get the IPL deal, I was like, bloody hell, his glow up has happened in like the space of a year and a half, or maybe even a year. So yeah.
I would say this time last year he was thought to be like a second tier T20 player.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
To go from that to where he is now it's quite extraordinary, and good on him too, because he's not a young player. He's older. Mukesh has got the ball at the other end. He's bowling to Rickleton, and they're going to steal a run to mid-on. Don't know who's at mid-on. If they were awake there, I reckon there was a small chance of a run out. It looked like a left-arm fielder to me. It shouldn't have been Akshar, was it? Just have a look if there's any action on this ball. It's a little bit of a wobble seam. Went dead straight to me. Kept a little bit low, if I was going to say anything about that. Let's have a look. Mumbai in the power play sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one here. Mumbai in the power play this year by their batting. They have averaged 26 at a strike rate of about 142. So pretty poor so far. Rickleton just hasn't managed to get away. Every time I thought, oh, this is the time he's going to go nuts, it has not happened. And then we also have the bowling, and we'll bring up that just after this ball. Mukesh comes in. Good ball. Rohit didn't have a lot to do with that. Well, the two balls in a row there. One is kept hit very low on the bat. That next one hit very high on the bat. So keep an eye out for just a little bit of inconsistent bounce there. But bowling with the new ball so far, Delhi in the power play have averaged 51 with a strike rate of 168. So it's not a strength for either side, this part of the game.
Just a super chat for you to bring up there, Jarrod.
Yash Singh says, Jarrod, I disagree with your critic of auction. It creates parity and no dynasties like soccer emerge. Is this a potential here? Off the pads, I know a few teams have won more in 50 years. I reckon it's going to even out. Well, Yash, we've already had literally almost all the titles have been won by 3 teams. Am I missing something? If the auction worked, mate, that would not be the case. So no, you're wrong. it's quite obviously not working, Yash. It's hard because smart teams are going to be smart no matter what. But no, the auction has not. And the auction doesn't help struggling teams. That's the other problem. It doesn't actually help as much as it should, because you can still keep the bulk of your core more often than not. Good ball from Mukesh here. Back of a length. Not much movement, though. It is worth saying. He's bowled 2 good deliveries, but not a lot of sideways movement. Bounces are something to have a look at a little bit more.
I want to come in off the back of what Yash is saying there, Jarrod, because I haven't heard your take on how you'd improve the auction. Are you saying change to an American style system in terms of how a draft is done, or?
I would actually probably do something slightly different. Although there may be an American league who does something a little bit similar. I would have 2 drafts, not 1.
Right.
Next ball comes in. Ryan Rickleton, that's on the stumps. He's flicked this away, and that has gone for 6. That's a good shot. It's almost like a front foot pull shot, more than a flick perhaps, but he's timed that absolutely beautifully, and that's into the stands. Top of off stump, didn't look like a terrible ball. Just having a look, might have been a cutter just outside off stump. That is a fantastic hit, if that is the case. My thoughts are, let me just see if I can find the full thing here. Yeah, so my thoughts are you would have 2 drafts. You would have a young player / unknown players draft. You would have players who've already played in the IPL, but for less than, say, 30 games, go into a used players draft. And then you have free agency for anyone who has done the time and is older and has played the game. They get to decide which team they want to go to and who they want to play for and everything else. That is how I would do it, because it gives you so much more what's the best way of putting it? Marketing all the way through the year. It gives you quite a lot more when it comes to interest. Like at the moment, if a young player gets picked up in the draft, they kind of get overshadowed by some overseas player getting picked up and getting paid a bunch of money. I don't want that. And then the free agency allows you to actually reward the players for the way that they want to do it. So that's kind of the way that I would do it. But yeah, as I said, if the draft was working, we wouldn't be in a situation where 3 of the teams have won 13 times and the other teams have won 4. Sorry, the auction, I should say. Oh, this is down the leg side from Sark. He's got this wrong. It's on the hip and it's gone away for 4. So Rickerton looks great. Rohit's barely had to play a shot here. They're 24 without loss after 2.1 overs. Run line's gone up to 2.15.
Yeah, it's looking like a belter of a track, to be honest. Those early takes of this is going to be a 200+ game. Looking fair.
Yeah, definitely. Certainly from one end, we have Rohit's only faced 2 balls, but Rickerton looks very, very good. Interesting to see what their plans are to these 2 from here. We've got Mitchell Stark coming in again. It's fallen straight, spooned up in the air, and I think on first look, I'm going to say, I don't know. I don't know if that was a drop or not. It's very, very close. I think it was Mohit Sharma in there. I've now seen it twice. Third angle. Just short. I thought it might have been short just because he came up holding his fingers a little bit. Although you also do that when you drop the ball. But I thought it was because he was trying to scoop it up and was just a little bit short. So the first half chance we've seen, realistically, Rohit facing Mitchell Stark again now. And beautiful shot on the offside. And that is going to go in front of point for 4. Absolutely incredible timing. Brilliant placement. And he picks up 4. Great start by Mumbai this.
Yeah. Mumbai, well, we said it in the pod just before the start or in the last watch along. We spoke about how, in fact, no, do you know what? I've got my time zones wrong. This is in this watch along we said it. Oh my God. But we spoke about how what did you call it? The Mumbai tax, Jarrod.
Yeah.
Where you just top teams just get backed regardless of whatever their form is saying.
Can I tell you the 3 teams in the world where the odds are never correct?
Go for it.
Okay. Mumbai.
Yep.
India.
Yep.
I could give you... Oh, he's got a top edge for 6. Well, he didn't mean that, Rohit Sharma. He's trying to flip that to fine leg, and he's got a top edge basically over first slip's head for 6. It was the sweep, really, more than anything else, and that has gone the way of Mumbai. So a little bit of luck in this over. They could have had a wicket, but just having a look. Yeah, definitely trying to flip it to the leg side. In fact, probably trying to keep it on the ground. He's managed to 6. So if I told you Mumbai and I told you India, you would be like, that's absolutely sensible, and I understand. The third team is Nepal.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Nepal fans come to play, man. They bring their wallets and they come to play. Oh, good bowling by Stark. Slow ball again. So we've seen a couple, and this just beats the outside part of Rohit's bat. We're up to 217 on the run line. So far, completely living up to what we thought. Of course, Delhi, better side probably after the power play finishes with the spinners and the other options, and even Mohit, I suppose, you would put in there as well. But yeah, there's certainly a little bit there. Aditya says, where are you watching this? You're ahead of me, who's watching on TV. I come to you from the future. That's the kind of man I am. Up in the air and over cover. Beautiful shot by Rohit Sharma. There's a lot of runs on offer on this wicket. And certainly when the pace has been on the ball, they're going to have to make a change very, very quickly here, Delhi. 39 without loss after 3. They're at 1.42. Maybe the odds are slightly shorter than they should be. Currently, the run line is 71.5 for the 6 overs. And that seems low considering how they're batting at the moment, Mash.
Yeah, going great guns here. I mean, probably that the roll hit shot in this over, the top edge one, which went over the keeper.
We didn't get a wicket in the first over, by the way.
No, we did not. No. But I think this looks like the type of wicket where you can just hit through the line and it's just going to race away. Well, if you time it well, it's going over the boundary rope, but if it's on the floor, it's racing away regardless, which suggests, going to now look at Delhi's team again, that spin's going to have to play a key factor here in slowing things down. If they can.
They've got Kuldeep and Akshar. They're going with Mukesh again. To be honest, I thought he bowled okay in the first over. It was just that one ball that really got away from him. And I didn't think that was a bad ball. I thought that was brilliant batting from Ryan Rickleton, who this time smashes the ball out to deep point, and he's just going to get one. Next batter out, Rohit Sharma is 11-10. Rickleton is 4-6. Rohit's playing as many shots as Ryan Rickleton is at the moment. I'm not sure I agree with that. And maybe now Rohit's set, but he's 16 off 6, and Ryan Rickleton is 26 off 13, is it?
23 of 13.
Is it 23 or 13? Sorry, it just dropped off as I was saying it. 23 or 13, you're right. I'm not sure. I think it should be much closer to 50-50 that, and getting nice odds on Rohit Sharma at the moment there. I'm not saying bet on it, but let's just keep an eye on that for a second. The other thing I wanted to look at was runs in the next over. So this is what are we in now? This is the 4th over. So runs in the 5th over. What have you got here? Wicket in the 5th over is 12-5. Don't know how you bet on that at the moment because I'm not sure how many you know. Runs in the 5th over is 11.5. Who is going to have to bowl that? So it's not going to be Mitchell Starc. And Rohit backs away and swings. Okay, is that still 11? Is that still 11-10? I'm having a look at Rohit Sharma at 11-10. The way that was just a run down the wicket and slog. And so for me, that changes the odds should change after that last shot.
I feel they've got. Who do you think's bowling this next over? I'm looking at it, trying to work out who I think they'll go to.
What have they got? They've got one. Mohit Sharma is an option. Who else do they have there? Why can't I find my scorecard? I've got so many tabs open. This is just my normal life of having 1,000 tabs open at any stage. Let me get back to this. Next ball. Well played by Rohit, but across his pads, it actually dribbles out a little bit more than I thought. Okay, so they could go with Nagam, Akshar, Kuldeep, Mohit. So they're not going to go Nagam, right? I think we can rule him out. He'll come on later.
I'm thinking it might be Akshar.
It's either Akshar or Mohit. And maybe you need to bowl one of each of them.
Good point.
You don't want to bowl Starc again. And good bowling, straight back. Mukesh doing well here, although he's fumbled that 8 times on his way to picking it up. He's gone for just the 2 singles here. So even if he goes for a boundary here, he's done well. You might sneak in for the 6th.
Who? Mukesh.
Mukesh. You might sneak in for another one, knowing that Mohit's going to bowl more at the death anyway.
Yeah.
So let's see what their thinking is here. So if you want to have a look around for odds at anyone, knowing that Mukesh might come in for the 6th, and we're assuming Akshar or Mohit will bowl the next over. Length ball, outside off stump. Got that one wrong. It's been hit away to deep cover for 4. Really needs to bowl that a little bit straighter. Again, not a horrible ball. Just on this wicket, we're going to see that a lot. If you get it a little bit wrong, it's going to go for a boundary.
Good over in the grand scheme of things, though.
Yeah, no, definitely. A plus over. They don't have any issues from that point of view there. Got to be pretty happy with that, bringing it back. So was it 6 in total off that over?
Yeah.
So he's got 15 off his 2?
Yeah.
And Stark's gone for 30 at the other end. So Mumbai's in at 1.45. The expected runs is at 217. So we started at 206. Does that sound right?
I think it was 206 or 207. One of the two of them.
So it's gone up 10 runs, but Mumbai is 1.46. You see what I'm saying? Like those two don't make sense. 10 runs, you should get a bit of a bump, but I'm not sure you should get that much. All right. It is not going to be. It is going to be Nagam. The one bowler I said they wouldn't use is who they're bringing on. Wow. Tells you just how hard it is to sometimes pick some of this. Nagam's coming on. Fast leg spinner full and just pushed down the ground by Rohit Sharma for one. So they got a long off out. As it'd be interesting to see what Rickleton does. Now I feel less confident because I think Rickleton's really going to go for the leggy here. You can still get Rohit 11 to 10, but yeah, at the moment I feel just a little bit more confident in because I think Rickleton will try and hit some sixes this over. And by that I mean he's going to play a forward defense and edge it to third for no run.
No, plenty of time left. I wonder if they expect. I don't think they would have expected Nigam to be given the ball. I think it's amazing confidence in the youngster to tell him to bowl in amongst the early carnage. But I'd be shocked if they don't go after him.
Yeah, Rickleton facing up again. Rickleton, that one kept a little bit low, and Rickleton sort of weighted back on it. To be fair, the first 3 balls have been fine, and he's certainly bowled quite well here so far. If he can keep the ball in this area, I just feel like one of them bounced and one of them didn't bounce early on. So again, something worth watching. That's too short, but Rickleton's hit it to the sweeper. I think of 2, but I think they're only going to get 1 there. So another win. Now this is, even if we get a couple of boundaries here off the last 2 balls, as long as they're not 2 sixes, I'm taking this as a win. I'm more or less happy with this because I wasn't expecting to get away with this as much as I have. And we get a dot ball. Good bowling. He's bowling very, very full at the moment. The young leggy.
Also very quick. Unless I need to see that. I need to see the speedster, but it feels quick to me.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either. You're right. Chance of an LBW if he can pitch this just right. That's where he wanted it. And it's not given. I thought that was out. I just thought that was plumb. He went for the slog sweep across the line. I can't imagine height is an issue. It looked absolutely straight in line to me. Just looking at the markets. The markets think that this is a chance. They've already started to swing back. It has been reviewed. I reckon I would have given this. So it'd be interesting just to go back and have a look and see what it was I got wrong. Now, the camera's just outside off stump. Has it hit any back?
I think it's out.
It's
I
out.
think that's hitting. It's out. Surely it's out.
Hits him on the hip. It is a little bit high. I can't imagine this is bouncing over. At the very least, it should be umpire's call. The market's coming right back in, mate. So a lot of people have seen that review. Carol's just talking to Akshar at the moment. What an over this will be if they pulled a wicket out. I said, though, didn't I? I just felt if he got it in the right length, the way it's skidding through, it's leg stumpish. It's out.
Yes.
Well done. Great bowling and great captaincy to take that because it did hit him a little bit high and you could have got yourself into a nervous disposition there. They didn't. They made the right call. And I apologize to everyone for giving you the tip on the LBW a millisecond before it happened. So you could not make that decision. So that's on me for not giving it to you about 2 balls earlier. It just felt like there was the way he was bowling. There was a big chance of being able to get that. But inspired captaincy. And Vipraj has his first wicket. Rohit Sharma has gone. But Rohit Sharma next man out. 11 to 10. Take that one to the bank, people. We got you that one. It just didn't feel like to me he was here for a long time. It felt like he was here for a good time, Mash.
Yeah, and possibly, I mean, given how Rickleton had got off to an absolute storming start, I wonder if Rohit just said, well, that's the type of wicket it is today. So let me just, I mean, it's difficult because that's also Rohit's game, but I don't know if he was unwilling to play second fiddle and if he was kind of caught in the slipstream of following Rickleton. But I mean, the platform is laid all the same, 47 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, no, he's done the job of a short form opener, right? He's cashed in. They're ahead of the game. Weirdly enough, the odds are now almost exactly what we started on. But yeah, he's done very well. Also, very good for Delhi because they've got lots of spinners. It is Mukesh bowling this over. If you went unders based on how he bowled before, not a bad over to have him in for. Although his first ball is short, it's miss hit over the leg side for 4. Just a little bit too short at his pace. I know he's nervous because he's had a couple of balls hit from a round off stump, but I think he's got to be fuller in that off stump here. Don't think he can afford to give Rickleton that kind of a swing at the ball. Just having a look at Rickleton's record against leg spin. He averages 35 with a strike rate of 149. I'm just looking that up because he didn't look as safe as houses to me against the leggy. He looked a little unsure, Mash. I don't know how you read that. Outside of stump, next one, hit straight to point, no run.
Yeah, I think neither him nor Rohit. It felt like they were caught in two minds of how to play him because they wanted to keep the momentum going. But almost, those kind of bowlers where you don't want to give them the respect of just seeing them out. And so you feel you have to hit them where maybe actually Nigam deserved just a quiet over.
Yeah, and they started that way, didn't they? They didn't, there was some pushes, and I know he was a little bit uncomfortable against him at times. This one is slashed out to deep point. Let's let you know on next batter out, because I'm interested in this because I think Rickleton's going to keep going here. So you've got an unset batter in Sky who's come to the crease, who hasn't faced the ball yet. And at the other end, you have Rickleton on 33 from 21. The other thing I'm interested in is if you can get good odds on not caught or LBW, the way that Nigam is bowling, but you've also got Akshar and Kuldeep. I reckon this ball might skid on a little bit towards the stumps. And if the spinners bowl clever, I think there is a chance of LBWs. So keep an eye for any of those if you can find the market.
Has the
batter out? Oh, sorry, go.
Has the run line come down after that wicket? What's it come down to?
That's a very good question.
Back to 207 or something?
I'll find it after this ball. This is slicked on the leg side. Sky's just to help this on its way for 6. That's good batting because it was a poor delivery. It was down the leg side. He got inside the line. It wasn't one of his sweep shots or anything. It was more like a David Gower-esque. Take the ball off your pads, flick it in the air. Really, really good shot from Sky there. Just helped it on its way. That will help the run line. The run line was hovering just around 200. It's gone back to 206. So about where we started the day. Weirdly enough, the run line is about the same as where we started the day, but the odds are Delhi is 264 and they were 232, I think, to start. So that's changed a little bit. Certainly got something there. And I'll go to next man out in a minute as Mukesh. He's got to get out of this over alive. It's a wide down the leg side and fumbled by KO roll. Next man out, I was about to say, was a very good bet. And then Sky played his shot. It was, and Rickleton was 4-7. So massive favorite to be the next batter out. And then Sky basically showed that he had maximum intent off his first ball. So that should change the odds. And I think some of the bookies might have woken up to this now. I was just waiting for those to be redone. Yeah, so Rickleton's 8-13 now, and Sky's 6-5. So if Sky's going to keep going, Mash, he's scored a 6 off his first ball, and the next one was a wide. There might be some, if you can get good odds, if you find a bookie who hasn't woken up to that yet, the intent of Sky, you might be able to get something there. I like an unset batter who's 6-5 to be next man out. Who's already hit at 60's first ball. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Getting,
hear you.
I like those odds. Anyway, 4.16 wide. Good ball by Mukesh. Top of off stump. He looks so much better when he just landed the ball where he probably has been landing it his entire life. Just having a look. There was a bit more swing early on to Mitchell Stark than I thought, actually. It didn't feel like it, but just looking back at the replays of some of Rickleton's boundaries, a little bit of swing there. So that's something worth remembering as well for the second innings. Sky, 6 off 2. So they were going at 70 for the power play. They're not going to get to 70 now. They're 59 with a ball to go. I think Sky is going to try and hit this for 4 or 6. He got caught, but I think he wanted to hit that high and realized it was too full and ended up just pushing it to mid-off. So again, Mukesh Kumar, I think, has done his job here today. He's only got 1 over left. It meant that they didn't have to worry about bringing on another bowler. They didn't have to bring Stark back on, who was struggling. They didn't have to use Mohit. I think that's a win. And now we have the spinners, the 3 spinners who will combine in the middle here, Mash. 2.58 on Delhi. It's a good pitch, but there's certainly something to work with.
I think given how much, the Stark went for 30 of those 59 runs. So 4 overs for 29 off everyone else. I think you take that, don't you? You think that's kind of got away with it, given what it could have been. What was it after 2 overs? Like 32 for none or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Or not 2 overs, maybe 2.5 overs. So I think if a Delhi, you come out of the back of that power play saying, yep, we'll take that, all things considered.
Looks like Vitraj is bowling again. But no, I think you're right. We have to take a loser here too. It was a 12-1 shot on Rohit for most 6s. I'm just going out there to say he won't get most 6s. Ryan Rickleton has come across his crease to sweep this. The umpire's given a wide. Be interested to see how far that was from leg stump. Mash, it didn't look that far from leg stump for me. For a minute, I thought he was going to get himself bowled around his legs from a leg spinner. Let's have a look. Oh, it's probably a wide. I think that's fair. Overpitched. He's lucky to get away with that. You're bowling to a left-hander, you're bowling leg spin, and you bowl a full toss outside leg stump. You could be losing that ball. Vitraj is it's taken 1 for 4. That ball went for a wide, and also they got an extra run there as well, as there was a fumble from KRL. He's fumbled twice today, so we'll keep an eye on that. Sweep from Sky, gets it full and outside off stump, and sweeps quite well to deep cover, deep mid wicket, I should say, and picks up the 4. Also, we saw the pace. That was at over 90 kilometers an hour. That was quite quick, and that was the wrong end, and he just hit it with the spin, so it spun back into place. Good batting by Sky.
Yeah, I think I saw when I mentioned that pace of Nigram, I think there was an earlier ball he bowled, which was, I swear it flashed up as 99. I was like, bloody hell, that's quite quick.
Shorter and cut away here, and no run. Sky, in over 7 to 15 of this IPL, has certainly been playing really well. So they're going to have to get him out very quickly. Having a look at Nigam here. No, I like his action. It's quite a repeatable leg spin action. Don't think he's ever going to get a lot of sideways revolutions on the ball. As I say that, he beats the outside edge with some sideways revolutions on the ball. That was a very good ball, though. I reckon that drifts in and spins away almost, maybe just a little bit, but a beautiful delivery. He's not going to get swept off too many of those. And good keeping by KRL. We've already said that he's been struggling a little bit. Sky facing up again. It does sweep this and sort of hits it on top of its head. It should be 2. There should have been 2 from the midfield. I don't know if that was Sky's fault. I think it was. I think Sky always assumed it was 1 and jogged it, where it was always a little bit in the gap. Either way, Rickleton's back on strike. 33 of 21. Just been pulled back recently and didn't look as confident against the leg spinner as he had against everyone else. He backs away from this one and he swats this.
over long off's head for 6. He didn't look confident with that one, actually. I think he picked the wrong ball to play that shot, but he's got such incredible hands, Rickleton, that once he sort of throws his hands through the lines, if he makes contact, it just absolutely far. He was so far from that mash, he could barely reach it. He really, if we're being honest, should have been caught at long off then. But it's a good pitch, and it was a good swing, and it was a 6.
It's just a classic example of where you've just got to no half-heartedness in this wicket. If you're going for it, go for it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that you'll always succeed like Rickleton's done, but you can't pull out of it. You have to be fully committed. And I think you'll get your maximum's worth if you do so. Talking
about your maximum's worth. Remember, we have a bet that we told you at the start of the game, which is 17 sixes in this game at 180. We have 4 sixes in 7 overs. Yeah,
I've been keeping count as soon as you mentioned that bet, I started writing down how many sixes. So I'm 4.
What was the other bet? Oh, Jasprit Bumrah's most wickets. Okay, so that one's for later. And Fraser McGurk we have for later as well. So we have a couple more live bets out there. Beautiful strike by Rickleton. I kind of been waiting for this Rickleton to turn up all tournament, and it hasn't quite occurred yet. But the bigger challenge might be the other spinners. In fact, we're going with Kuldeep straight away. This won't bother Sky as much, though. I think Sky will be pretty happy with this. Just seeing Jasprit Bumrah on the balcony giving lots of advice on exactly what to do. Jasprit Bumrah and Mitchell Santner, 2 of the best spinners in the game. Just comparing cross. 89 matches and 95 wickets for Kuldeep Yadav.
My worst ever cricket take happened about 3.5 years ago, right? And I was trying to convince...
So far, Mash.
So far. But I'm going to own up to this one. I was having a debate with a close friend about Mitchell Santner, and I said, I don't understand what he does. I think he must be overrated. Like I didn't get it. I didn't understand how he's so successful as a spinner. I've now accepted after 3 years that I have no idea what I'm talking about, and I should have seen how effective he actually was.
I mean, at that point, I don't think you were massively off. He was struggling, I think, for a long time. As this one is drilled back to the bowler for no run. Like, I mean, for a long time, it was hard to really justify being a huge fan of him. And coming into the 2023 World Cup, everyone in New Zealand was like, is he still our best spinner? Like, where is he? And almost since that time, he's been brilliant everywhere. He really has picked up. So I'm on your side here, even if I think I'm known amongst the Mitchell Santner fans as the person who believes in him the least. So I'm probably on your, but he is just, for me, I mean, he's taking test wickets now. He never even took test wickets before, right?
Yeah.
And you watch him in the Champions Trophy and when he bowls in the IPL, I've just been so impressed with him. Oh, and he's bowled a wrong end as Kuldeep Yadav, and that has gone straight through Rickleton, who did not pick that at all. He was trying to play that on the offside, giving himself some room perhaps, but I think he thought that was going to spin away and he could push that out on the offside, maybe find a 2 or a 4, and instead he's lost middle or leg stump. Beautiful wrong-in by Kuldeep. Lovely. It's landed just outside of stump and hit the middle 3/4 of the way up. I was just about to look up Rickleton against left-arm wrist spin. I don't need to because that wasn't ideal.
Yeah, it's an absolute beauty. Should he have come forward to it though? Or do you think it's just on him? Do you think it's got on him too quick for him to even, because he's backing away to try and cut it?
Yeah, I mean, looking back on it, that's hit 3/4 of the way up the stumps, right? Even if that spun away, it's probably not the very ideal ball to cut, is it? So you're right. Maybe looking back, he's like, I should have come forward. But I think when you don't pick the wrong and you're already in a bad situation. If you're trying to play an attacking shot and you haven't picked the ball, you're already on the wrong side of things, aren't you? So I think we have to be fair to the bowler there. That was excellent bowling. And probably Rickleton is a little bit unlucky that that's the ball he decided to give himself room. But that's what the bowler was going to do, right? You know, I think that's also fair from that point of view. So
Delhi keeping themselves in this. They're not falling away. Couple of wickets. Tilak Varma is here. I remember a couple of days ago when he took Mumbai Indians out of his Instagram profile, and suddenly that was a very controversial thing to do at the time. I think the run line's around 205. Oh, another wrong in. And it's picked by he probably could have saved that, but I think he did hit that quite hard, Tilak Varma. And that seemed to me to skid off the surface a little bit as well. But a really good hit first ball. And Kuldeep, oh no, that should have been saved. That went. Oh no, I take that back. I don't know. I'll give Mash the final word on that. I felt like it should have been saved anyway.
Well, I'm just about to see it properly, so give me a sec here. Let me.
Next ball is a dot ball. Also, we had even though we didn't tell you to make the bet, we did think that Sky, the way he was batting, was logical next player out. So if you took that, that bet has failed.
Just going back to that previous ball, yes, it should have been saved. And I only say that in the context of this day and age. We now expect those things to be stopped, irrespective of who's. If you're on the boundary rope, we expect those to be stopped or parried back into the field. Certainly,
he was there. Is the way I looked at it. Right, he was there, and it didn't quite come up. So, anyway, it wasn't a great first ball from Kuldeep Yadav. So he would have been lucky if the fielder had saved him there. So where are we? We're 79 for 2 after 8 overs. They're not flying.
No.
And they really haven't been flying since Machel Stark came out of the attack. Akshar Patel coming on now. This is pushed out. They're going to get 1. We know that Sky is going to try and sweep him. But yeah, they've certainly changed the way they were batting. A minute ago, things were going very, very fast. And suddenly, it looks different to me.
Yeah, so I've just looked at the. Sorry, I'm just working out the figures here. So that's 45 overs. Yeah, so when Stark was bowling, they were going at 11s. Since Stark came out of the attack.
Incredible shot by Tilak Varma. Reverse sweep off the stumps, and he's hit it for 6. Beautiful hit. So that will help a little bit. That gets them back into it. Sorry, but continue your maths.
Yeah, I was about to say they were going at 8s, but obviously that 6 will now help. But it shows you how much the Delhi had pulled the game back since Stark came out of the attack.
Okay, so big hit there. Really, really good batting. And Akshar, what is he going to follow this up with? It's full, it's straight, it's clever bowling, actually. And it's just pushed away, and they're going to get just the 1 run there. I think Mash might have just dropped out for a minute. I'm sure he'll come back. Just having a look at the numbers here. Yeah, he was beaten with the wrong end. No doubt about that. Now, I expect Sky to sweep here. This is where it brings Akshar in for a catch. I was saying before, the LBW plays a part, but I can also see this one held up in the wicket a little bit. So we've seen the odd one spin from both ends now. Oh, no, wait, this might be the same end. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of spin from this end, but not every ball. Certainly, it's sliding through a little bit. So Delhi would want a bit more. Nice to have you back, sir.
Yeah. Don't know what happened there, but I am back in full effect, and I see that Akshar is on.
Akshar is on. So he was reverse swept for 6 that first ball, and we've got 2 singles and a dot since then. So 9 off his first over. So again, it's if they can get out with another dot here, they're not too far away. But Mumbai's finding pretty easy boundaries, even with the newer batters coming to the crease. They're not struggling with that. As he gets a dot. So 9 runs off that over. I think Akshar's probably pretty excited with that, all things considered. We're going to have a quick timeout. Initial thoughts on this one? 88 for 2 after 9? I think I'm right. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we got a bit duped there by Stark going for 30 and thinking, well, I might have got duped in thinking, this is going to be a belter, 220 or something like that. Mumbai have actually Delhi have if this goes along as it's currently going along since that opening burst of 8s and 9s, I think Delhi will be absolutely ecstatic with that and say, okay, I don't know where that takes them to, because what's this? 8-8 for 2 off 9. What's the run line? Is the run line still 206-ish, 207?
202.
Yeah, so it's gone down since the start of the match. At one point,
And yet,
217.
And yet Mumbai are shorter now than they were at the start of the match, despite the fact that this wicket looks great, right? Like the two things are not following in at all. Was that our 5th 6 that we've had?
Yeah, I've got 5. Five's the count so far.
So just a reminder that we had a bet at the start of the game, which was predicted runs is 78. So they're 10 up on the predicted runs according to Varun. So that's based on the Hawkeye data, remember. So we need 17 sixes in this game, and we've had 5 so far. These 2 guys in certainly plays a part. We also had the Rohit most sixes. That did not come up, of course. But yeah, so there's plenty of fun still to be had. The odds are Mumbai's at 1.65. So they started this game at about 1.7 and 1.72, despite the fact they have only won 1 in 5, and it's an away game, and they're playing a team without a loss. But this is a good start. I think they're going to be pretty happy with their start so far today. Let's see how it goes from there. They've lost a wicket to Kuldeep Yadav. Both, in fact, the spinners have taken the 2 wickets so far, but all the spinners have also been hit for boundaries.
Yeah.
So it's not as if it's a wicket that's going to massively help the Delhi bowling or anything like that at the moment. So all these things help. Also, if they get over 200, there's also the Jasprit Bumrah effect, of which we have a bet on Jasprit Bumrah as well. Most wickets at 3.75. Before today, Vipraj is one of the fewest bowled, the 4.5 meter length with good returns. 5 wickets in 15 balls bowling in that length. So I think for him, he bowls very fast and he skids it through. Oh, this is a beautiful sweep shot by Suryakumar Yadav. Again, should have been stopped. Not helping their spinners here at all. Again, we see a situation where that ball was taken from outside off stump. It was well played. It probably should have been a 2. Not a bad ball from Kuldeep at all there. And I say he should have been stopped. Maybe I'm wrong, Mash. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my replay on it. Like the first one you said should have been stopped earlier on. Definitely should have been stopped. And this one should have been stopped.
Okay, good.
It should have been
I
stopped.
feel like I'm 2 from 2 there. Sometimes I'm very harsh, right? You know, I'm very harsh with this sort of stuff. So
yeah, but my thing is, once you're there, you should stop it. If you're not, I mean, okay. Put it this way, Kuldeep reckons it should have been stopped. You can tell by his reaction. I think it was just a bit of a lazy dive. Okay.
He is a bowler. Oh, beautiful wrong in here to Tilak Varma, who ends up just defending that. I think he realized really late that was coming back the other way, and decided to go against it. Now, Rob Barron's just sent us a bet, which I will try and get him to explain in a moment, but it's about Delhi's first over. As this one is knocked down the ground. Good batting. Just waited for that ball in the right area and went there. It's about, so Mumbai's first over went for 11. So you need 12 runs off the first over to outscore them. And Rob is saying that you can find Rob is saying that you can find 5.5. It's a beautiful ball by Kuldeep, and this guy didn't pick that again. Neither of these guys are picking the wrong and perfectly at the moment. Got an outside edge and it's gone nowhere. It's good batting because he used soft hands. Yeah, he's saying that you can put a bet on Delhi to have the best first over at 5.5. And what he's saying is one of the few people who actually made any runs off Trent Boult last year at the start of the game was Fraser McGurk. So I love it now that he has 2 bets. He has one against Fraser McGurk, which is the under 20.5. So what Rob Barron is telling us is that Fraser McGurk will score 12 runs off that first over on his own, but then go out straight away afterwards. That's a proper punter. He's got every angle of Fraser McGurk covered over there. But yeah, if you can find it, because they've scored 12 runs in their first over, Mumbai, you get very good odds on the first on Delhi to score more than that because people are saying that's quite a high total. But what he's saying is what Rob is basically saying there is that Fraser McGurk and Trent Boult have a good matchup there. That's a good over for Delhi, I thought, Mash.
Yeah, very good over again by Kuldeep. The type of over where Delhi now need to consider where do they bowl the remaining 2 overs of Kuldeep. Do you bowl him out? Do you hold back 2? Because he's got such great, his levels of control are so great that do you bank on slowing Mumbai down now or bank on him getting a wicket for you later on? What do you do with him, Jarrod?
I think I'd try the young leggy again. I think I'd try the young leggy again. Yeah, and just go with that. I think he's bowled really well today. I know we went for runs in his last over. I'd do that and just hold Kuldeep back an extra over. You've got Akshar at the other end, who I know went for a little bit of runs in his first over. And could be a wicket here. It could be 4, in fact. It's over the top of short, fine leg, and it's gone for 4. I said before that I thought the sweep shot would bring about top edges. It has, but this one's gone for 4. Just on that bet. So as we said before, you can get 5.5 and those sorts of odds on Delhi to outscore 12 runs in the first over. And what Rob Barron currently believes is that Fraser McGurk will go 6-6 and out. That's a true punter there, Mash.
I actually want. I'm assuming Rob's now currently watching. But
is this what is going on here? This is kept low. There's an LBW shout. How has that not bowled him? I think this is one of those balls that they're going to end up reviewing. And you can take down the win probability. I think the win probability is broken. We might need to flag that up because I don't think Delhi Capitals a 99% chance of winning this. But that was a beautiful delivery there. And it's almost dismissed him. It's gone through. They're reviewing.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I just don't think this is. Actually,
I think they think it's brushed the pad on the way through.
Is it going down?
Is it going down leg?
I think it's flicking the outside of leg.
It was given not out, right? It was given not out. So.
I think it's that camera angle is slightly to the offside, but it's not straightening enough for mine. We're just waiting. Yeah, it definitely hits the pad on the way through, doesn't it? In fact, it hits the pad in front of middle and leg more than I thought. I just don't think it's hitting enough of leg stump. Mash is my issue. I think it is hitting leg stump, but not enough. Because that angle is brutal. It just doesn't spin back at all. No. It's actually missing leg stump. There you go. No. So I was half right. Always felt like it was sliding down. He bowled that from wide on the crease. It didn't straighten at all. Very good bowling. Do you know what that was, Mash? That was one where you bowled a very good ball and then you review it. We talked about that in the first game. That's all that was. That was such a good ball. He must be out.
Yeah.
Review killers, those deliveries. Absolute review killers.
Yeah, worth the review though. Now I can go back to my reckless bet of the day, which I think will come in. Fraser McGurk to be top run scorer for Delhi Capitals.
What?
Yeah.
All right. Wait.
I'm waiting for the odds on it, but that's my reckless. That's my reckless punt of the day.
Okay, they just had the odds. I'll be able to bring it up. Oh,
it deserved that noise as well.
We had a dot ball and then a single. Akshat's bowling beautifully here at the moment. So remember that Mash is not a professional punter, and he hasn't checked the odds yet. Fraser McGurk is 3-1 to be the top run scorer.
Is that it? That's way short. Still taking it, but that's very short.
Now, I think you want this bet in part because you think this is a road. Oh, another top edge. Oh, and it's gone for 4 again. Akshar's bowled beautifully in this over, and he's gone for 2 boundaries, and he really doesn't deserve to have gone for those at all. Really good bowling from him. They've got the right hand has got a top edge. Now the left hand has got a top edge as well. 3-1. Yeah. You're happy with that? You're still taking it?
I'm still taking it, but it's not as long as I thought it would be.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now we're interested in who bowls this next over. I think they'll go back to Vipraj, but they could also stay with Kuldeep. I think they really need a wicket now, and they're really a little bit unlucky there. They had the close LBW shout. They could have bowled him, really. If that hits a little bit more pad, Mash, that bowls him. It would have just gone back onto the stumps. The 2 top edges. First one was fairly safe. Second one was much less in control, but they were both top edges where the batter wasn't in control at all of them. And so there's no doubt about that there's a little bit going on. And they have made the bowling change, but they've gone away from the leg and they brought in Mohit Sharma here. So very interested to see on what the ball does to the with the slower balls now. So spinners have not bowled poorly, but you have been able to score against them. Sky's 24 of 20, Tilak's 17 of 9. Sky's facing up, and first ball was not a slow ball, was an on-pace ball and hit straight to short mid-wicket. Mohit Sharma, who I swear ages 5 years every time I see him. Last year, I don't know if it's the haircut, because that's quite a punchy haircut for a man of his age. How old's Mohit Sharma?
Well, I was about to say, what's his official age on his what's he coming up as? 31.
Who got fired recently? Was it Grant Bradburn who was fired in county cricket? And allegedly, one of the things he kept asking the Asian players was, "What's your real age, not your cricket info age?" I mean, it wasn't the only thing he said. To be fair, he got done for quite a few comments, but allegedly, Mohit is 36, almost 37.
Well, he definitely looks older than me. That much I will say. He looks like a real uncle out here.
Oh, this is flicked on the leg side in the air. It's good batting, though. There's no one there. That's just knowing where your field is. Really good batting from Sky, and he's picked up a boundary. So they moved to 108 for 2. Just having a look. Yeah, that's just an on-pace delivery. A little bit over-pitched, but excellent shot and excellent placement. Where are we here? Have Shreyas and Rajat done enough to warrant a first 11 spot for India? Remember, you can ask us some super chats as well. I don't know. I'd have to go through the entire. So I really like Shreyas, though. He's someone that I've been looking at, but I kind of still feel like Patadar deserves more of a go. Sky, 28 off 22 after that boundary. He might be about to step on one here. He can't step on that because he can't reach it, because that's short, terrible delivery down the leg side. So Mohit has bowled 3 deliveries here, and all of them have been on pace for the king of the slow balls. Let's see how long he keeps going with that.
He's trying to rope a dope here. Throw in the slower ball when they least expect it.
So just having a look, moving the field around here a little bit. I wonder if they're going to put the deep mid wicket out on the rope. In fact, that's exactly what they're doing. One man up, one man out on the offside. I think it's a deep point. I don't think it's a chop out man. They've got a fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and long on. He's going to go short, and he's going to go at the body, is my guess here. He goes full and at the stumps and almost gets an LBW. So if that was the reverse Malachi play, brilliant from Mohit, and he deserved better. And I reckon Sky was about a second late on that, working out what was happening. Oh, it's just a little bit outside. I reckon if he bowls that on the stumps, he's out. He just got that outside the line, unfortunately for him, but clever bowling.
They're saying in the chat that they think Mumbai are batting too slowly on this.
I can sense that. Yeah, I think that.
What's the current run rate? Run rate's 9.5. I mean,
they're getting a boundary so easily when they go for boundaries. They're 35 off 24 with 2 stars at the crease. They're maybe a little bit with the handbrake on more than they need to be. This might have been a slower ball from Mohit, and it's knocked out on the offside for a 1 run. Yeah, I can see that. The projected score on the TV is 190. I think that's overs. 202 is what the market is saying at the moment. I think you want to score more than 202 on this wicket, even with Bumrah on your side.
Yeah.
I think they get 2 bites of the cherry though, because they get. I think I'd be interested to see how Chahar bowls, mate, because he seems to have lost his swing, and he's a swing bowler. Not ideal. If Chahar and Bolt were both at full form, I think they could have carried Mumbai a little bit more. But now they really do need Jasprit Bumrah back. But they do get 2 bites of the cherry. They get the new ball bowling, and then they get Bumrah as well. So 210, 215, even if it is a good pitch, there's something to be said there. Oh, well, he's not holding back now. This guy tried to hit this over cover for 6, and instead he's just mistimed it. So Mohit's over. What is he going for there? He's gone for the 1-4. He's got the wide. Yeah. I think 1-4 every over seems about par at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like there's more than 1-4 every over out there. So like it's par, but
I agree. No,
like I'm looking at Sky and Tilak. Sky more so than Tilak actually, where I'm thinking I'm not convinced. Sky definitely isn't timing it properly.
Well, Tilak is, because he's just launched this back down the ground for 6. This is a miraculous shot. He's just stayed in his position and just high elbow punched this back down the ground from what looked like, if not back of a length, then certainly around that length. And it is a glorious, glorious shot.
Well, that shot turns what was going to be a good over for Delhi into a win for Mumbai.
Definitely that is the case. So that wide that Mohit bowled earlier, it's taking the run line up to about 210 again. As we said, 215. Actually, it's still, I say that it's about 207. It didn't change as much as I thought it would.
I stopped my 6 count. Was that the 6th? Was that the 6th, or have I missed another one somewhere?
6-6. That's easy for you to say. Let me just have a look.
Yeah, it is. I just checked.
Must be, yeah.
So just the reason why the reason why I'm saying that, people, if you are only just joining us, is because one of our bets of the day was for there to be more than 16 sixes.
Well, you can add another one to that, because as you were speaking, he's just hit another one. No, that's the wrong bet. Where's my most 6s? Why have I lost my most 6? Oh, 6 is in match. There it is. 17 we need, and we now have 7. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. 7 so far.
Just a slog sweep there. It's the kind of ball I was talking about before. When the ball was skidding on, I thought it was a good delivery. Probably now needs the ball maybe a little bit either fuller or wider, especially to Sky.
Yeah.
Leg spinner. He's bowled the same ball again, and maybe that was wider actually, and it's just muscled to deep mid wicket for another boundary. That's good batting there. This is a good lesson for the leggy. As I said, he hasn't played a lot of cricket. He's only 20 out of Uttar Pradesh. What's this? His 12th T20 game overall. He dragged that down, actually. I think he was trying to do the right thing. It's just that, unfortunately for him, Sky was too good. When you're a skiddy leg spinner and someone's good at sweeping, you either need the ball to really be skidding on for you, or you need to slow it down yourself. And at the moment, he hasn't quite done that. Sky scores 45% of his runs from mid-wicket to fine leg against spinners in the IPL. That's a lot, people. That's a big amount on a third of the field. What can Vipraj do here? That's better. Fuller. Harder to sweep the very, very full delivery as long as you don't bowl the full toss. If you just get it in there, it makes it just that little bit easier. And what is a lot of young spinners, when they start to get swept, they bowl faster.
Yeah.
Slower. I love it. If I've swept someone a couple of times and they start bowling me faster. It's much easier. Also, you can use the whole bit of the field then. You can do little dab ones past your shoulder. So you can't set a field to it. So like Farmer, will he go too? I think he will. This is up in the air though. It feels very high to me. It feels incredibly high to me. And that has been punched for 6 by Tristan Stubbs. There is no other way of explaining what happened. Or it might be for 4. I might have got the... What happened there was it went so high that the 2 fielders got near each other. They freaked each other out. And then at the last minute, Tristan Stubbs realized he was going to have to go for the catch. And if I'm not mistaken, he has punched this from about 2 meters inside the boundary over the boundary. Let's see if I was right. Oh, went through his fingers in the end. Didn't even punch.
I'm calling it a drop.
Oh, it's definitely a drop. I don't know if he got a finger on it, but it's a drop. That's bad cricket, mate.
Yeah. It's the two fielders converging on each other. It's that classic thing where neither one of them knew who was actually going to take it.
Definitely. No, really disappointing there. Just when they needed a wicket as well. Vipraj bowled himself back into this. It was the right delivery. He made Tilak Varma make the mistake from outside off stump. Again, beats him outside off stump. They're going to review this wide. If the camera crew has decided that's the end of the over. I won't be surprised if they review this. So we might have to come back for another ball there. But he's bowled well to the left-hander. He's actually, of recent times, been bowling better. Well, he's bowled better to the left-handers today than he has to the right hand. But disappointing, as you said, it was the 2 overseas players out there. It was Jake Fraser-McGurk and Tristan Stubbs. So Cricket Info is saying it was Jake Fraser-McGurk that dropped it. I might have got that wrong. Correct me.
No. It was Stubbs. It was Stubbs.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah.
That was out there, but they were next to each other, weren't they? And because it went so high, they both had so much time. But what happened was essentially that Tristan Stubbs at the last minute assumed that JFM was going for that and backed away, and then had to get himself back into the position.
Yeah.
But the ball was in the air for a long time and should have been caught. So Varun's still looking at this predicted score, saying that they're well above the rate here. So interesting. Kuldeep back into the attack. He's come down the wicket. This could be out, actually. Sky's hit this straight to long off. He got a bit stuck, Sky. He got a couple away in the last over to get himself kick-started. I think he thought this was time to go. Instead, Kuldeep's beaten him in the flight here, and he spooned this up to long off and just brought Delhi back into the game a little bit, back to the 206 predicted score.
Yep, no more than Kuldeep deserves there. I think I'd said a couple of overs ago that I didn't think Sky was actually timing it that well, and then he hit that 6 and 4 and made me look like I don't know what I'm talking about. But Kuldeep's had the last laugh. I think, well, Kuldeep's obviously been the pick of the bowlers thus far, so...
That 40 off 28 is going to be interesting going ahead, mate.
Yeah, exactly. So when we do the pod at the end of this game, it'll be interesting when we look back and say, was an innings like that a match winning, or not match winning, but like a match losing type innings? But then Rickleton was only marginally better. He 41 off 25. So it's only
I mean, he got stuck as well, didn't he? I think the difference between Rickleton and Sky was kind of stuck and then almost got himself out of it, whereas Rickleton was getting stuck, and it was because he wasn't playing the wrist spin very well. Where I think if you take out the wrist spinners, I think he was well above the rate, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, both of those innings, considering Tilak Varma's on 30 off 14, and what was Rohit? He was
18
off 12. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I mean, maybe Tilak Varma's just the one who's got the pace of this wicket the best at the moment.
Yeah.
He is out anyway, not out, but out in the middle. And he's cut his second ball deep point, and I'll take a 1. So they're still going at 10 and over. It's interesting. They keep going at 10 and over, but the score predictors are not going crazy. They're not saying they're going to get a big kick at the end and they're suddenly going to put on 220 or 230. They keep, even with or without the wickets, even when they're hitting a bunch of boundaries, the predictors keeps, the market and the other predictors are all saying around that 190 to 205, 210 mark. As Varma pulls this half tracker It's the sort of ball that you go out to that you don't deserve to go out to. And we're just seeing again, Hardik's bat just getting through the size of the bat. Do you follow any of the batting gurus on the social medias? And they're always saying this is the biggest bat you can have. It's barely legal, which makes it sound like a porn thing, right? Like we've got to that point where it's like, you won't believe how much wood we've got here. It's just dick jokes everywhere you go.
You know, you're gonna have to send me the links of some of the individuals that I need to be following. I only follow one or two.
Of guys who get big followers from just reshaping bats like that have broken and stuff. Yeah, it's. I don't follow any of them, but they come up. This is a very good ball from Kuldeep Yadav, and Hardik takes a big risk to get a single, cutting that from almost probably top of middle stump, but almost the top of leg as it spins back in. Run line back to 205. Now I reckon there might be a potential bet here. Let me have a look. As I'll wait for this next ball from Kuldeep. Good bowling again from Kuldeep here, and could have got a wicket. Good comeback, really. All things considered, after that drop, that's when the wheels can come off, right? When you have a drop like that, they can completely come off, but that's not what we've seen here. I'm just trying to see if next batter out has come up yet. Because Hardik's, my guess is Hardik's going to knock this ball around for a while.
I'm just looking at so there's 6 overs left after the end of at the end of this over. There's 5 overs from the main guys. Who's bowling the last one? Not the last one. The last. So sorry. The second. Stark's got 2. Mukesh 1. Kuldeep 1. Right. That's 4.
Yep. And so Mohit will bowl.
Mohit. Do you think Mohit bowls another 2, or does Axar get 1, or do you give the young leg spinner 1 more?
The young leg spinners, come on, he might have another wicket here. This is Hardik. I was going to say he's going to knock it around. He wasn't going to knock it around. Lucky we didn't even get the odds on that. He's hit this straight to, you're not going to believe it, Tristan Stubbs, who has taken what is a very, very easy wicket. And suddenly Delhi are well back in this game. And if they'd taken the catch at Tilak Varma, who knows where they would be at the moment. But again, bowling very full. Varun told us that before. He bowls very, very full. And he tried to hit inside out, did Hardik Pandya. And suddenly Mumbai find themselves just in a little bit of trouble as the projected score comes down to 199. I don't think 199 is going to be enough on this wicket unless Bumrah does a Bumrah or Bolt does a Bolt, or they both do something.
So it will feel like I'm just saying it now because it just happened. But I was going to say to you, I think they should let Vipraj bowl out, because although his figures read before that ball 3 overs, 1 for 33, he'd bowled better than 3 overs, 1 for 33. So I was going to ask you, do you think they should still let him bowl his full allocation? And anyways, he is going to. So
I think Mohit's first over didn't look great, and you don't really want to rely on Mukesh and Mohit at the death. And like Mohit will bowl again because he is a death bowler, right? Like, so we will see him again. Stark will obviously bowl at the end, but you don't want to be in a situation where you have to rely on those other guys. I think one is the perfect situation is probably what they can do now, which is they can pick and choose. As you said, they've got Akshar available to them as well. So there's 5 overs left after this. Stark will definitely bowl 2 of those. You then have Kuldeep will bowl 1 more. So 2 other overs to go. And between that, as this one is bunted down the ground by Naminda, between that, you can then pick between Mohit, Akshar, and Mukesh Kumar if you want to go in that direction as well. So you've got flexibility, I think. Yeah. Remember, Mitchell Starc had a terrible start to this game. And Tilak Varma has been dropped by off the bowling of Kuldeep Yadav, I should say. And this isn't going to be dropped. This is a beautiful shot. For the second time in this game, Tilak Varma has got his front elbow up and just played through the line and hit an incredible 6 over long on. Beautiful timing of the ball. I think before, that's one problem with bowling the fuller length that he struggles with. I think occasionally here, Vipraj, he just slightly over pitches, and that's what he's done there. He's over pitched and been smacked down the ground for another 6. But a good follow up there outside of stump. So he's got wicket 1-6. If he gets another wicket 1-6 dot, I should say. If he gets a single off here, I think that's the best situation. He gets one more ball at Naman. It was the wrong end that was hit down the ground. Jeez, he paints. Easy for me to say. A pretty picture when he plays through the line. Good bowling. He's bowled this on the pads, squeezing him. That's the ball that you bowl when you want someone to hit you for a single. That's very clever from a younger bowler there. Good work. And he's now got the new batter on strike for his last ball. And he's a chance of a cheeky 3 for here if he can sneak one through. Got to land this and got to aim at the sort of middle stump 3/4 of the way up and try and skid it through. That's the ball I would be looking for. Let's see if that's what he's going for. That is what he went for, to be fair. Maybe slightly more off stump, but he gives himself some room, does Namindar, and he pushes it on the offside for a moment. We're going to have a timeout. Mash, tell us your thoughts in the next 2 minutes on this game while I have a very, very quick toilet break.
Excellent. Right. So after 15 overs, Mumbai Indians, for those who've just joined us, by the way, or if you've been with us through the curation of this watch along, Mumbai Indians 146 for 4 after 15. It's been a peculiar innings of sorts because everybody bar Hardik has got off to some kind of flyer. Even Rohit, I know he was only there for 12 balls, 18 off the 12. Rickleton, 41 off the 25. Sky, 40 off 28. But as you can see with the current not out batter, Tilak Varma, who's 38 off 19, going at 200 strike rate, the 3 preceding batters before him, not including Pandya, who obviously only scored 2, they scored quickly without ever being truly fluent. Rickleton was fluent at the top. Let's not try and reinvent history. In the power play, Rickleton was relatively fluent. But the key turning point for me has been once Kuldeep came on. I think that slowed things down considerably. They certainly didn't have the confidence to attack Kuldeep. And then the young leg spinner as well, Vipraj. His figures, he's just bowled out 4 overs, 2 for 41. And I think he's bowled even better than those 2 for 41 suggests. He's got the crucial wicket of Rohit up top. He got the wicket of Hardik a few balls ago. He also, Vipraj could have had 3 because he had Tilak dropped on 22. So I think the kind of dual threat of Vipraj and Kuldeep Yadav has done a lot to, and it's not just because they're the only ones who've taken the wickets, but they've done a lot to drag this game back. It's worth reminding people that after 3 overs, Mumbai were 39 for none, or 2, just shy of 3. So this game has been dragged back considerably.
Definitely, that is the case. And so we've had now 4 wickets. Probably want 1 or 2 more as well from here. But can you give us a 6 counter? Do you know what the current?
Yes,
6
so we're on. If I'm not mistaken, we are currently on 9 6s.
9 6s. So Tilak has 3. I've got 8.
No, sorry, 8. Good point. 8. Sorry, I've counted wrongly. 8 6s.
By 9, what I meant was 8. Do you teach maths? Is that one of your?
No, that's not one. It's 8. I don't know where I just added the extra one from, but it's 8. Yeah.
Kuldeep is coming back on, so they're getting rid of his over early on. I wonder when we are going to see Stark bowl, because I want wicket in an over when Stark's bowling. So that might be a little bit tricky to get, as this one is up the way. Oh my God. And again, it's gone to Stark, and is that Mohit out on that boundary? I didn't quite pick that up. It's gone for 4. But again, that should have been stopped, and it's the 2 fielders next to each other. Maybe Delhi should just stop putting their fielders near each other, Mash.
And it would be helpful. I'm just trying to. Sorry, Jarrod. What's the run line right now? Has it gone under 200 yet?
It did briefly. Next one is hit out to deep point. Let me just bring the run line back up. Why can't I find the run line? Oh, there it is. The run line is 203 at the moment. And for those of you who don't know what the run line is, basically what we're talking about is that is the predicted total. So you can get even monies betting above or below that mark. So 202 or 204. As his next ball's down the leg side and is turned for one by Namindir, who's fairly new to the crease, only faced a couple of balls there. So yeah, there's certainly some value there if you can work that out. If Tilak stays, they should go above that, right? They should be +5, +10 there. And if he doesn't stay, it could get a little bit messy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, good point. I forgot that obviously Tilak's still in. I expect, put it this way, the reason I asked is because I expect them to score less than 200.
Well, the next ball has been a big play and miss from Tilak. He's almost got bowled, and that ball hasn't gone far from off stump. Beautiful bowling again by Kuldeep Yadav. Now, something's just spooked Tilak Varma there, and he's gone away. Yeah, I mean, 201, 202 seems about right. So maybe unders. This ball's outside of stump, and he beats him again. Do you want to go unders? Are you ready to go unders?
I mean, it depends. How good do you think Tilak will go against the pace? Do you think he cashes in at the back end against it?
My issue with the pace is not that he's not good. It's just that I kind of think that Mitchell Stark will be very annoyed at how bad he's bowled so far today. And he's been bowling much better, I think, later in the tournament anyway. Oh, there's a good shot by Tilak. He might get 4 here. It should be saved. Oh, it was saved. And if you didn't hear this surprise in my voice, we really haven't had a great fielding day there. But that's a good over from Kuldeep because that's gone for 8. And the last ball, and it's also kept Tilak off strike next ball. So, yeah, I mean, it's your theoretical money there. The run line is currently 201. We've got 2 overs from Mitchell Stark, probably an over from Mohit Sharma, and maybe 2 overs from Mohit Sharma, or depending on how they want to break it down from here. That's Kuldeep done, isn't it? That was his last.
Yeah,
one.
that's his, yeah. So Kuldeep ends with 4 overs, 2 for 23. So just seeing 41, 23, 464. So 8 overs, 4. Yeah, so between Yadav and Vipraj, they went 8 overs, 4 for 64, which is very fair.
If this is a good pitch for wrist spinners, that might be something that is not ideal for Mumbai. But we'll worry about that later. Mohit is coming back on, and he's bowled short, and he's been hooked for 6. Naman, who had been 2 or 3 at that stage, we've seen them try this a couple of times with Mohit today, this sort of short ball tactic. He hasn't bowled as many slower balls as we're used to him bowling. And I don't know, it just doesn't look that fast. It doesn't look that furious until it leaves the bat. Good shot, though. Certainly 86 meter 6. Seemed like he got under that quite well.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that's another 6. Is that 9?
Yes, it is. Sorry. Do you know? It's because I was watching the slow ball. I was watching the short ball. Just thinking, what on earth was that? All
right. We're up to 9 6s. Remember, we need 17 6s. So from now on, we will boing every 6. Well, if I remember. So I probably won't. Oh, we'll play that noise, apparently. Mohit has gone for 19 runs in 7 balls. He's bowled full outside of stump. It's a good comeback. Still doesn't seem to be bowling any slow balls so far. Not sure that one needed to be clapped. It feels like Varun's just having too much fun now. Okay, so let's just have a look at what he's been doing here. His average speed. So he quite often bowls his slower balls as bounces. I don't think that last one was, though. I don't think the one earlier was. So he generally bowls more on speed full, and when he bowls short, he bowls the slower ones. I don't mind a slower ball bouncer here at the moment if that's what he's going to bowl. If that's his theory. What I don't like, and he's moved the field quite a bit here. He's got the long off back out. So he doesn't have the 4 fielders out for Tilak Varma. So I'm assuming full. Nope, it was short. And it's 4 again.
Yeah, but why is he bowling short though? I don't understand. What is he seeing that I'm not seeing?
Well, I tell you what he's not seeing. Wickets. That was the slow ball, short ball. But it wasn't high enough. If he's going to do that, it has to be shorter. That's just a long hop. I remember when the slow ball bouncer came in, and like you had to ask these old coaches in the blast, because it was the blast that first started it. You'd be like, tell us about the slow ball bouncer, and they'd be like, mate, it's a long hop. I'm like, but no one's hitting it. And then eventually, obviously, everyone started hitting it. But actually, I'm just having a chat to his bowler at the moment.
Right.
49 of 25 is Tilak Varma.
It looked like it was a cutter into the pitch, to be fair. But
Yeah.
The only person I've ever seen bowl a slower ball bouncer or long hop, whatever we want to call it, and bowl it successfully is Dwayne Bravo.
Oh, I think there was a period where they worked. And then what happened is people just realized if you stay in your spot, you can just sit there and smack it, right? But yeah, no, I mean, you're not wrong. It's not exactly obviously the Mohit thinks they're working. I don't know what his figures are this year. That's Tilak's 50, by the way. He just brought that up. What is Mohit's figures this year? 5 games, economy of 9. He hasn't taken any wickets this year. So he took 13 last year, but 27 the year before. That was when his slow ball was at its best for me. And I think he's just dropped off a little bit with age. This is a good slow ball outside off stump. And it drags Namandir out of position a little bit, and he ends up hitting it out for a single. If he gets away with a single here, though, this is not a bad over. He's gone for 13, starting with a 6-1-4. If he can just get a single or even steal a dot ball here, considering the start, I think they would take that.
Yeah, fair enough. I'd say so.
Varma scored 39% of his runs between square leg and mid-wicket tonight. Very agricultural. And he's played some of the best straight drives we've seen tonight as well. So
yeah,
it's all over the shop. Full and straight. That might be LBW. He's given it. He has given him LBW. I think it's probably worth a cheeky review. If I was Tilak Varma here, I'm pretty sure it's going to be out though.
Listen, that's a critical moment. After all my Mohit slander, not only does he get out of the over, but he takes the key wicket. And bear in mind that I've gone under on 200s on Mumbai. Let's see how that affects the run line. If it stays, have they reviewed it? If it stays out,
it's been reviewed. I think the market has gone back. The market's not sure about this. I think it's where it's pitched. It's so full. I don't think he's hit it. It's just where it's pitched. And I think we're seeing the offside of the ball. So it's bouncing there. What percentage of the ball you think pitched in line? It's going to come down to that, is my guess. So it should be umpire's call if he hasn't hit it, which it doesn't look like he has.
To the naked eye, it looked out, but obviously I need to
outside
see
leg. Outside leg.
Ooh.
It is not out. Wow, that could be costly. Very costly. Either way, he got the dot ball he wanted. And we should see Machel Stark coming on now. What is wicket in this over? If you can get something like 3s on wicket in this over, I think there's a big chance of that, because they're going to have to attack this over. And Machel Stark usually picks up wickets when that is the case. So if you can find anywhere to put that bet on and you get decent odds, I would be saying take that. Just outside leg. Just outside leg. Good bowling, though. It was clever. He set him up for 5 deliveries with it.
So,
He's still canny. He's still got skills. He just doesn't have the revolutions on his slow balls that he used to have. That's the difference.
Who bowls the other one other than Starks too? Is it back to Mohit, or do you think Mukesh gets it? Because I think they go back to Mohit again.
If Tilak goes out, do you think about Aksha?
Okay. I hadn't thought about Okay, let's see what happens with Stark first, and then we can establish who bowls the penultimate one.
Machel Stark just moving his field around a little bit here. They're still hovering around the 200 though, aren't they? They've been flirting with it all game without ever really getting ahead of it all that much. And it is Machel Stark who is going to be bowling around the wicket to Namindir. As we've got mid-off up in the circle, 167 for 4. His first ball is coming up here. And he's got a dot ball, wide Yorker. It's good. Just got my son Ezekiel, who's come in to the. You can definitely not have that hat.
But you've got another one that you like.
If you're going to come in and talk on mic, you can have the other Collingwood hat, not that one.
That's dark.
Yeah.
Okay. How can I have this one?
If you're going to talk on microphone.
Why can't I have this one?
You can't have this one because I don't actually love you that much. No, I really love that hat. That's why. Get out of my office. Are you going to your Nene's now? All right. Well, if I don't see you, goodbye. There we go. That's some behind the curtain stuff for you here. He's helped this on its way over short fine leg. Didn't get all of it, Namindir, but got enough. That was almost the wicket I was looking for. Instead, he's picked up another boundary.
Right, so what's that? 171 for 4. Okay, 200s. 200.
Mash riding this like he's put 20 grand on it. We're slightly under on our sixes at the moment, by the way. We've got 9 sixes. I reckon I want 10 or 11 here to feel safe on Rob's bet. It's still very much in play, though. Stark, again. Namindir. Oh, it's whipped away beautifully off the pads. That is an incredible shot. And another tantalizingly close stop. I think that might have been Jake Fraser-McGurk out on mid-wicket. That was timed beautifully there. I don't know, man. It just feels so easy to hit boundaries here, Mash. This doesn't seem like a lot of runs.
Well, this is when you went for the toilet break. That's what kind of I was getting at in that. Now, Namindir may well make up for. I think runs were left by the top 3. But let's see what they had at the back end.
And so far, it's looked like a better pitch for wrist spin than it has finger spin. So they'll have the one. Well, if they bring in their kid, their left arm wrist spinner is a possibility. Santner and Akshar Patel probably not as suited to this wicket, but Santner might bowl better than Akshar Patel. Although I thought Akshar actually bowled pretty well. This is up in the air. This could be caught at long off, and it is. Oh my God! It is one of the best one-hand takes you will ever see. Unfortunately, he's fallen on the rope and flicked it back in. Is that Akshar Patel? This is incredible. This is a balletic art at its absolute peak. One-handed, above his head, almost behind himself. He's plucked it out of nowhere. A backhander, one hand, clean as you would like in the left hand. And then he has flicked it back in, which I think just before he falls onto the rope. I think we'll have to have another look at this from the side on. Yeah.
I don't think his touch the rope is brilliant, though. Absolutely brilliant.
As long as his hand didn't touch the rope, he's fine. It's out of his hand by the time his leg does. Did they only get 1?
Yeah.
Oh, he's saved 5 runs there, hasn't he? I did think it was a catchable one, but he hit it so straight that that was just incredible cricket. We've made fun of some of the bad fielding we've seen today, and it has been poor at times. Let's not muck around. That is one of the best fielding efforts you will ever see. The ability to take that offhand over your head, Mash, and flick it back without hitting the rope. Just absolute genius.
And not somebody I associate with that type of fielding.
No, a very good fielder, but I don't think we think of him as that kind of fielder. A real shame, though, for our most sixes bet. Because he's stolen that 6. He's stolen 5 runs there.
I'm gonna write that down in my notes, because if this game comes down to something close, there'll be that moment.
But Tilak Varma is back on strike. So he's 50 off 27. That was Namindir that hit that last one. So we did say I did expect a wicket in this one. We've had a 4 that was clothed around the corner, but safe. And we've now had a catch out on the boundary that was thrown back in and another dot ball to Mitchell Starc. So we've had 2 dots and a single to go with our 2 4s in this over. This over very much goes on whatever happens in his next ball, but we did want a wicket. We're struggling for that now, for sure. 1 ball to go. We've had our 2 chances, probably. 2.84 Delhi. They've been hovering around 2.6 to 3.2 most of the day. They did go up to 4s earlier. Start comes in. It's the wide Yorker again. It's slashed away. It spins. I don't think Chop Out Man was ever going to get that one, but it spins further away from him and another boundary. Good over. I'm taking that if I'm Mumbai. I might be upset that I didn't get the 6, but I'm taking that because I got 3 boundaries there, 3 4s, and that gets me back up to. Does that make you nervous with your bet?
Yeah, definitely. Starc hasn't looked like this is his game today. I don't see, unless whoever bowls the 19th, unless there's a wicket, I can see Starc getting taken for a lot in the final over. So
2.92 they are. So they're still hovering around that same mark after that. We're just waiting to see who this next bowler is. Oh, wait. And we lost that bet for wicket in that over. We did actually get a catch, but he threw it away. It is Mohit Sharma has come back. Interested to see where he goes. Do you know what we haven't had today, mate? Big overs.
What do you class as big, though? 20 plus?
Even 15 plus. I don't think we've had that many. I'll look it up in a second.
Yeah, I think there was only one. Did someone's over went for 17? Wait, was that Mohit actually? Did he go for 19 or something in that first over?
Wide Yorker here. He has timed the underwear off this. Unfortunately for Namandir, he's hit it straight to deep point and he's not going to get a run. Let's have a look here. The third over went for 19. That was Mitchell Starc.
Oh, Stark's right.
And then you're right, 17 for Mohit. That's it. We haven't had a 20-run over in what looks like a great batting.
This feels like a 20-run over pitch.
Yes,
you see what I mean.
That's why I'm a little bit surprised with that. Anyway, Tilak Varma, 54 of 29. He's been outstanding today. Was dropped out on the boundary and certainly should have been taken. Solo ball up in the air. This should be out. Oh my God, the 2 fielders have caught this and then run into each other. Delhi fielders and Mukesh Kumar's holding his shoulder. I think they've run 3. They've certainly run 2. That should have been taken. They've run straight into each other. It was slashed to short third. They're both on the ground. Is that Spashatosh down there as well? Yep. It was a slow ball outside off stump. It was well bowled. He beat him. It was caught by... Oh, no, it wasn't caught. They clashed into each other too early on. So Mukesh Kumar and Ashutosh just went straight into each other. I think it is... I'm just trying to see. I think Ashutosh is going to be okay. And Mukesh will probably be subbed out.
Yeah.
But wow, what absolute drama. The field, what did I say before? They should never have 2 fielders near each other.
I just don't understand. Like, across both games that we've seen today, we've seen a lot of, and I know obviously there's a narrative and I don't want to try buy into the narrative, but I don't know, Jarrod, like, surely someone calls for that. It's the person who's who was it? Was it someone that
it was
don't know which person who was that point?
Ashutosh was at backward point and Mukesh was at short third, I'm pretty sure.
Right, so I think that was Ashutosh's catch, was it not? He's the one who's gone for it. So where's Mukesh going? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, no one's been all day. We've seen situations like this where drops have been put, catches have been put down, but also where players aren't calling and they're just running. But anyways, I presume there'll be a subfield, impact sub here.
Yes, I think he'll come on for Mukesh. Ashutosh is gone. He's stretching. I think he hurt his leg. So I reckon Mukesh hurt his arm. And that's we almost should have had a run out here. Ashutosh hurt his leg. It looks like his shin. It looks like he's stretching it. So It's hard to say exactly what happened there. And then Mukesh, it looks like, to me, it looked like he came down and fell on his shoulder a little bit. Yeah, that would have been run out by a meter had he hit the stumps. Tough. Just one stump to aim at, but it was a different run out chance. And I think Ashutosh might even be coming back on, mate. Oh, no, that's Mukesh. Oh, now I am confused. They're both off the field at the moment anyway. We'll update you when we get more information. What we haven't had is more sixes, by the way. Good bowling by Mohit, but has he forced this away for 4 at the deep wicket? No, just the 1. Good fielding out there too. There could be a run out. Oh, Namindia, I think wanted 2, and Tilak Varma said no, and he came halfway down the pitch. And if that was just not a shit throw, he's out. It was a shit throw. And so KL had to take that 2 meters away and then backhand it towards the stumps. Always going to be tough from that distance. We've had a 1, a 3, and 2 singles here. Mohit pulling this back nicely. Just making Mash feel a little bit better before it's snatched away when Mitchell Stark gets hit for 3 sixes in the next over.
Well, yes.
Outside off stump. Beautiful timing. Will it Pete? Long off. It won't. Like, it should come back for 2 this time. It stubs. Yeah, there was always 2 on. Much better running there from Tilak Varma.
3, 5, 6.
Partnership is 50 off 28. No, we haven't talked about him much.
No, we haven't.
So much going on, but really good little innings here. He doesn't look like he's smashing it or anything, but he's just managed to keep the scoreboard ticking over and find boundaries when he needs to. He's got 2 4s and a 6, and remember, he should have hit another 6. One was stolen from him. Just having a look at that clash again. So who got hit in the leg? Oh my god! It really looks like the worst version of Kama Sutra you've ever seen. These two falling on each other, Mash. And this is another 6, is it? Swept away. Mohit doing great work in this over and bowls a knee-high full toss outside off stump the last ball. And Namandia sweeps that away for another 6, which gives us our
10th
6. We only need 7 more to claim those ones.
I think that I'm very confident that the 6s bet is coming in.
But how confident are you on the unders? What under did you end up going on? Was it 202 or 203?
200.
Oh,
it wasn't even an offer. I just said, I'll be under 200, but that's not going to happen.
Rob has sent you a message, so he's listening in. He says at the moment you can get 5 to 1 in some bookies on Fraser McGurk to be the top scorer.
Right, that's the reckless bet of the day, people.
That was Mash's bet earlier. So Mash has already put 20 G's on that, so he'll put another 10 G's on it now. He can get better odds. That's how London school teachers roll.
Atush got kneed in the inner thigh, is what Rakshit is saying.
Inner thigh. That wasn't what he was. Well, Mukesh is back on the field, and he's going to bowl this over, so he's fine. Interesting today, we've seen 2 big international players not bowl the last over for their teams. Josh Hazlewood earlier and Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark's been bowling well this year, but he hasn't been bowling well today. Mukesh bowled well, not really a death bowler, but you can see why they've made this change. Maybe more so than you would the Josh Hazlewood one. It's a leg ball outside off stump. It's top edged, and it is going to be just a single. We that. It was a wide ball that really had no protection out there, and you would think that ball was going to fly away for a boundary, and instead it did not. And he's got away with the single, and he's also got Tilak Varma off strike. Not that Namindir has been batting poorly, but I think of the 2, probably rather have Tilak off the strike than Namindir. 195 for 4. Remember, Mash needs 4 runs in the next 5 balls. No more. Preferably less. I just thought they were about to show a free hit then, by the way that there is in. Mukesh Kumar is bowling ahead of Mitchell Stark. Interesting tactical decision. It is a good ball, and unfortunately, it's brilliant batting by Namindir. He just paddles this around the corner and safely along the ground for 4. We now need 4 dot balls for Mash's bet to get up. Everyone?
Yep. I'm very confident.
That's good batting. He got well outside off stump there and just helped that on its way. He almost helped it onto his leg stump, but he was in control enough there and pretty happy with that. In fact, I think if anything, he was very happy. So we've had a 6 and a 4. Sorry, I just read that wrong. And this one's hit out to deep point, and they get a single. So good hitting, but straight to the fielder at deep point. He's a little bit square now. So Mukesh has gone for 6 runs off 3 balls. They will take another 6 runs off the next 3 balls. Mash won't, because he needed under 200. He's gone. He's dead.
Yep, I'm out. But luckily, I covered myself with the Jake Fraser McGirt bet, so I'm okay.
Tilak, 59 off 32. Just having a look at the field. They got mid off up, fine leg back. So surprise bouncer is an option here. Deep mid wicket, long on, chop out man, deep cover. It's an interesting field. He's gone for the slog sweep. He's hit it very high. This should be caught. Oh, and it is caught. Parag has caught this on one leg over the boundary. We've seen incredible balletic art from the Delhi fielders when they haven't been running into each other or freaking each other out in the field. Twice now they've managed to do some special stuff on the rope when it's a 6 or a wicket on option. But they've obviously also cost themselves a few there. He slog swept this. It was a half volley outside off stump. Mukesh got it slightly wrong, actually, but because it was so wide, and Parag did absolutely beautiful. Just a leg cocked in the air, like you're taking your dog for a walk, Mash. And he's found the fire hydrant to piss on.
Yep. Very nice stance there from Parag. Tilak goes, 59 from 33. He actually slowed down a bit as he got later into his innings. Maybe fatigue, more so than not being able to time it. But then you could say that Namandir picked up the work at the other end, because he's currently on 34 from 16, going at 212. And again, though, Jarrod, I'm looking at this innings from Tilak and the innings from Namandir, and I'm saying, did the top 3 leave runs out there? We'll only know when Delhi come to bat. But
they've never had, outside of the brief time when Rohit and Rickleton were together, they've never had 2 guys going at the same time, have they?
Yeah.
And it's not that they haven't tried to, because Sky tried to and then went out straight away, but they've just never managed to. And that's the 220, 225, which I still think is a reasonable one. But if you look at Tilak, when's his peak? He probably, we got another ball here from Mukesh. This is munted out onto the leg side for a single. I'm trying to see what he got to. He got to 32 off 18, and then he hit 4-1-6-4. So at that stage, he's 30 off 14. 30 off 14. And then, you're right. He just gets a little bit stuck in those, last 10 or so balls.
Yeah.
He was 38 off 19. And then he hit 5 off the next 2. So that is 43 off 21. And what's he ended up on?
59 off 33.
Yeah.
So,
just slow down a little bit. It could just be one of those days. I don't think there's anything with the issue here. Is there a T20 equivalent of doubling your score at the 30 over mark? Not really. No, we haven't seen those much. Remember, you can get in some super chats. We might have some time in the second innings. Bad ball from Mukesh. He's done well in this over, but that's a knee-high full toss, and he is very lucky to save that. They should come back for a third. Oh, direct hit from the boundary. Oh my God! And then a fumble on the backup. They haven't just had an all-run 4. Please tell me we haven't had an all-run 4. I mean, he deserved to go for 4 there, Mukesh. Oh dear, they have. It's an all-run 4. So. The chase is 206. The start of the day, that's exactly what we thought this score would be. That was the predicted score on the betting markets. That's ended up what has happened. But within that, Mumbai has come into 1.5, where they started at about 1.72, and Delhi has gone from about 230 out to 3s. So if you're looking for a bet there, you've got them. We're going to have a 10-minute break. But just before we do, remember, Rob Barron has given you every kind of bet possible on Jake Fraser McGurk. He's bet on him unders 20.5. He's also bet on Jake Fraser McGurk to outscore Mumbai's first over of 12. And then on top of that, our man Mash has come in and bet on Jake Fraser McGurk to be the top scorer. So Jake Fraser McGurk is going to be our story in the next innings. How many sixes do we end up with? Was it 9 or 10?
10 sixes. We need 7 in the Delhi innings.
Which seems very gettable. And not to forget, Jasprit Bumrah for the most wickets. We'll have a 10-minute break here. And at the end of that 10 minutes, we'll be back with the final innings today and then a podcast at the end. I'm Jarrod Kimber. That is Machel St. Patrick Hewitt. We're here on Cricket 8 and we'll see you very shortly. If you come to cricket8.com now, you can spin the wheel as we start to launch a new thing for us, our free fun cricket games. There are prizes for top spinners, and on top of all that, we have 8,000 live scorecards and so much content. If you come to Cricket8,
it simply took India batters too long to realise they don't need to score all the runs individually. And that was like a quote. And then the headline of the article was, India aren't the perfect T20 international team, but they might be the greatest ever. And then the sub headline is, the only gap in their lineup is bowlers with the ability to hit sixes, and that's something they might have to live with for the moment. Now, I'm not trying to say maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't know if that's a Cricinfo clickbait type of headline, but I did look at it and I thought, okay, am I reacting to this because I've just always assumed that general consensus is that the West Indies team of 2012 to 2016, and I completely accept that I may well have West Indian tinted glasses on here, but I just assumed the given take was, well, West Indies had the best T20 team, and if they aren't, they're certainly the trailblazers in the format. Where do you stand, Jarrod, having taken in that T20 series between India and England? Is there merit in saying India might be the greatest ever T20 international side? So that was balanced, Jarrod. Over to you.
It's too early to say that they're the best, but if you're asking of what team could be the best, then they have the ability to score 250 to 320 against a good team. And I don't think the West Indies did, right? Like, that's not the West Indies' fault. The game has just developed since the West Indies played, right? Like, we remember the West Indies for all their hitters. We forget the amount of times Marlon Samuels was 25 not out of 32 balls, knocking the ball around, right? We forget the Lendl Simmons innings, mate, when we go back. And we also forget that there was a lot of ropey bowling, right? There was a lot of Carlos Brathwaite and Darren Sammy and Kyron Pollard. And, you know, so there were things within that team that at times were a little bit not as strong, right? For its period, like, they should have won all 3 World Cups, West Indies. You know, and they didn't always have their best players playing. Sunil Narine didn't play in 2016, did he? He was on the outs with the board at that stage. So they should have been even better than they were. I think what Monga is trying to say, based on what you just read out anyway, I think what he's trying to say is that this is a team that can bat to number 8, number 9 sometimes if they wanted to. They could even bat further. They could basically just pick Bumrah and a bunch of all-rounders, right? If they really wanted to push it that far. They could score at a scoring rate that we've only ever seen in league games, right? So, you know, the Sunrisers and those kinds of teams. They could score at that kind of rate. And then they have this incredible interchangeable all-rounder option, right? So they have Hardik and Nitesh Kumar Reddy. And then they have Akshar, you know, Jadeja's retired, but they have Akshar, Washington Sundar, all available to give them multiple different kinds of spin options. And then they had 3 frontline bowlers in Jasprit Bumrah, who might be the best white ball bowler of all time. Mohammad Shami, who's a really good new ball bowler, and Kuldeep Yadav, who's, you know, a fantastic wrist spinner who can move it in both directions. As Monga says, there aren't many weaknesses in that. I wrote about this in when was the Australian World Cup? Was that 2023, I think? Or 2022?
2022, yeah, 2022.
So I wrote about it then. So I was 3 years ahead of Monga going, if you look on paper what India can do, they can create a T20 side unlike anything we have ever seen before. But there's a big difference between that and knocking, a broken England side around and doing it consistently and winning all the time. And I think, Rob Barron's talked about this a lot. They're only a Bumrah injury away before you don't really trust their bowling anymore, right? Like it's not quite. You remember when Shane Warne was injured and Australia still steamrolled their way through? So not even injured, suspended for drugs, and Australia still won the next 2 World Cups without Shane Warne playing in them, right? I think at the moment, if you were to take out Bumrah, you would look at that and go, "Oh, it's a bit thinner than I thought it was." But outside of that, they do have like multiple options. I mean, their biggest problem at the moment is they don't know whether Tilak Varma should bat at number 3 or Sky should bat at number 3. Like that again. That's the position that probably Marlon Samuels and Lendl Simmons were, sort of vying for in the peak West Indian side. So that's an upgrade on that position. But you also don't have that sort of Darren Sammy, Carlos Brathwaite type player as well, right? They don't have that sort of person who could probably play as a frontline bowler when their bowling is holding up, but can also just hit sixes for fun at the end. Even someone like Hardik, he's probably more of a regular batter. So he's right. They're missing that sort of thing at the other end, which I suppose, did Ramden bat at number 9 in the World Cup final in 2016? I want to say was, if I remember back, like
in the team, but I don't remember how many at bats even. I don't think he had to bat much.
Well, the point being is I think they used him as insurance batting, right? So you had the position to go back, a step further there. So I think they're like for like sides in many ways. I think India just have more options than maybe the West Indies had. Maybe not as reliant on a couple of players, but West Indies won 2 World Cups and India has won 1 World Cup at the moment, right? Like we're a long way from that. But I think if you go through the last few years, India probably should have already won a couple of World Cups.
All I'm saying, people, I'm not here to try and criticize India. I'm just presenting the facts as I know them, right? There was some rigmarole. If I'm wrong, Rob, please tell me I'm wrong if I've got any of these facts wrong. There was rigmarole around pitch preparation and last minute changes, etc. in 2023. And then obviously they lost the final after playing a brilliant tournament. They lost the final to Australia. 2024 in the Caribbean for the World Cup. India knew that they were playing the semi-final in Guyana. No other team knew where their semi-final was going to be, but India knew it was going to be in Spin Paradise in Guyana, right? Well ahead of time.
Yeah.
In this competition, due to legitimate geopolitical concerns, they've played all of their games in one venue, not moving anywhere, knowing exactly the type of team you need to pick for that particular venue, whilst everyone else has had to fly here, there, and everywhere in the general confines of a tournament. Again, none of that takes away from the fact that across those 3 tournaments, India are the best white ball team in the world. I don't think that takes away from that. The question, Mr. Crunk, is that if you're the best team in the world, do you need any advantages? You surely don't, because
exactly
you're the best anyway. No one's questioning if India are the best. We all know India are the best. The point is, Rob, the next competition is in India, the T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
All I'm asking for, and India are favourites because they're the best T20 team in the world. All I'm asking for by the time we get to the T20 World Cup in India is that let's not have this be. And to be fair to Rohit and Virat and all the players, Iyer and KL Rahul, they don't need all this. I'm not attacking the players. They don't need all this rigmarole. Let's not, for the T20 World Cup in India, let's not have any kind of distraction. Let's not have but this, but that. Let's just let the teams play. And let's not try and have any kind of asterisks from some put against the Indian team's
word, right?
name.
So that's the word. Nail on the head there is to summarize this competition. India won with an asterisk next to their name, and they didn't need one.
We're back. Just as we've just seen a bunch of videos that should get Mash more and more hate. all the way through. So well done to the production team for just going, can we get people just slagging off Mash all the way through? Remember, if you want to do any super chats, in fact, we've got one from Bluey here. Which areas of CSK need rebuilding? Ratchin, Rutu, Dubé, Noor, and Patharana with a couple of years of Ashwin and Jadeja are a good start. Yeah, I think I like most of those players. My biggest concern at the moment is what is going to happen with the wicket in Chennai. If I know that the wicket's going to spin, then I really like that lineup because you've got Dubé and Noor, Ashwin and Jadeja, and Patharana takes the wicket out of the equation, and Gaikwad can also play well. But I think they have to get back to their strength of just making the wicket spin. Anyway, that's another team. But if you've got super chats, put them in. We obviously sometimes struggle to get them on time. Plus, apparently we missed that one because it went up half an hour ago. But sorry, Bluey. We have bets, and we're not afraid to lose them. Jasprit Bumrah, we had him for most Mumbai wickets at 3.75. I am pretty sure that Rob Barron would still be pretty happy with that, everything that we've just seen here. We lost Rohit, most sixes. We lost that one early on, but we are still definitely flying the flag here. We are up to 10 sixes, if Mash is counted correctly, and he probably isn't. Every time we do a boing, it is for another 6. We need 17 to finish that one up. And then the other one is we have like 3 different bets about Jake Fraser McGurk. We have Jake Fraser McGurk bets in every different direction than any human being's ever been in. But essentially, we need him to score over 12 runs in this first over against Trent Boult, which is at 5.5s, which is Rob Barron's new favorite bet. Rob Barron originally wanted him to score under 20.5. So Rob Barron currently wants him to hit 6-6 and out. And Mash has him at 3-1 and 5-1 to score the most runs for Delhi. Have I forgotten anything? Is that everything that we believe in?
Yep. It's a Jake Fraser McGurk story for sure. So all my eyes are on the youngster from Australia. In fact, actually, Jarrod, before you
slag him off,
yeah. What do you actually make of him in general, though? Because I don't think I've ever really asked you your views on McGurk. Do you think he's, and by that I mean, do you think he got hyped up too early, and therefore he's in the IPL too early, or do you think he's all that in a bag of chips?
No, he was right to be in the IPL when he was there, and he starred in the first IPL. The issue he's had is that, and we've seen this a lot, players can sometimes star for about 6 months to 9 months, and it used to be for like 2 years. Let's call it the Chris Lynn rule, right? You used to get a couple of years where you could smash the ball everywhere. Johnson Charles, no one knew how to bowl to you, right? Like I remember with Johnson Charles, basically, he's matured a lot now, but in the old days, he would hit the point and he would hit the deep mid wicket, right?
Yeah.
You could literally put out a deep point and a deep mid wicket early on and just go, okay, now what are you going to do, champ? You're either going to hit 6s or go out. And Fraser McGurk, we see a similar kind of thing. We saw it with Tom Banton, right? Who's now come back to be a very good player and might end up being a test player, right? You get these things where people work out where to bowl to you, and that happens so much quicker now than ever before, right? Yeah. Cameron Green had played about 5 shots in Test cricket, and I was like, they're just going to attack that top of his knee roll over and over again, and he's going to have to change how he bats, right? What in the old days, I would say that no, there wouldn't be anyone there to go and check if I was right.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Now I'm probably one analyst who's saying it, 2 other analysts are saying it. There's some fast bowler who's not even playing in that game who's watching it. These things just spread so quickly. So once you work out what to do, and I haven't gone through him step by step on MV Play to have a look at each individual ball to see what that is, but it's there. Having said all that, if you're gonna make runs, right, it's gonna, and you're Jake Fraser McGurk, it's gonna be on a pitch like this, where he should just be able to hit through the line, and he likes facing Trent Boult for whatever reason. And he can just hit through the line and hopefully for him, get a couple away. Now, Deepak Chahar's bowling. Remember what I said about Deepak Chahar early on? Yeah? I said, I'm not sure that Deepak Chahar hasn't lost his swing. And if he's lost his swing, I don't know what his backup is. So again, it means that Fraser McGurk has a good matchup potentially if this ball doesn't swing early on. And he can just swing through the line. We need 12 runs in this over for Rob Barron's money. Deepak Chahar this year in the IPL, let's have a look at him, is averaging 32 at 10.66 runs and over. Last year, he averaged 40 at 8.59. So last year, he wasn't getting the wickets, but people weren't scoring off him.
Yeah.
Now they are scoring off him. So, again, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean that these guys can't come back. Both of these are talented cricketers. But this is a good day. They've got a long off for Jake Fraser-McGurk, right? That is not a normal position to start a fielder for, is it?
Well, maybe they've looked at something, but...
And he's out. First ball. He's out. First ball. Nash didn't even finish his sentence. Nash had not even talked. He got a length ball outside off stump. He pushed it in the air, and Jake Fraser-McGurk is out. So we've lost 2 bets, but we've won 1. So that's just the softest of dismissals. We said all eyes on him. We had many, many eyes on Jake Fraser-McGurk. He's got a length ball outside off stump, and he's gone. And to be fair to Chahar, I don't think he did swing that, but he didn't have to.
No, and Jake played that as if it was catching practice. Like that's, I'm gonna play this out to you. When someone does that, their head's like, your head's gone. Like that's classic head loss. Like,
yeah.
Like it's not even driven with any authority. It's just lofted up to the. It's like literally, Jarrod. It literally looks like catching practice. It's like, yeah, there you go.
I mean, you're right, because he's not like he's given that the kitchen sink. He hasn't tried to smash that, has he?
Yeah, there's no intent in the shot. Like. Maybe he was trying to drive it through the covers, but there's no actual intent or follow through to do so. It's just like, well, I'm just going to hang my bat. I'm going to hang my bat out there, and that speaks a player in no form.
It was so quick. It was before it even looked up Chahar's power play stats, which before this, well, he's still going at 11 runs per over in the power play. So no doubt there. We've already done the super chat. Producers need to listen. Next ball, that does swing, and it swings in. Good bowling from Chahar. First one, I'd have to have another look at the replay. It was banged in a little bit short, but this absolutely hooped, and it's the most swing we've seen in quite some while. Curran Nair is the impact sub. He's already in, and that swung as much as any ball I reckon we've seen today. We haven't seen a lot of swing today, to be fair, but that really, really went. So we haven't seen as much swing from Chahar in this tournament. We certainly saw it there. Abhishek Parag is facing up. They're 1 for 1. Things are happening for Mumbai. They're 1.25 here. That's probably a bit too short, considering Jake Fraser-McGurk is the wicket. But lots of batting to come, lots of cricket to come, and Curran Nair is off the mark, as is Delhi, to be fair, as well. He's got one slip in place. Is he going to try and swing this away from the left-hander? He does, but that went dead straight. I don't understand Chahar's bowling at all. That went absolutely dead straight into the middle of the bat and was just cover driven for 4. That looked like a throwdown.
What I'm doing whilst you're doing that is I'm just looking at. I'll come back to you in a sec.
Yeah, I mean, there's maybe he bowled that to swing, and it just didn't swing straight into the arc. Maybe straight into fraction, but great shot by Abhishek Parag. He looks like he's starting well. We said that there's basically a boundary every over on this pitch, and there's our boundary. And he's punched another one back down the ground, and this will be 1. I said 1. I'm so used to the misfields today. I just expected him to roll over that and for it to go for a couple. Remember, we needed 12 runs off this over in order for Rob to get his bet. That doesn't look likely anymore. Did this one? Oh, I'll give it. The first one to Jake Fraser-McGurk swung a little bit, but look at his hands, Mash. He's all over the place. His hands are in front of his body. He's pushing ahead. He's in no control at all. Really poor cricket from Jake Fraser-McGurk there. This one's down the leg side. It hits the pad. Chahar is appealing. Chahar, sorry. Deepak Chahar. Chahar might be appealing. I don't know if he's involved. But that is going down leg side. I think he was trying to swing that one back in Let's have a look.
I think if you're McGurk, you have two choices, right? If
Never
you're
watch
in
that replay again is one of them.
Well, you have two choices. If you're in this run of form that he's in, for me, you have two choices. Option one, you come in and you just say, you know what? I don't know what's going on for me right now. I'm just going to hit anything and everything. I'm just going to fling this kitchen sink at it. And if I nick off, I nick off. Or you let the first few balls go to at least get your eye in. What you don't do, you just play away from your body and loft it up in the air.
I mean, as I said, if he throws the kitchen sink at that, we would at least say that he had a go. He did not even have a go. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Wait, where am I? That's for Rob Barron's bet on the, which was at 5s, to be fair. So it was an outside bet of them scoring over 11 runs in that over. They've only ended up with 6. There was 2 balls down the leg side. Rob will probably be somewhere going, he should have put both of those balls away and taken 2 4s. And he's probably right, but he didn't. So it doesn't matter. 6 for 1 after the first over with Mumbai massively on top with the bookmakers. I don't think they're quite as emotionally on top, being us having watched the game. But certainly they are the clear favourites here. I'm just having a look at some of the win probabilities, have them at about 74% at the moment. Seems a little bit strong for me, but you do have Trent Bolt bowling the second over, of course, now. And Bolt comes in, and it's down the leg side, and flicked away. Abhishek Parag looks in beautiful form here. Just get one. Yeah, he just get one there, but he's kind of got inside the line and flicked it very well. Curran now hasn't looked as good. He's missed 2 balls on his pads and kept out a very good Yorker so far. Left arm paces wickets in the power play. Trent Bolt has 32. The next best is Arshdeep with 18 in the history of the competition, which is less than 32. Mash.
Sorry, I was just looking at Abhishek's numbers in these previous games, just trying to see if he's translated it across this season. He's got a couple of 30s. And going there,
this one. Oh, and this is in the slot, outside off stump, and just eats it away for 4. The chop out man is there, but Curran Nair has driven that on the up beautifully. Again, I didn't see a lot of swing for Bolt. This is probably something for another day. I love the idea of having Bolt and Chahar with the new ball. But the problem is that one of them can't bowl with a brand new ball, which means one of them's going to miss out on a decent chunk of swing. Yeah. Is there too much overlap in that? Maybe that's what I've been looking at. And maybe Vern can have a look. But Chahar's been bowling first change, or not first change, opening at the other end. And I wonder if that's part of it. This is short, this is wide. Well, they've moved the chop out man a little bit square, I reckon, after that last shot. And Curran Nair has just lashed this away to peak chop out man position. Deep backward point for 4. Absolutely beautiful shot there in complete control. We're using a Gray Nichols. You know, I don't want to get my Gray Nichols out, Mash, but I will because they sent me a bat the other day and it's really lovely and I haven't done anything with it yet. But my God, that was absolutely beautiful there. And according to the stats, that wasn't far away from the fielder at all. It's a good ball. Comeback from Trent Bolt, and there's almost a run-out chance. There's a bit of confusion there. That ball looks like it was about 4 meters from the chop-out man, and he never moved.
Well, let me just clarify with you, because obviously I'm planning to now use chop-out man in all cricket discourse.
Yeah.
But are you removing deep backward point as a position, or does the chop-out man vacillate between deep backward point and chop out man, or are you saying chop out man is the vague area between third man and deep backward point?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. Oh, he's got another boundary here. This is Bolt actually got some swing on the last couple. This one, unfortunately, is down the leg side. Has that gone for 5 wides? I thought that was off the pads. The scorers have given it as 5 wides.
Yeah, it's 5 wides. Yeah.
Oh,
well, that's what's been given us.
I would say chop out man is just a little bit finer than deep backward point. So deep backward point for me is about 5 or 10 meters behind square, right? I would say chop out man is about 15 to 20 meters behind square. So you're right. It's somewhere closer to backward point than it is to, another full one and another punch. Oh my God, there's runs everywhere here. Well, we haven't seen many overs like this. We were talking about this before. The one thing Mumbai couldn't do was string together boundaries in an over. They could hit boundaries every over, but they couldn't string together 3 and 4. And we've had 3 boundaries and 5 wides here as he's gone for the swing again, Trent Bolt, overpitched and been cover driven away. I don't know how you set fields to this. Yeah, so I would say that the chop out man is just that little bit finer, right? It's 20 or 30 meters around from deep point, from backward point,
Right.
and a long way from third as well. It's there for the slash.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I'd almost say it's a club cricket position rather than a professional cricket position, as this ball is defended by Curran now, and that over went for. Anyway, it went for a lot. I think if Varun is around, what I would like to know from him is 2 things. How much swing Bolt or Chahar get when they bowl the second over compared to the first over? And secondly, Mash, what I want to know is how many times this year the second over has cost a lot of money when a swing bowler has bowled and not got their swing?
But then are you saying that you think the swing bowler getting the second over is, well, that's what I guess what you're asking for. It's a significant enough difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not, it could just be dumb luck this year, right? But I was saying that Chahar hadn't swung the ball that much, and he swung the ball massively in both directions with the first over. Trent Bolt's just come on and not really swung the ball all that much and gone for runs again. It's Deepak Chahar. It's absolutely timed in a way that if I timed a ball this well when I was defending on the offside, I would retire. Instead, he's just got a single out to long off. We haven't talked about something that I'm sure everyone on the internet's talking about here, Mash, which is the Robo Dog, the AI.
Yeah, we haven't.
Robo Dog.
And do you know why I haven't? Because when I saw it, I was like, you know what? I've not paid enough attention to this thing, and I didn't want you to know that I hadn't paid enough attention. So I just didn't. I refused to reference it.
I refuse to reference it because it's creepy and I don't like it. Oh, top edge, and where has this gone? Oh. Curran there lost sight of that, I reckon. Was that the slower ball and he hasn't picked it? Yeah, I think it was. And he didn't pick it, and he played through with his hands and got a leading edge that flew up to deep point. I don't think that's chop out man material. I think that's more deep point by the look of it. Hard to tell when you're not at the ground, but certainly the way that it was going. And he's got a single there, but it's probably his first 3 balls he wasn't in control of. Since then, he's looked like he's batting on wheels. And that's the first one where he has it. He's 14 off 9. Parag is 7 off 4. They have both timed about 3 balls each that have just been beautiful. And Parag keeps finding deep backward square leg. And he's going to want to fix that very soon. Yeah, so let's talk about this robot dog. It's creepier because it's got hairy legs. It also interacts with the players and the fielders. We just saw a shot of it with Danny Morrison, where I'm not sure Danny Morrison realized it was a robot and not a real dog. It was waving at some of the players in the dugout before, and they were ignoring it beautifully. It's a bit of a shaky camera. It's not a particularly good camera. It looks like a low-res camera as well. It might just be the angle. Oh, another bad ball here. Deepak Chahar's gone down the leg side. He hasn't punished him, Curran now. He's accidentally tickled it past short fine leg, but he's still got another boundary. And this is a very good start after what was the worst possible start.
Yeah, but do you know what? Because of the form McGurk's in, you almost have to take that as a wicket. And obviously, because they've had the impact sub come in, they can almost treat it as if, well, we're just starting the innings now. If he's going to get out, you'd rather he get out first ball rather than stink the place out and soak balls up, not achieving anything. So they may just see that as nothing major in the grand scheme of things, but we shall see. Do you know what I was going to ask you? Because we're talking about fielding positions. I don't hear many people use cow corner anymore. And I also wonder if that's because it's only used in some areas of the world as a cricket vernacular rather than a common common terminology.
I would certainly say that it's more of an English term. It was actually, you'll like this, it was invented not far from us. It was invented at Dulwich College, that working class school of Dulwich College, which Nigel Farage went to. Daniel Norcross, Nigel Farage, Chris Jordan. Was Chris Jordan at Dulwich?
Is that where he went?
Or Owen Morgan? One of them, maybe both of them. They both went to the same school, didn't they? LBW shout here, but it's not out. But there's a run-out chance at the bowler's end. Good work by Abhishek Paral, although they think it's out. No, they don't. Someone thinks it out from Mumbai, and everyone else is not sure. The market doesn't think it's out at the moment. I thought he got back, Paral. It was an LBW shout, and he wasn't sure where the ball went, so he stuttered a little bit. There was probably a run there, but Karan Nair probably didn't realize that he wasn't going straight away. And it was a brilliant effort from Abhishek Paral to get down the other end, because when that ball was first thrown, I thought there was a big chance of a run out there. So cow corner, and this is where it doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
Mash. They said that they named that position on the field cow corner because that's where the cows would graze, right?
Yeah.
But don't you bowl from both ends? And don't you have left-handers and right-handers?
Yeah, good point.
So let's say there weren't as many left-handers back in those days, which there weren't. Okay. You still are bowling from both ends. So how can that be cow corner? I think it is probably more likely that the thought of those, it's an agricultural hoik type of a shot that was probably played by professionals and not by amateurs. And so they gave it a working class name. So I think there's a real class bias in it. But it's not, in Australian cricket, we use it a little bit. Jasprit Bumrah, let's come on. Full outside off stump, defended by Paral to point, no run. Remember, we've got a bet on him for most wickets as well for Mumbai. 3.75, decent price for that. So I do think I think that is a case, but it's not, I don't think it's as popular in different parts of the world as it is in UK. I would say it's more popular. It's a bit like chirping. Yeah. Chirping is very big in New Zealand and South Africa. Most other cricket cultures don't call it a chirp, right? They call it a sledge, or I don't know, abuse. Bumrah again. Abhishek Paral has looked good, but he's just slowed down a little bit. Again, he pushes this. Maybe didn't time it. Another direct hit. Oh, they're going to get overthrows here. That's unlucky. Good fielding, and they're going to get 3. No, they're going to get 2. Karan Nair was a little bit slow to react to the third one there. So that's good fielding, has cost them an extra run, but they've hit the stumps twice. So not having a go at anyone for hitting the stumps. And there was, I think when he threw it, he probably thought there was an outside chance of the run out. This is the shortest Delhi have been, I reckon, since they lost those 2 wickets in a row, Mumbai. 2.7.
Yeah. What's it saying for Delhi?
Yeah, they're 2.74. Did they, after the 2 wickets, did they get into about 2.5, 2.6? Something around there?
Yeah, remember you saying something along those kind of lines.
Abhishek has played another good cover drive, and there's another fumble, but they can't get a second run here. They look up for it, Mumbai, to be fair, but this is a good start from Delhi. They look more in control of their innings than perhaps Mumbai did when they were scoring quickly early on. Slightly different kinds of batters, of course. Abhishek Paral. Did we look up his figures? What did you say?
So this season, he is going at strike rate of 157. I'll come back to in a minute. 157 with an average of 25. He's got a couple of 30s, but yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Nothing to. Wouldn't say it's elite, but it's workable given the depth of what they've got to come.
Yeah, he times and balls well, but he's hit 2 pretty hard to deep backward square leg that could have been 4s, and I think 1 on the offside as well. As Karan Nair backs away from Jasprit Bumrah and launches him over cover for 4. Extra cover, perhaps. Beautiful strike there. He is. Both of these players look like they're in form, but Karan Nair looks like the kind of form that, what was he averaging in list A cricket? Like 400? That's the kind of form he looks like he's in at the moment. Look at that. This is a technique come to life, which is made to look all the better by his Neocore bat. I'm going to go get my Neocore bat now. Wait, I'm going to wait till the next ball. I'm going to wait till the next.
You just turned your sound off, Jarrod. Don't know. You've probably taken a mic out of your thing, a cord out of your mic. Nope. So whilst Jarrod fixes his sound, everyone, you might have muted yourself. Have you muted yourself? Whilst Jarrod fixes his sound and production deals with Jarrod backstage, we shall continue. Now, the thing is, everyone, I'm actually on the global feed. So for a brief moment now, you're going to actually have the exact same feeds that I've got. We're all going to be synced up. And there's a dot ball there from Bumrah. 1 ball left of this Delhi Capitals over. They are 40 for 1 after 3.5 overs. 7 taken off Bumrah's first over thus far. That gorgeous shot from Karen there earlier on, the boundary in the over. It's interesting because, as Jarrod alluded to, Delhi aren't going after the ball like Rohit and Rickleton did up front for Mumbai, but they're getting the runs regardless. This one, back foot, slices that, cuts that, dissects point and cover, and it's 4 more. Expensive start for expensive start there by Bumrah. What's that? 11 off it, and Delhi 44 for 1 after, what's that, 5 overs? But
have we had a
4
6?
overs?
Have we had a 6?
No 6s yet. No 6s.
I'm a little bit worried about that for our 6th bet.
We've had 7 4s.
I will tell you one interesting thing. Deepak Chahar is bowling here. It's short, and Abhishek Paral pulls this away.
A bit of a technical dilemma. You back again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think you're now good.
It's weird. My audio box reset itself. But how about this? I've come back, and it's now even money. In fact, if anything, Delhi is slightly in front in this game for the first time.
Is that because Bumrah just went for 11 and then the market reacted to that probably?
I think it's just because they're putting so many boundaries together, right? I mean, it looks really easy to bat out there at the moment. Jake Fraser-McGurk is somewhere going, how have I stuffed this up? Even this last one, brilliant fielding in, I think that was Rohit at point to stop that for 4. But Abhishek Paral just timed the pajamas off that one. Anyway, the reason that I broke my microphone a minute ago was to show you this bad boy, which is, I think, and I'm not just doing this because they sent this to me for free, but they did send this to me for free. But I also believe that this is the exact same bat that Karan Nair is using at the moment. Probably a slightly better one. They probably would have sent me a dodgy one, Mash. But this is the Neocore Grey Nichols, and it's an experimental bat, as this ball is knocked out on the leg side. They're just going to get a single. And essentially what they've done is I don't know if you picked it up when you were over here, but it's way lighter than a normal bat, even though it's the same weight. And it's because they've got like a core that's open in it.
Okay.
So there's more wood in the wood, if that makes sense, and less wood in the bits that you don't normally use. So when you pick it up, it feels about 4 or 5 ounces lighter than a normal bat would at the same weight. Right. It's really, really interesting. And I haven't used it in a match yet. And to be honest, I'm not going to Karan Nair it or anything like that. But it's fascinating to see. But all the batters, as Karan Nair uses the Neo core and slices this, it's a bit sloggier. He's looked pretty today. This one wasn't quite as pretty. This was a little bit sloggier as he slices this one over the top. And he takes another boundary there. And they're in trouble here, Mumbai.
Yeah, and do you know what, Jarrod? I was just before you came back or just as you came back in terms of your audio and stuff, I'll explain it like this, but and I'll see if you understand why I'm saying it. It feels like Delhi have got to the same point that Mumbai were at in the power play, but with less risk. Like the shots feel the shots feel to me like, well, they're just playing cricket shots. And because there's so much runs out there, there's no risk in what they're doing. Whereas when Rickleton and Rohit, who was third, Sky, came in, it felt a bit more harem scarum. We're going after this it didn't feel like it was as controlled as this particular stage that Delhi are at.
No, I think you're right. And I think part of that is the 2 batters at the crease as well. They're slightly more technically correct batters. Like Rohit is a brilliant batter, but he when he wants to score quickly, he usually humps the ball a little bit more. And Rickleton was taking a lot of risks, and Sky takes a lot of risks. Whereas you've got Karan Nair, who's only taken a couple, but mostly has just hit them from beautiful shots. And Abhishek Paral, who's not quite at the same level, but again, has hit them from those kinds of balls. What was I going to say? No, we had a couple of really interesting questions that just came up. We did Bluey's super chat before. If you want to ask a question, do that. But Hawkeye's just asked a couple. How many 6s did Mumbai hit again? Was 10 was the answer. Is that correct?
Yep,
10 sixes. So we need 7 more sixes. We might need the 2 more stylish batters to make way for perhaps other players later on. And Hawkeye asked this, which is good. And Hawkeye has a picture of Patrick Ewing. And so that will make Mash feel... In fact, do you claim Patrick Ewing still?
We claim, we claim him. We claim him.
Okay. I'll say this. As a sports journalist who spent a lot of time in taxis in Jamaica, a lot of taxi drivers do not claim him in Jamaica. But that's a different conversation for another day. The benefit of a lighter bat is you can move it quicker. Right? Like a heavy bat is slow and lumbering. And especially when you get to 90 miles an hour bowling, which I may not get in New Beckenham fourths. But, you know, when you get to 90 mile an hour bowling, you get to the point where you need to be able to move. Now, they've got double Bumrah. You never go double Bumrah. And he's been hoiked away for 6 by Karen Nair. Who's been hiding this guy? He makes a double 100 against England. We shelve him for life. And he's just like, I'm the guy who could smash Jasprit Bumrah, everyone. You guys have been sleeping on a champion.
Well, now I think we're seeing why Delhi are going so well in this year's championship, in this year's IPL. They just seem to have all bases covered in their team. Just taking Bumrah out the park.
A functioning opener would be handy as well. They probably would want that going ahead. But you're right. There's a lot to like of their team at the moment. And this is a good Yorker. But he's up to it, Karen Nair. In fact, he's not trying to defend the Yorker. He was trying to smash it away. He might have lost a little bit of neo core on that one. So to get back to the light bats, when you're facing someone like Bumrah, the quicker that you can make your decisions, the better. The reason that traditionally we've had heavier bats is we didn't have as many fast bowlers. So in the old days, you used to have bats that were up to 4 pounds because you would have underarm bowlers. Then you would get bats that were a little bit lighter. And Don Bradman used, I think, a 2.6 bat, which is very light. Whereas someone like Chris Gale, his was what, 3.1, 3.2? Same with Clive Lloyd, I want to say. And another one slashed away by Karen Nair, and that's another boundary. So Bumrah has gone for 21 runs in 9 balls. And extraordinary. Again, it wasn't a bad ball. It was over 90 miles an hour at the base of off stump. He's just giving himself some room and slashed that away. Great batting. Yeah, so they would use bigger bats because they were stronger. Now, what we really want is to get as much power as you could get through a Chris Gale bat or a Clive Lloyd bat, but without it being big and heavy, so you don't have to be the strongest guy in cricket to be able to swing it.
Do you know what, Jarrod? Because we're talking about bats, there's another comment by Hawkeye, which I find fascinating, about Major League Baseball torpedo bat.
Yeah, that's the new one that's taking over, right?
But I like the second part of the question because it says, could you legally change the shape of a bat? Because who says you have to bat with the bat? I think you can bat with whatever you want. Well, obviously there's rules, but like it doesn't. If as long as it goes through that thing, then technically your bat can be in a different shape.
So I will get to that because there's been some fascinating things that have been tried before. And Karen Nair gives himself room and hits this inside out over deep cover for 6. Oh, we've missed. That's 2 sixes. We're up to 12 sixes now, if my maths is correct.
Correct.
What on earth is happening? Karen Nair is destroying Jasprit Bumrah, who is bowling fast. It is not a bad ball. I mean, it was slightly overpitched, but even if it was overpitched, it did not need to be hit over extra cover for 6 while he was backing away. Only just got over the rope, to be fair, but he still hit it pretty well. And they were, I think when Jake Fraser-McGurk went out, they were 5s. They've come into 1.29. 1.29. What on earth is happening here?
Mumbai tax was a real thing. And the thing is, people, Jarrod and I were saying all the way through the Mumbai innings, I feel like they're leaving some runs out there. This doesn't feel... And the problem is, Jarrod, the most successful bowlers for Delhi were Vipraj and Kuldeep, and I don't think Mumbai have those type of bowlers in. Who's in their attack today? I don't think
they'll bring in. They might bring in one of their wrist spinners as their impact sub. But yeah, you're right. They don't have anything. And sorry, he's just brought up his 50. He got a full toss on the pads there. Bumrah looks a little bit spooked. And he tries to flick this away. He actually ends up hitting it up in the air. Could have been caught, but he comes back for 2. So they'll bring in one, unless they've made an impact sub, but I missed it with all the excitement and everything. That is the end of the power play. 72 for 1. after 6. Bumrah has gone for 29 runs in 2 overs. And as you said, the other issue is that the 2 best bowlers on this wicket were their wrist spinners. And Mumbai have a young wrist spinner who, to be fair, Delhi had a young wrist spinner and it worked well for him. But they also had Kuldeep Yadav. So even when Vipraj struggled a little bit, they could throw the ball back to Yadav and change things. And they were 5s, Delhi, about 3.5 overs ago. They are now 1.31 and Mumbai are 4.1. This has changed around massively, Machel, St. Patrick Hewitt.
Yep, feel at this stage, just for clarity on that. So I've written down in my notes, Mumbai was 73 for 1 after 7. In fact, possibly 75 for 75 for 2 after 7, because I think that's when Rickleton got out. So Delhi well ahead of the game. Well ahead of the game at this stage. And Mumbai are going to have to find some kind of rabbit in a hat here, because I'm not sure if Bumrah can't help them, then I'm not sure where they're supposed. You're almost at the way that Perel and Nair are batting. You're almost waiting for one of them to make a mistake at this stage, rather than finding a delivery that can flummox them.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose out of the power play, things change emotionally a little bit, don't they? That
True.
surge that you have is going to dissipate a little bit, right? And Perel's 16 off 13, by the way, slowpoke. In fact, Perel and Jake Fraser-McCurk are 1 for 16 off 14 balls, while Karen Nair is 50 off 22 at the other end. But what I really like about this is that they have certainly changed it, and they've only used 3 bowlers. Mumbai, they've used their 3 best seam bowlers for 6 overs already, and they've gone for Chahar went for 8, so 1 for 24. He was fine. Bolt got smashed, and Bumrah has been smashed in both of his overs as well. So there's a lot to like. Spin wise, let's just get to that while we're thinking about it. Obviously, Mitch Santner will bowl. Their impact sub will probably be the young left arm wrist spinner. I'm trying to see if they've got another one, just in case there's someone else I'm not thinking about here. I would assume they are going to go with the young left arm wrist spinner, as long as he was named, and I've now forgotten if he did, but that's Vignesh Puthar. So he's a chance of coming in later. But that's a lot of pressure on him. And right at the moment, and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud in the year 2025, but I wouldn't want to be bowling to Karen Nair in this IPL game.
Well, some Indian fans will now be demanding that Karen Nair get picked in all formats of cricket.
They were. That happened even before this IPL. That had already started, mate, because he made so many runs in every other format of cricket. And and there were people for the Champions Trophy going, shouldn't he be playing now? And we're like, well, settle down, everyone. Let's settle down here. What we haven't seen yet. Oh, we have the sub. Rohit Sharma has been subbed off. Interesting, because he did a good save a minute ago. And it's Khan Sharma they've gone with. Okay. So, to be fair, they're not throwing the young bowler in. Did I even see Khan Sharma on the list? Oh, yeah, he's at the list. He was at the top. I skipped over him by accident. So, they've gone with their wrist spinner, but they're more experienced wrist spinner. But I would say he's a bowler who bowls similar to Vipraj as well. So there's something there. But let's see what spin does. Left arm finger spin. It's short, it's cut away, and it's good fielding. To be fair to Mumbai, they've saved about 3 boundaries in the field so far. Their fielding has stood up. I know there's been overthrows and some other things as well. But comparatively, their fielding has definitely stood up compared to this. So now Karen Nair is facing Mitch Santner, but Abhishek Parag showing good intent. They need 133 off 83. They're heavy favourites at the moment at 1.4. Santner coming in again. And this one is just eased away by Karen Nair for a single out to deep mid-wicket. Just some settling down a little bit, everyone. Settling down. I'm not sure after how many hours have we been recording for, Mash?
6.
After
6, nearly 7.
After 6 hours and 40 minutes, I needed Karen Nair to go that hard.
Yes. Yes, actually. Very good point. This game could actually, like the first game, this could end earlier than we suspect.
Oh, Santner, short, pulled it down. Can't do that to a left-hander, and that has been smashed away for 4. And again, just we weren't sure how they would attack the spin or whether they'd keep going at it. To be fair, I think that's just a poor ball from Mitch Santner, and it's good batting from Abhishek Patel, who has been the slower one of the two so far. And next ball, Santner has bowled a wide. They're shook. They look shook.
They're rattled. I think you could tell from Bumrah's body language that he was rattled, and I think the whole team now looks generally rattled by the situation.
You know, a next man out in a moment. Also, I think there's an interesting bet coming up. This one's on the pads and turned away for a single. Interesting bet coming out. Next man out, Curran Nair is 4-6 and Parag is 11-10. I think Parag might go against the spinners. So that one is, if you agree with me, and Parag might go against the spinners. I'm not willing to bet on that. But what I do think is more interesting is that I think Khan Sharma bowls the next over. And I'm waiting for the runs to come up in the 7th over. That's Curran Nair. That one spins big. We haven't seen a massive amount of turn on this wicket. He bowled that very slow Mitch Santner. That's 77 kilometers an hour. That looked like me bowling the speed. That looked so slow. And it did spin because he slowed it down. So that's something worth keeping our eye on. Just a little bit. I'm just trying to see what we have for the next over. And a dot ball to finish off. So Santner's still gone for 9 there with the wide and everything else. So Delhi absolutely taking that. Against Khan Sharma in the next over, if you can find good, it's 7-4 for a wicket. If you can find better odds than that for a wicket and you get a chance to put it on quickly, I think they're going to go against Khan Sharma. Yeah, and I think he's going to bowl the next over.
I think they're going to go after him because it's the right tactic to go after him. If you bring an impact sub on, you're on top of the game. You almost want to knock their impact sub out of the game, and then they're forced to find some bowler from somewhere. Like, this is actually a critical junction of the game. If Delhi go after him, which I would advise them to go after him.
Yep. I couldn't see what the run line was for the next over. In fact, we will get a bit of an idea of that from... Oh, it's too late now. Oh, they haven't gone for Khan Sharma. Well, it's Hardik Pandya has brought himself on, and he's bowled a half volley, which is a punch down the ground for 1. So it'd be interesting to see how hard they push now then. So we didn't get that. It's 90 is the run line for the end of this over. I think they keep going. I certainly would be keep going. You might want, if you're going to bet on the over though, I think you'd prefer to have Curran Nair facing at for the second ball rather than Abhishek Patel. He's on 22 off 17, but he certainly looked like he's in form. Got no issues with him from that perspective. He's timed this beautifully again, but again, straight out to the fielder. Very classical batter, left-hander, but a very good cover driver for a left-hander, I'd say, as well, with good footwork. Delhi at 1.41. Not sure why they've come back out after that over against Mitch Santner. I would have thought that we're getting 9 runs without really trying off Mitch Santner would have shortened them a little bit.
I've got a theory on it, but I'm going to wait to see how this Pandya over plays out.
Everyone is out in front of the wicket by the look of it. Out on the boundary. He's gone for the scoop as Curran Nair. And has he pull cued this? Has he got the end of the bat? He's gone for the scoop. I just said everyone was out in front of the wicket, so he's looking for something else. We might get the wicket by accident here if he keeps batting this way, Bash. We might not deserve it, but we'll take it.
I did say that Mumbai might need a batter error rather than... Although somebody did say in the chat that Hardik will be the one who makes a breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind him if you've backed most wicket and this one is scooped, and this time he gets it off the middle of the bat. Is that 6 or 4? I think that's 6. I think we've got another 6. 13 sixes.
13.
Well, he took the risk. He knocked the first one down to mid-off, and then the second one he tried to scoop and got the toe end, and this one he's got under, and he's done well to get under it, to be fair, and just timed it absolutely beautifully at the moment. And he's such a classical batter. You have to set the field straight and on the offside to Curran there. If he could scoop as well, it's very hard to stop him.
Yeah, he's bringing out all the shots today. And like I say, I think what stood out for me for Curran, less so for Abhishek because he's not faced as many balls, but it's the timing. He's just timing them really well. It's not about power. Yeah, he's got that, but he's actually just timing everything pretty much in the middle.
Got a question here from Hawkeye I'll get to in a moment. Outside off stump, cover drives this beautifully, but straight to cover and he doesn't get the run. Be interesting to see if he's frustrated after that one. Hawkeye said, what do you mean by classical? By classical, I mean, if you look at people like Sky, maybe Rickleton, I'm trying to think of who else, Liam Livingston, their techniques are a little bit more towards power hitting or towards improvisation. Whereas if you look at Curran now, it's high front elbow. He's batting like a technique. It's a technician rather than a power hitter or an improviser. And that is what we've seen today. He tries to reverse slap this. He misses it. Be fair, the ball was wide outside our stump, so it gave him a free swing. This is a good over from Mumbai, but this is what we were talking about before. There's always a boundary in every over, and so he's still gone for 8.
Yeah. And this is all Delhi will have to do through the match. In fact, what's the required? Okay, so required rate is 10 in fairness, or 9.7. But if you go on the metric that there's always a boundary ball, then you'll get there.
That's the issue, isn't it, for us? We don't see how you could stop the boundaries being hit. And the problem that Mumbai have is that Delhi have managed to hit multiple boundaries in overs where they just didn't do that, unfortunately, Mumbai. And if they can continue to do that, they've hit a boundary in the last 2 overs since the power play. That's all they need to do from here on in to win the game. And if they do get a couple more big overs, then it's absolutely Gonski. We are seeing Khan Sharma. We didn't get a wicket in that last over, by the way. I would say we didn't get particularly close to a wicket either. Khan Sharma, 76 wickets, an economy of 8.4. So he's come in. We knew they had the 2 wrist spinning options.
Is this his first appearance? This is his first appearance, right, in this season's IPL. I don't believe he's bowled at any other stage. I'm going to double check, but I think it's his first.
He's almost got a wicket first wall. Abhishek Parag whipped this out to the leg side. Will Jacks looks like he's picked up an absolute blinder on the bounce. I don't think he dropped it. Just having a look. It's an incredible pickup. No, he dropped it. That's a drop catch. Because Mumbai were clapping him. Mark that down, Mash. We need that in our records. He should have taken that. Everything I just said nice about Will Jacks. I don't understand why all the Mumbai fielders were so excited by that. That was a very catchable take. And the next ball, of course, is slog swept for 6. Brilliant batting by Curran Nair. He went outside off stump there and helped that on his way. A really good hit, and that just hurts. Khan Sharma, as you said, has not been playing as much this year. Let's just have a look. This is his 2nd game this year, I want to say, Mash. But I don't think he bowled it. Oh, no, I'm looking at wrong. I'm looking at the friggin' batter. Where is he now?
Yeah, he's not played. This is his first appearance of the season.
Oh, he's gone for the reverse sweep. This could be out LBW. The umpire's not giving it. They should look at a review here. Rickleton wants it. I think they're going to review it. Just waiting for a conversation. Oh, they're not as sure as I thought they were. I think they have to review this.
You might as well.
There was so much going on. They have reviewed it. There was so much going on. I don't know what you saw there, mate, but there was so many moving parts. I don't think he's hit it. Has it hit his gloves? No, that's not going to be out. That's going to be not out. Everyone, that's going to spin past off stump, I'm afraid to say, because that camera angle's outside off stump, so it's making it look more straight than it is. If you want to get a cheeky bet on, it's maybe a bit late. I think the market's worked out what I've worked out, but I'm pretty positive I'm right on that, and that's going to spin past. But there were so many moving parts, Mash. It was actually hard to tell what had happened, right?
Yeah, I'm still trying to watch another replay of it. Because there we go. So yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's just not out. I think whenever somebody goes for a reverse shot of any kind and it hits the pad, I think people automatically just assume, well, it's got to be out just because of the angle. So but yeah, that's nowhere near.
His legs were everywhere. At one stage, his leg was outside off stump, and his other leg was about 3 foot outside leg stump. And then after he was hit on the pads, both of his legs were outside leg stump. There's no way you can be 100% sure of where he was when he was hit. The good news is, the Khan Sharma got a bit of spin there. That did turn. He's had a drop catch already. He's beaten Karan Nair, which feels like something special today. He's 65 off 31. And that did spin. Unfortunately for them, if it hadn't spun, he probably would have been out LBW.
The bad news is they've already got the boundary ball for the over.
Yes, you're right. So yeah, Khan Sharma. I did look up Karan Nair's stats before. Khan Sharma played 9 games last year. He averaged 36.28 and went at 10.5 runs and over for RCB. My memory of him from last year was him smashing a ball over cover for 6 of Mitchell Stark, which was one of the more extraordinary moments I've seen. Anyway, are we up to 13 sixes?
14.
14 sixes.
Yeah, because of the one in this over was the 14th, I think.
I'm not sure if I boinged it, mate. If I don't boing it, does it really happen?
3 more sixes. I'm confident we're getting them. I think
this could be out. They're going to have another appeal here. It's gone off. This could be 4, actually. They're going to get a couple. Trent Bolt has picked it up just near the boundary. That looks straight and full. Are they going to review this one? It's been given as leg buys. So I'm assuming they decided they weren't going to review it. That looked, to me, that looked more out when I first saw it. Oh, he has come outside off stump. Did it spin? Nah, good decision. They were right there. I was wrong. Again, he's moving so much in the crease that it is hard to tell exactly where he's standing when he's playing those shots. So I was right on one. They were right on the other one. He's certainly going for it, though. He's launched this over covers. This could be out. It's up in the air. No, it's Karan Nair's day. It is not going to be out. It's going to drop a meter short of Will Jacks, who just dropped the catch out there. A wicket is coming. Is probably fair to say. He is trying to end this as quickly as humanly possible. They need 9.58. The current rate is 11.2. He wants to keep it at 11.2. What is next batter out is 4.6. The way he's going at the moment, he should be the next batter out. But Abhishek's come down the wicket and smashed Khan Sharma. So we were right in saying they're going to go after Khan Sharma. We also said that putting a bet on for Khan Sharma to take a wicket in his first over was a good bet. We would have been wrong with that. But having said that, there was a lot of chances in that over. There was a drop. There was another skyer. There was one very close LBW shout and one less close LBW shout. But what did they get, Mash, in that over that they always get?
11 of this one. And this is the thing. I actually think Khan Sharma won that over and still 11's gone off it. So
good. Yeah, I think you're right. I'm on you. I'm on your side, though.
I think Hardik won the over before that, and that went for 8. So
they've gone for 28 runs since the power play. If my memory is right, not my maths. And I don't think they've actually bowled a poor over since the power play.
No, not at all.
It's just that you can't stop boundaries coming. Good Yorker here from Hardik Pandya. There's a run-out chance. Karan Nair overcommits. And he luckily turned around in time and had no issue there. They need 106 of 65. Dot ball for Hardik, though, to start this over, and a good ball. But again, that's a Yorker outside off stump. And Abhishek Parel has timed that to short third. And if he's got it a meter on either side, he's picked up another boundary. And it was an intentional one. That wasn't far away from a run out, if that was a direct hit, by the way. Abhishek Parel facing Hardik Pandya again. Short, it's wide, it's slow, and pushed out. And they're going to take a single there. Target is 206. What needs to happen, Mash, for them to win from here?
I still go back to what I said. I still go back to what I said. I think just as we were finishing the power play, has to be a batter error. It has to be Naya or Perel going for one shot too many and holing out. But I think you said a couple of balls ago that I think Karen for sure wants to end this as quickly as possible. I think that's so. Mumbai almost needs him to play a full shot.
Well, he's played a full shot here. He's just backed away. The classical batter's gone, and he's gone, I'm just going to hit this for 6. He's backed away and swung, and a ball's just gone over the top of leg stump. But Mumbai's luck in the last couple of overs hasn't been with them, and Rickleton has shelled that. I don't think he got an edge, but he shelled it, and they've run a bye as well. So we're seeing some errors now. You could still get Curran there at 4 to 6 next batter out. It would be unlikely if Abhishek Parel was the next batter out with the way these two are currently swinging at these balls.
The thing is, Parel he's only 26 of 22, but he doesn't need to do anything outside of that because
another run out chance. Now, this is when we need Rob Barron and we need run out chance. I've got caught and not caught. I might need to look up this up. I think we've had 4 legitimate run out chances. This is hit straight to backward point. Curran there just wanted to come on strike. He's got home, to be fair to him, but he was not running because he thought he could get home. He was running because he wanted to get on strike there. Paddy Power apparently has Nair at 225 to be next man out at the moment. And I think that Rob Barron is saying that this is his lock of the week. As Curran Nair backs away and he slogs this over deep point for 6. He is going to go. That is a ridiculous shot. What a strike. He's gone from before it was classical, beautiful batting. And now he's just like, I am going to try and finish this. And again, we got our boundary from the over. It was a length ball outside off stump. And that was like Roloff van der Merwe in 2008 as a throwback for you kids. So if you can get on him for next bat out at anything close to evens, I would take it. But also, run out for next wicket is 21 to 1. And you can find that on a few bookies, apparently. Rob sent that through to us as well. Actually, it might be 21s, but close enough. He's going for another hoik on the leg side, and this is going to be 4. I just feel like eventually someone's going to be under one of these, Mash, but they're not.
Well, right about now, I'm wondering if we got to look at numbers for 100, because the luck just seems to be with him.
Okay, let me look that up. That's a good one to find as well. All right, he has batted beautifully. We don't want to say that he's not batted beautifully because he absolutely has. Oh wait, did we miss a 6 there a minute ago too?
Yeah, go ahead. 15. We got around 15.
15 sixes. But yes, you're right. So let's have a look. To score most runs, I think that one's safely him. He's basically unbackable for most runs for Delhi. You didn't quite get your Jake Fraser McGurk most runs there.
No, just missed out, but next time.
He's 8 to 13 to make 100. 6 to 5. 6 to 5 to make 100, and 8 to 13 not to make it. So there's some value there. If you think this is just going to keep going, and at the moment it just feels like it, that's the value there. So if you want to have a bet on that one, I think I like next man out a little bit more, but that might still be a while. Khan Sharma's bowling it short. He's hoiked to the leg side. This is a big hit. It's another 6. This time for Abhishek Parel. That was a poor ball by Khan Sharma and just smashed away. And this game is almost gone already. This is absolutely massive. He came down the wicket, and then because of that, maybe, let's give Khan Sharma the benefit of the doubt. He saw him come, and he dropped it a little bit shorter. And Abhishek Parel went, I don't care, mate. You're going.
Yeah. You are the worst bowler.
87 of 59 now. Sorry, mate. What was that?
It's what you and I both said in that they would always go after him. And if they go after him in this for the rest of this over, then can Mumbai even ask him to bowl anything more than 2? And then there's a problem for Mumbai to fill the rest of the overs. So I'd just
coming
keep
again.
going.
Another slog sweep. Is this going to be another sixer out? It's right in the gap. Has he caught it? He has. Abhishek Parag is out. He is caught at deep mid wicket. And I tell you what, if that had been maybe hit 2 foot harder or slightly straighter, that would have gone the gap. Abhishek Parag. So we lost the bet because we said Nair was the one that we were going for there. Absolutely. It was the right option from Abhishek Parag. It was the right shot. He just didn't quite middle it. And yeah, if he'd hit it any harder or any straighter, I think he might have got it. I got away with it, but he's out. And it was 6-4-6 wicket has been the last 4 balls. Delhi were trying to crush this chase. They got it down to, what is it, about 9 runs and over. And I think they wanted to get it down to about 8.5 and to finish this game. Mumbai just keep themselves interested here.
Yeah, just. Although there's a lot of batting to come from Delhi. So it's a lifeline, but a very, very small one.
Yes, agreed. Agreed. But good hit there. But I shouldn't say good hit because he could have hit it a lot better, but good thinking. And he picked the gap and the 2 guys had to converge. If that had been the game, if that had been Delhi earlier, they would have run into each other and dropped it on the boundary, but it wasn't the case. And very important. I haven't seen who the new batter is out in the crease. Yeah, it is KL Rahul, as we probably thought. Interested to see how he goes. Parag has ended up with 33 off 25 out of all this, mate, by the way.
Yeah.
I suppose
25,
Delhi plays 77 off 36. What do you need to do?
Yeah, just rotate strike and let the other guy keep going. I don't put it this way. It wasn't a bad innings by Parag. I think he just played his role. Once it became clear what Nair was doing, he just played his role accordingly.
Carroll has defended the first ball from Khan Sharma out to short cover. There's no run there. We lost 2 because we also had the sneaky bet on the run out, which there were so many opportunities for run outs for Mumbai. They didn't miss them by much. They were never quite there.
More importantly, am I right in saying it's 16 sixes? I think you just need 1 more.
Well, we will check that in a moment. As this one's turned on the leg side for 1. Can we count them up? I'm surprised Rob Barron isn't all over our DMs telling us how many sixes have been hit. You said it was 10 in the first innings.
I think it's
and
16.
We have had... Yeah, we're at 16.
Yeah.
So we're at 16 sixes, and we need 1 more 6 for that bet to come off. We've been riding that bet all day. As he goes for the reverse sweep, does Karen Nair. He's not going to get the 6, but he is going to get a pretty easy 4. As I want to say this is a reverse sweep, Mash, but I'm going to be honest. He thought about reverse sweeping it. He ended up reverse pulling it in the old Glenn Maxwell style, where he was going to get down low, and then he went, oh, actually, I don't need to get down. I'll just stand up and whack it. And all for that shot, and absolutely smashed it away for another boundary.
We can call it a backhand smash slap.
Yes. It did it. Do you know what it is? I'll talk about this in a minute. I worked this out years ago. It's full, it's straight. He sweeps it. It's another 4. This is carnage. He's got a wicket this over. He's got 6 wicket .144. They're now 6s, Mumbai, and they're almost completely out of the game. And Karan Nair is going absolutely ballistic, berserk, bazonkers. He's going everything. He's been waiting for his chance to come back in the IPL for so long, and he's absolutely taking it up. And at the moment, he is he 85 off 38? Have I got am I
Yep.
updated? 85 off 38. So just on the reverse sweep, do you ever play tennis?
Yes, when I was a kid, yeah.
Single hand backhand or double hand backhand?
Double hand.
If you can play the double hand backhand, you can play the reverse sweep and you can play the reverse pull. Because
I
it's
reckon so. Yeah, that's why.
And
that's why I said backhand when he did it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I never realized this, right? And I was playing in a game once, and I was going to Sri Lanka in a week's time, and I had to get my shots. And I never had the shots for the malaria. We were going to the malaria place, the Dambula area, where I think Yuvraj, was it Yuvraj who got sick there once? And so I had to get the shots, and I got the shot. And of course, I had when you have a reaction where one of your arms doesn't work properly.
Yeah.
So I'm out in the middle, and usually I'm just a slogger, Mash, right? But I'm out in the middle, and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to actually oh, this is a bad ball to KL Roll. Mitch Santner's come on. He's going to get away with it. It might just be 2, in fact. Yeah, they're going to come back for 2. That should have been hit for 6. If that was Karen Naya, we'd have to get a replacement ball today. And so because I couldn't do my normal slogging, I had to bat more sensibly. And so I started playing the reverse sweep. And I hit the first one. I was like, oh, my God, this is a double hand backhand. Why have I not been playing this my whole life? This is easy. And now I play them all the time. And people think you're a genius. And it's like, no, once you work out what it is, that's all it is. And it becomes quite easy as long as you're picking the length very well. Anyway, that was an aside. But that's what we do here on Cricket8. We give you betting advice and we give you random tennis tips.
No, but this is gone.
No, it's just he pushes this for 1. It wasn't. I thought he was going to play a big shot. He didn't.
So I did last summer. I was on county comms for some game. Don't know which one. I want to say Essex versus someone. And I described a shot as a forehand smash. And whoever I was on comms with said to me, I've never heard anyone describe a cricket shot like that before. And I said, but that's what it is. It's like, so I actually think there's a lot of just tennis shots which actually just make their way into cricket.
This is short from Santner again, and it's 4 again. It's a valiant effort from, I think it's Namindia down on the boundary, but it's too short. It's a bad ball, and it is pulled away for a boundary. Curran Neck is accidentally hitting boundaries. He might have been looking for 2 when he hit that, but he timed it so well it didn't matter. No, I think the forehand smash. I'm shocked that another commentator hadn't heard that because I reckon that shot's been around for a while. It's when you kind of open, right? And you play that. Yeah. I think Ian O'Brien, the New Zealand international, used to call it the strapple, the straight pull, which is kind of what it is. But it's kind of, I would say now it's more like a forehand than like a pull shot, whereas it probably was before. They're coming in again. Has he got him? Oh, what a ball! Curran there is gone. This ball is pitched on off stump, spun, straightened, taken the top of off, and Curran there is gone. Tell everyone, go out, scream it to the children in the streets. Curran there has been dismissed after one of the most extraordinary innings I have seen from a man who has been on the shelf for I don't know how long now. He was ignored. He was seen as not this kind of a player. Too technically correct for the modern T20 world and everything else. And he's made 89-40 in what was a great innings of classical batting, ball striking, improvisation, intent. You can go in any direction you want. Curran Nair played an absolute blinder, did the 33-year-old in, let's have a look, his first his first IPL game since 2022.
Yeah.
In fact, in 2019, he made 5 runs in his only innings. In 21, he made 16 runs in 3 innings with 1 not out. And in 2022, he made 16 runs in 2 innings, right? And then today, he has played the extraordinary innings there and has set this game up for what should be an easy Delhi win from here, even with his wicket.
I think what Nair did there, again, for those who may not have been with the watch along from the beginning, up until about, I want to say 60, maybe 61, 62, he actually was just timing it and playing just standard cricket shots. Yep. And because of the brilliance of the timing, they were just racing away. I think he made the decision from 60 odd that, right, now I'm actually going into overdrive. I'm slogging, I'm sweeping, I'm backhand reverse. I'm doing everything. Because I think he made a calculated decision of, if I go on the accelerator now, there's nothing Mumbai can do about it in terms of winning this game.
And first ball, Akshar's come out and he's got the wide ball outside off stump and just hoiked it away. Ugly as you could be over deep mid wicket. And he's got a boundary as well. So that, just to go back to your point that you said there with what Curran Nair did, it's now just over 8 runs and over required on what is a wicket which you should fall over 8. I mean, obviously Bumrah can come back on and all sorts of things can happen later on. But as we currently stand here, this should be a big, big win. In fact, next ball, Santner's got away with this. It should have been hit for 4, but it was another poor delivery outside off stump. And outside of his 2 or 3 good deliveries today, Santner has struggled. He's got 1 for 21 off his 2. His figures don't look as bad as they are, but he has not bowled well. And he's not been the kind of dependable bowler you need. I've been betting on Delhi all game. I bet on them from the start. I stayed in on them even when they got behind, and actually went further in on my bets at that stage. So I bet on them at 2:30, and I then bet on them again at 4s later on. I'm now willing to take my wins. I'm still more likely to get them to win and take the extra money, but I'm going out here for 2 reasons. One, we've got 2 unset batters. The pitch is spinning a little bit, and we've still got Bumrah to come, right? So I'm more than happy to take my win and park it for the day. And I say that, Mash, I might go in massively with a bigger bet later on. But as it currently stands, I'm taking my win and just chilling for the day. And I say my win, I'm actually now level because I had a loss on the first game. Bumrah is back. Well, I could not have timed that cash out any better because I don't like betting against Bumrah. He makes me uncomfortable, which is why I won on the 2013, was it the 2024 World Cup final, because Bumrah was coming back on and I was like, no, I don't feel comfortable with this. I'm taking my money off South Africa here. Certain players I don't like betting against. 140 for 3. Target is 206. They've really knocked the top off this. They need 8.4. Bumrah needs a wicket. He's bowling to Akshar Patel. He's at the stumps. Akshar Patel's come down the ground. He's hit this beautifully. Wow. Oh, Bumrah has gone the distance today. It's a 1 bounce 4. We do need a 6, don't we? We need 1 more 6. But he's come down the ground and flat batted this, really. It was an on the up drive in the end. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's sort of halfway between both of those shots. 1 bounce for 4. Beautiful strike.
Bring up that super chat, Jarrod.
Oh, sorry. Abhilash question now is what happens to Hardik's beloved captaincy after 2 disastrous sabotage seasons? Yeah. It's an interesting one, isn't it? They brought him over. We're just seeing the Mitch Santner ball again. That spun 5.2 degrees. Curran Nair could play anything today. No one can play that.
Yeah.
I don't think Hardik... I think I've been pretty vocal on the fact that I think the biggest issue here is that it's a form issue with a little bit of injury. I don't know what you can do about that. And I do think there is certainly an element of that. But yeah, it's not. There has to be some question marks. But I haven't been looking at his captaincy and saying that's the reason they're losing.
Yeah. But then I think the problem with Mumbai is when you've got the record that they've got, similar to CSK, everyone's looking for that one answer when it's probably a myriad of different moving parts put all together.
Bumrah's got a wicket. This is a full toss down the leg side. It was not a good delivery. He tries to turn it around he might have been looking for the boundary, actually, to be fair to Akshar Patel, thinking he'd get it past short, fine leg. He's closed the bat face and he's been caught at cover, Mash. Caught at cover of what is a full toss down the leg side. That is a lucky. That is not Bumrah genius. That is Bumrah bluster.
Well, it's whatever it is, it makes things. It makes us pay attention. that's what it does. I was surprised that Axar even came in at this juncture, to be honest. But I mean, whether they were doing
I think because Santner was bowling,
right,
and he probably thought, okay, you can't bowl the left arm spinner to right-handers. Let's bring them in. They've got other players who can come in, and Akshar does bat around that sort of 4-5 position quite a bit when there's spin on offer, isn't there? He doesn't always come in later, but to be fair, he batted. What's he ended up with?
9 from 6. 9 from 6.
9 from 6.
Yeah,
he's done his job. That's above the rate. And honestly, he got a ball down the leg side 9 times out of 10. That's a wide or 3 runs.
That's true.
I don't know. True. Burren isn't with us at the moment. I would like to know what the I would like to know what the projected average or the expected average of that ball is, because I'm going to say it's high. It has to be in the 80s or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, anybody who gets out like that, you kind of say, well, it's a free wicket for the opposition, but it's also unlucky for the batter, I guess, in some regards. So, but ultimately, I think the key thing is actually what you said: the 9 from the 6. Grand scheme of things, it's not a disaster. He's moved the score along for those 6 balls.
Now, what is interesting here is that Stubbs has come in and first ball, he's played forward to Jasprit Bumrah and been well behind the ball and got an edge, and it's gone nowhere. I did down to third man. It was a proper edge, an edge, if you will. They don't have a lot of Bumrah balls left, and it's
this is third.
Yeah, they bowled him 2 in the power play, didn't they?
Yeah.
So there's some value in the market at 420. I think, was it Lelesh just put this up? Yeah, Lelesh just said 2 wickets are DC are passengers. Oh no, I thought he meant 2 more wickets and they're in trouble. I think what he's saying is that Fraser McGurk and Akshar Patel are not as important as normal wickets. I could be wrong, but just trying to read through the lines there. But Stubbs is out there now. Who else do we have coming in next? So they've already made their sub because that was Karen Nair. That went well. They've got Smasher Tosh. Yeah, so if they get another wicket here, Smasher Tosh was injured earlier, right? We don't know how fit he is. Then they've got, I assume, Mitchell Starc bats next. I don't know much about Vip Raj's batting. I looked it up before. In professional cricket, he just hasn't played a lot, but there's not a lot of runs in his career. He's averaged 20 in T20 cricket, so I'm assuming he can hit a little bit. But
yeah, DC have him listed as an all-rounder in their team page.
Yeah, a lot of teams have people listed as all-rounders. Anyway, Khan Sharma is back. Will they attack him? Top ball, first ball. Is that almost caught and bowled? He's almost scooped that back. Wow, that ball stopped on the wicket. Let's just have a look at this. Looks like the leggy to me. Does spin. Stubbs pushes it back, and that has landed 2 inches in front of his hands, I reckon. Mash?
Yeah, I'm having a look. It's hitting now. I always feel that Stubbs isn't that great a starter, to be honest, but
yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Once he gets going, he just feels like a bit of a 6 machine, but he does struggle a little bit. We do need 1 6 from him, of course. And this might be it. He's hit it straight up in the air. This could be out. I told you there was some value in that 420. He's got to catch it yet, though. And he has. Namindir has come in off the boundary. Tristan Stubbs, to be fair, got the half volley. He probably got the ball he wanted. And there is some life left in this game. And I could not have cashed out at a better time, Mash.
Yeah, you've we did say a couple more wicket. Well, no, at whose wicket? I think at Karen Nair's, we said there's a sliver of hope. Now,
yeah.
Well, I wonder what the market's moved it to, actually.
So
now that wicket's gone.
They were 117, I reckon, was their lowest. Maybe 114, actually, after Akshar hit a boundary. I can't remember now, off Bumrah. They're now 1.7, 1.88. They're 1.85, 1.88. They're sort of bouncing around there. The market's not sure where to go. So a couple of dot balls, and I reckon Mumbai are favourites from here. Poor shot there. It was there to be hit. He just somehow got under it. It wasn't the kind of ball that you should be hitting straight. If you get caught from that, Mash, you really should be caught a long off or long on, right back on the rope.
Yeah.
As in, maybe you haven't got under it. He just managed to hit it straight up in the air.
So who's actually in right now? There's been such a flurry of wickets. So Sharma will come in, but who's actually... KL Rahul. That's how you know there's been a flurry of wickets. He's only faced 5 balls. But he came in ages ago.
Yeah, he's been there for a while. No doubt. No doubt. So this is getting very, very interesting. Hopefully some of you got on when I said there was some value in the 4.5. I didn't go on because I've had a good innings and I'm going to just take it. Let's have a look here. Sankalp says, is there a bad captain ever? With captaincy the main reason for teams' bad performance over a considerable period? there aren't many bad captains. And by that, I mean captains who legitimately are going to lose you games. Captaincy isn't worth many runs per game. Like side by Khan Sharma, it's been pulled away for 4 by KRL. Poor bowling. They had the pressure back on them. They were on top of them. Just needed to land that ball in the right spot for the rest of the over there. But yeah, there are some captains who just get massive things wrong consistently at crucial times. But over a long period of time, most professional captains kind of do things that are fairly obvious. And also, we can't tell if it's a good captaincy decision or a bad captaincy decision. Let's say you make the wrong move. Sometimes you can make the wrong move and it can work. So over a long period of time, it's worth a few runs in each direction. And that's about it. He goes for the slog sweep at KRL, and he's found the long on. He's ended up a straight sweep there. But thank you. If you want to ask any questions, especially at this time, probably the super chats are the best way to go. That's changed the odds quite a bit. That 4, they went from, what did I say, 1.85, 1.88 into 1.53. So the market still thinks that Delhi can get this done. Do you, Mash?
I am saying, what is it now? They need 55 from 36. Let me wait for this over to end before. That was the last ball, wasn't it? Right. Okay. So 54 55 from 36. Sorry.
They should win it easy, but it just 5 wickets is quite a lot with this batting order.
I'm just trying to work out if Delhi have got how many good overs Delhi have got left in them. They've got 1 Bumrah over. Satna, maybe?
Satna's coming on again now. Yeah. So when that ball has got drier, we've certainly seen the spinners look slightly better. There's no doubt about that with the replacement ball. That has helped them a little bit. Not that the dew played a huge part before, but it's been better for the spinners. Oh, this should be run out. Oh, again. Carroll's hit this to point. I think Smashatosh thought there was a run there. I'm not sure there was. And in the end, it was a bit of a weak throw. And also, Santner was in front of the stumps. I think they would have got home, but certainly there was an issue there.
Okay, so I think this is still Delhi's game to lose, but I guess I'm hedging my bets and saying I think they can lose it from here, but it's their game to lose. Mumbai shouldn't be able to win it from here.
One thing I do like is they've got 2 right-handers at the crease now, and we've got 2 spinners who spin the ball away from right-handers. Khan Sharma and Santner. There is turn. We've seen the odd ball turn today. It certainly seems to be turning a little bit more at the moment. These 2 teams are locked in a race for the Fair Play Award. Oh, it's a shame. It's gone off the screen. I won't be able to read out the most important stats in cricket.
I'll pause it when I see it come up.
Yeah. We need that. Good fielding by Will Jacks out at deep cover. And they've got 2 runs there to him. He dropped a catch early on. He's a good fielder and a good mover, but that catch early on was at the wrong time for them.
Okay, so the Fair Play Award in first place is Punjab. Second, CSK. Third, RCB. Fourth, Rajasthan. Fifth, Delhi. Sixth, Mumbai. 7, KKR. 8, Sunrisers. 9, Gujarat. 10, Lucknow.
Lucknow, those bastards. Yeah. Stop being rude to everyone.
Not playing in the right spirit of the game.
Exactly. This one, send them to cow corner, I say. This ball is on the pads and is turned away. Yeah, the market's fluctuating, and it's not sure what to do with this, and I think I feel the same. I wish I'd gone in at 440 like I hinted at, but didn't. We need a 6, don't we?
Yeah, we still need one, yeah.
All right, so that's another important thing for us. God, if we missed out now, considering we were almost over the line so far into this game.
You have to assume there's one more coming at some point.
It's not this ball because Ashutosh is all over this. Inside edge, past leg stump.
3, 4, 6. How much is that then? Is that it? Have we had the final ball?
There's one more to come in this over. We've got one other bet that we need to talk about as well. I know we're fascinated with the most sixes, but Santner, outside of stump, push to deep point, and they'll get a single. So far, Khan Sharma has 2 wickets, and Jasprit Bumrah has 1. Khan Sharma has bowled 3 overs, 2 for 30, and Jasprit Bumrah, shockingly, has gone for 3 overs, 1 for 34. We need them both to bowl another over, and for Khan Sharma to get hit, and for Jasprit Bumrah to take wickets, and then to go at fewer runs. I believe that's how that one works. This is another Rob bet, of course, but we did have that. He says optimistically they'll be able to find it. But most Mumbai wickets. Oh, it actually says most Mumbai wickets. I wonder if that means top bowler.
Yeah, so I was going to say, what if the wickets are level? Is it then best person with the best stats, like, or is it null and void?
Yeah, no, that's a good one. We have to check what the exact bet was there. 48 of 30. Considering this pitch, it should be a doddle. But it is Khan Sharma bowling again. It's full, it's straight, it's edged, and it's safe on the offside. Tim Maxwell taught me that.
What's that?
You build up to the moment and then just let it drop. Like the ball.
Yeah.
It was a good ball, though. It was full at leg stump. He came down the wicket to hit that Carroll, and it went absolutely nowhere near where he wanted it to go. Smashatosh pushes this on the offside. They're going to get one out to deep point. Good over. Dots here. Not dots. Ones here. Also important.
Yeah.
Just build that pressure up. That one Khan Sharma mistake last over just allowed Delhi to get their head above. But they can pull this back. They are not far away from what I would call a fragile tail here. 46 off 28. Probably the 20-year-old coming in next, or Mitchell Stark. This could be straight up in the air. It's a top edge. Is it going to be caught? It is caught. It's caught and bowled in the end. Carroll has tried to sweep this away, and it's gone straight up in the air and has been caught by the bowler who's come forward to that. Wow, this game has turned absolutely. Now, Mumbai are the favourites. They're 150 and Delhi are 278. I think Delhi got down to as short as about 1.14 earlier. What a change this game has seen.
Well, we said at the end of the Delhi, at the end of the Mumbai innings, that did Mumbai have a wrist spinner of their own that they could turn to that could have the same impact that Kuldeep had and Vipraj had, and Khan Sharma, you wouldn't have picked him as a person to be the game changer, but 3 for 32. He's the one that's got them back into this game.
111. I just checked. The shortest they were in this game was 111, which is over a 90% chance of winning. And currently, Mumbai are 1.49 and Delhi are at 3s. Incredible turnaround here. And even though I'm having a very good day, I do realize that if I had put my bet on now, I would have tripled my money if I just switched over to Mumbai. But that's why you don't bet. It's a silly thing to do, and you end up like Rob Barron. But we need a 6 too, by the way.
Yeah, that's all I care about at this particular point. 46 of 27.
Wait. I think the Bumrah most wickets is gone. I can't see.
That's gone.
I can't see him coming back now. Great work by Khan Sharma. We said he was the weak link at times, but he had Abhishek Porel dropped, and he's taken a bunch of other wickets as well. They definitely went for him, and they almost lost the game when he was being attacked. But what a turnaround this has been. Brilliant cricket from Mumbai, and the dry ball has helped. Let's not pretend that
100%.
the replacement ball hasn't played a part, but when it comes down to it, it's been the bowlers have also put the ball in the right area when they would have thought that the game was gone.
Yeah, can't underestimate the changing of the ball.
I
And
still
because you
think
have to,
I think Mumbai's a little too short at 148, just because it's only a couple of hits from Smashatosh here. And did he almost get Delhi home in another game earlier this year when they were 9 wickets down? He has worked with his tail before.
right. So who's coming next? Is it? Oh, we
I've
probably
had
don't
about
know yet, but
I've had about 9 minutes of ads since the last wicket. That's why I'm filling for time.
is it? I'm just trying to see. So who's left remaining? Stark, Vipraj, Kuldeep, and who got subbed out? Was it Mukesh?
Yeah.
Was it
Or
Mohit?
was it Mohit? It was one of them anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm assuming the young leggy will come in next. But maybe in this clutch moment, you send out Mitchell Stark against the spinners. If he hits a 4 and a 6, you're back in it, aren't you?
So Vipraj, has batted twice so far in IPL.
It is Vipraj. It is
Yeah.
Vipraj they have sent him. We've just seen that now. So he
Just
hasn't batted a lot, as you said, listed as an all-rounder, but just hasn't made a lot of professional runs so far.
I will just say, though, he's faced 17 balls in this year's IPL, 5 4s and 2 6s in those 17 balls. So he obviously likes a hit.
He's opened the face here, and it's a very extravagant shot for one, I suppose is my analysis of that. There's a lot of effort in that one from Vipraj. I don't think you make a mistake with him or Stark. I think you probably just pick the one who you think is more likely to hit a boundary in the next 5 to 10 deliveries.
Yeah.
And if Santner was going to bowl again, that you might have just gone with Stark for that. This one is flicked away on the leg side. They're just going to take one. Just because we know that Stark likes the big slog sweep, against that. But my memory of Stark earlier this year was that when I saw him play in the other game for Delhi, that his batting was a bit all over the place. And as you said, Vipraj has hit boundaries this year. No issue for me, especially if they think he's a future potential all-rounder. He's facing up again here. He's 1 off 1. They need 44 off 25. And, he's lucky there, Khan Sharma. He's bowled that down the leg side. And Vipraj did well. He got inside the line and tried to scoop that over the leg side for 4. And unfortunately, he has missed it. So they got the extra run, and that's it.
Is it not given as wide? Was it?
Yeah, sorry. They got the extra run for them wide, but not.
Sorry.
Should have been a boundary. Oh, he's been dropped. I think he's been dropped. On top of everything else, the ball is just holding the wicket a little bit more here. Again, we see someone try and push back through the line. And again, we see the ball pop up to the bowler. And this time, I think Khan Sharma has dropped that return chance. Just as we've been singing his praises that he's brought them back in. Not exactly what they would have wanted there. But certainly keeps this game more interesting. It was dropped, wasn't it?
I'm looking to see now. Yeah, it's a drop. Yeah. Did he drop one off his own bowling earlier on? Right?
There was one that was short of him.
Oh, short. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Which wasn't far away. I think that was KL Rahul, though, so that hasn't cost him that much. And that one there, I'm going to give him a slight benefit of the doubt. I haven't seen the replay yet. I reckon he thought that Vipraj was trying to hit that through the offside, and he's accidentally hit it through straight back to him, and it just caught him off guard. Still, I'd have to have a look at it to see how catchable it was. 42 off 24. Trent Bolt is bowling. So Trent Bolt's going to bowl 2 of the last 4, we would assume, although we've made lots of assumptions about overseas bowlers bowling at the death today, and it hasn't always worked. Bumrah, do you bowl Bumrah the 18th over or the 19th over?
Depends. Who you planning to bowl the 20th?
He was almost run out off that drop, by the way, off his hand. I think the 20th, I'm going Bolt or Chahar.
19th.
So you're going 19th. Because I kind of think if you bowl him in the 18th and they get further behind the rate, I mean, not that today everyone smashed him everywhere, but let's just assume he comes back to form. I just wonder if you put yourself in a bit of an awkward position from that perspective, right? Of that. But anyway, we'll worry about that in a moment. It is Trent Bolt bowling to Vipraj. And he's got these incredible wrists. This should be run out. Oh, they've missed again. He's hit this straight to point. Smasher Tosh has taken off. There wasn't a run there, but only one stump to aim at, and it was missed. By the way, I don't know who that was, but someone on one of the boundaries, one of the players, just casually having a snack. How do you eat during this time of the game? Like, this is not the time for eating. That's the 12th over.
They got to calm their nerves somehow, some way.
Like he had a big piece of fruit. Like, I don't care how dehydrated you are. Rob's just giving us a bet. Just let me get to this after all. Over 8.5 next over is good if they don't lose a wicket in the next 2 to 3 balls. You can get that at 180, he's saying, if you check the markets. So that's a Rob Barron bet. This is well bowled by Bolt. Defended and no run. The only issue there is, Rob, of course, if they bowl Boomerang in that over, which I think is more likely that Mash is right and they're bowling for the 90. But there's certainly an element there. We need a 6. Where's our 6?
9.
A 6?
Well, we haven't had a boundary in 15 balls, which is what I was just checking. So we need Delhi need anything. We need a 6, though.
This is full and straight, and there's no run here.
Yeah,
like think about it. Hardik would have run. Well, I say Hardik would have run. Hardik would have thrown the ball at the stumps, maybe run him out there. Instead, a really good over from Trent Bolt here. 3 runs off the first 3 balls. 165 for 6 after 16.3. Crowd just not peak nerves yet, but they're starting to wonder how they can win this. This is actually reminding me of another game that I'll get to in a moment, which was actually a Mumbai was batting in this other game. It's another great Yorker. He has nailed his lines and lengths here, Trent Bolt. This is a fantastic over. I don't know if you remember it. I'm trying to think. Was it Mumbai versus Punjab, perhaps, where Sky and Tilak at the end, you just kept thinking, "Oh, these guys are set. They're eventually just going to do this easily," and they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't find the boundaries, and they kept getting further and further behind the rate. It's a little bit different here because you've got a young kid who may one day be an all-rounder, and a player who's only faced 8 balls for 6 runs. But you could certainly see at the moment that this is an interesting one from where we are. All right. Smash the Tosh again. Oh, he's almost bowled him around his legs. Oh, sorry, this is Vipraj, not Smash the Tosh. He's gone for the wide there. The umpire is saying you move so far across your crease, you don't get the wide call. And what did Bolt miss the stumps by then? An inch and a half?
Having a look.
Yeah. And they probably should have a look, shouldn't they? I think, how early does he move, do you think, Mash? Because that's probably the question here.
1 second.
Where is this? So he's gone for the leg stump Yorker. He has moved to off stump pretty much as the ball's been bowled.
But that would have been a wide if he stood still.
Yeah, but he didn't stand still.
Yeah, but
it is not going to be a wide. He's moved across there and caused that for himself. Another bet on Ladbrokes. Apparently, Vipraj is 5s to be bowled, and he's saying a Bolt or Bumrah Yorker. Rob is suddenly sprung into action here, hasn't he? He's been looking after his daughter all day, and suddenly he's like, "This is where we're going." Is 43-ish overs, 2 boundaries, and over chase? It probably is, but we haven't seen a boundary Varun in such a long time. We've forgotten what boundaries look like. Where's our 6?
I can't believe we're going to end with 16 6s here. 3 overs, no boundaries. This is an all-time fumble by Delhi here. At one point, when Karen Nair got out, they were 135 for 3.
Another chance for a run out. As he's hit this straight to mid-off. and they have got the single. I think they might have got home anyway. Sandcup says it's a new ball making the difference for bowlers. I think it certainly helped the spinners, but to be fair, it wasn't like it was dewy bowling before, right? We weren't seeing full tosses. We weren't seeing people struggle with their slower balls or anything. People were bowling the ball where they wanted to. Curran there was just hitting it, right? And because he was taking so many risks, he was at a chance of eventually just being dismissed because of how he was playing. And that has just opened up an end. And if you look at it, no one else for Delhi has really scored at any sort of similar rate to him, have they? Am I misremembering?
No, literally no one. Yeah, no one, because
Machel was the only other one who was going, right? And he was unlucky. Like, you can't say the new ball helped Bumrah when he's bowled a full toss down the leg side. In fact, the Tristan Stubbs ball, there's no excuse for hitting that straight up in the air. But now the ball spinning a little bit more and being drier is helping, because Mitch Santner is now bowling, and he probably wouldn't be bowling this over. We didn't even have him penciled in a minute ago. We weren't even discussing it. But it is Mitch Santner, and he's come down the wicket as Vipraj. He's whipped this straight. And I don't know how you can whip a ball straight. I'm pretty sure he was trying to hit this to the leg side. He's got us out 6. He's got us out 6. We have finally, after all this time, got our bet back. Oh, we have waited for most of this. We have been patient. We needed 17. What an extraordinary shot. I'm pretty sure, Mash, he was trying to hit that over the leg side, and he's hit it almost dead straight. A mile.
Listen, we had to get that 6 by any means necessary.
We will take that. When Malcolm X said any means necessary, I think he meant about that 6. This one's outside of stump. He's flashed this away. It's through point, and that is another 4. Wow.
Okay, hold on. The game's just come to life. There was me thinking this game was over. Now the pendulum is swinging again. 2
balls. The first one wasn't bad. This one is just, it's a weird ball from Santner. Maybe he was going for the wide Yorker. I'm not sure. But it's just allowed a free swing of the bat. And we've seen the way that Vipraj's hands move through the ball. There's 3 fielders in there, and then 2 of them are only 10 meters apart from each other, and he still managed to get it through. 29 of 16. I think they need another boundary from this over. Bumrah is 26 off 9 versus Curran, and 8 off 9 versus the others. He's come in here. He's gone for the slog sweep. There's an appeal. They're going to steal a single. Probably good for Vipraj to be off strike here. I reckon he was going to go out. Get this more sensible batter on here and get him to look for a more sensible boundary option and control the rest of this over. I don't want Vipraj to hit the next one straight up in the air. Delhi, 260. Mumbai, 161. What was Rob's bet, and has it come
more than 8 in the over?
This one is punched down the ground for 1. 8.5 and over. So, yes, Rob's bet did get up. No, wrong button. Sorry, Rob. Rob got that bet. So, if you were listening in, you got that. We haven't got Vipraj bowled yet, but we got 8.5 and over at 1.8. That was a decent bet as long as Bumrah wasn't going to bowl this over. 27 of 14. Vipraj back on strike. His beans are going. This is a sicket. 6 or a wicket. It's going to be a wicket. Brilliant bowling by Mitchell Santner. He saw him coming. He slowed it down. It was wide. That's why I wanted the young fella off strike. I just wanted it to be controlled for a minute. He was always going to push a little bit too hard. It was wide. It was slow. It spun sideways. I don't know what the speed of that ball was, but it felt like it was bowled at Mash's pace. It's a wide, so they do get the run, but it was absolutely worth it at that stage. But if I'm Delhi, I'd probably send Mitch Stark out here now and say you've got 2 swings to hit a 6.
Yeah.
If you hit a 6 off Mitch Santner here, we are very close to home, and let's see how we go. But brilliant bowling. Did you see the speed come up there, Mash, at all?
Do you know what? I should have paid attention to that after you said it. But let me actually 1 second. Let me take this back.
If anyone could see it, we're just having a look at the stumping. I don't know why. Now, are we looking for his hands being in front of the stumps? Are we looking? Where does he take this? No, he's fine. One of the umpires must have suggested his hands were in front of the stumps. Oh, and also because he changed hands with the ball. So maybe they were just making sure 100% that the right hand hit the ball. Right hand hit the stump, sorry. No issue with that from the umpires.
I'm coming back to you about this speed in a minute.
Yeah, if anyone can put it up in the 180 for 7. So the wickets are coming. Stark has come in, as we guessed. Someone's saying they were challenging the wide. I mean, maybe they were. Unfortunately, it just said third umpire on my screen. I didn't see what the review was for. But 26 off 14. Don't think they could challenge the wide. It was pretty damn wide. All right, Mitch Stark. He's going to go over wide mid-wicket if he goes for anything. And everyone in the world knows this. And so Santner has bowled wide outside off stump, but unfortunately too wide. And they've got a freebie there. So Santner has 2 wides off his last 2 balls, Mash. And yet he's bowling beautifully. Funny game, modern T20 cricket.
I've got no speed for you for that ball. No dice.
This one's in the hitting arc, and Mitchell Stark has got it, but unfortunately for him, it's too straight. He's hit it straight to long on 1 bounce, and he is frustrated, and he should be, because that was exactly where he wanted the ball to be. Santner just got a little bit too straight into the arc there, and people are talking about the wide, but they were definitely looking at the keeping gloves as well, everyone, because they were showing the side-on footage. So it might have been both things. Here we go. 24 off 13. There's smash a toss. Go for the boundary or the single here. He's gone for the boundary, and he's hit it straight to long off. That fielder has taken the last 2 balls. Is that Nimandare down there? I'm not sure who's down on that boundary. But he's taken the last 2 balls, and they've both been hit pretty hard to him. And a couple of meters either side, and we're looking at a boundary there, but we're not. And so we roll. What do you think? Where's your money at? This is going to be the Bumrah over.
Has to be. Well, Atosh has basically not been able to hit any ball in anger for the whole. How many balls he faced? 10. He's timed them, middled them, but he's found a fielder pretty much every single ball. And now we're asking him to score. He needs at least. Delhi need at least 10 off Bumrah minimum.
Yes. They can catch up, but Bolt's going to bowl the last over, and his previous over was about as good as it gets. They need 23 off 12 balls. It is Bumrah. He's coming in to Ashutosh. He's bowled this down the leg side. It's flicked away. Oh, he's middled this nicely, but unfortunately, he's hit it straight to fine leg. Did they take the run? No, they did not take the run. Wow, that's a bold choice. Do you take the run, Mash, or do you not?
I probably wouldn't have taken it.
I didn't see if there was any confusion. Let's have a look. No, I think he pulls back straight away once he realizes it wasn't a 4. 4 boundaries off 11 balls. That's how he's thinking, I think, from here. Let's Stark face when it's not Bumrah at the start of an over. What can he do here? He reverses it. It's a full toss and legs up. It's a horrible ball from Bumrah, and he's got an over short third. It's 4. Well. That was horrendous. Having said this, if he stayed in his position, Mash, he probably could have hit that for 6 on the leg side. But he's turned around and he's played our backhand, our double-handed backhand. And he's flipped this over short third for 4.
Well,
good move for not taking the single.
That's why he shouldn't take the single. At this point, you have to back yourself as the main guy. Bumrah will have something up his sleeve, but you have to believe that you can be the one that takes the game home from here.
19 off 10. One more boundary off this over, and it's very gettable from the final one. What can he do here? It's a full toss again. It's an outside edge. This was a good ball. It's a full toss, but basically a Yorker. It gets the outside edge, and it's gone for 4. That is unlucky to Bumrah. But to be fair, his last ball should have been hit for 6, and we have even money. The market has now said that Delhi are even slight favourites from here on in. Bumrah, who had Karan Nair had smashed him, and Akshar Patel had hit 1 boundary, but no one else had. That was a good delivery, and it's gone for 4.
What are you saying, Jarrod? Who you got?
I just think that the 2 boundaries is what they needed from this over, right? You've still got Mitchell Stark at the other end, and you've got 15 off 9. Delhi should get home from here.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. I mean, I say that with no confidence at all.
I said they have to take 10 off Bumrah minimum. So they got. I need to see at least 2 more runs for me to have any faith in them.
You're going to get 2 here, I think. He's hit this out on the offside. That's Will Jack said they go for 2. That could be run out. Oh, no. Oh, Rickleton likes it. Smashatosh looks nervous. I'm looking for other fielders. Mumbai aren't ecstatic. The market thinks that's out. The market has given him run out. I think I'd lean to the market side, but I think it's slightly closer. I really want to see this again. It would be great if someone would show me this again. He's coming in. It's a great take from Rickleton, and he's out. He's been run out. Oh, my. He's been run out by about what's that, 33 centimeters? A foot and an inch? Whatever metric you want. He's out. Now, that changes things. Imagine that. Bumrah's had to be saved by a run out. And if he'd come back for the 2 there, this game would have been almost Delhi's. As you said, you're looking for the 2. Brilliant fielding by Will Jacks. He made a big howler in a catch before. Ashutosh finally starts hitting runs and he's out. Now, I didn't see who came out to bat. Kuldeep can bat, but he's a squidger, right? He's hard to set a field to. Kuldeep Yadav, I reckon they will send out. He hits the ball behind square quite a lot. You need to have someone at deep backward square leg. You need to have someone at probably a deep mid wicket. You maybe want someone at third as well, and maybe even deep backward point. And tell him, I think you say to him, we're going to bowl straight and full, but we don't think you can hit it past mid off or mid on. That's what I would be thinking now. Different field for when Mitchell Starc comes on strike. But yes. So you're not going to get the big power shots from Kuldeep, but Kuldeep can get you the ball. And don't forget, this is a good pitch to time the ball on. If you can squidge one away to like backward point or backward square leg, I can't see what the field is. Smash, I can't tell you what the field is, but it's Bumrah bowling around the wicket. 14 off 8. And he's hit this well in front of square, but it's probably only going to be 1 to deep mid wicket. Do they want 2? They do want 2. It could be another run out. Oh my. Yes, square leg umpire has come in nodding. I think he thinks that is very close. Very, very close. Wow. They wanted it from the time he hit it. I was never quite sure there was 2 there. Rickleton isn't anywhere near as confident. In fact, I think he might have said, I think that's just out. He's taken it further from the stumps. He's brought it back. And now, when do the bails come off? They've lit up, but those bails are not out of their groove for me. Oh, I would have looked at that more than once. They've just gone with the lit up bails and given that out.
Well, there you go.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure I read that quite the same. I'm pretty sure it was out. I just would have liked to see the next frame forward to make sure that the bail was completely out of the groove, because the 2 images I saw, I could not be 100% sure that the bail was out of the groove. So I'd like to see that again. Either way, he's out.
Yeah,
Kuldeep Yadav has run himself out. First ball.
Is that the end of the over? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we got one more.
One more ball.
Yeah, this game's done.
Oh, you're calling it. You're calling it.
Yeah, it's done.
You don't think that Starc can ask 2 boundaries in the next over?
I think Bumrah's about to end this game with the last ball of this over.
Oh, I like it. We might need. I don't know if Rob's still around.
Wait, who's on strike? Actually, sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, it'll be the number 11 or the number 12,
yeah.
the number 10, or however you work these things out. Anyway, it's Bumrah. Is he going for the straight Yorker? He is. They've taken the single. I don't think Starc. What is out? He's run him out. Have we had 3 runouts in 3 balls? We have had 3 runouts in 3 balls. I cannot believe it. What an incredible pickup. Mumbai have been missing the stumps all night with their throwing. And out of nowhere, we have had 3 runouts on the trot. One was a bit of a push. The other one was very, very good fielding that just got over the line. And this was a brilliant pick up and throw in one motion. I think it was Hardik Pandya. I didn't quite see the fielder because I was a little bit more excited with the fact that they would have got it. What an end to this game. It was full and straight. It was a hesitation from the number 11. I'm not sure he would have got in anyway. It is Mitch Santner, I think. Looks like Mitch Santner to me. He was actually out of frame and I couldn't see it.
Yeah.
What a comeback that was. And then just as Delhi got back in front in the game and were favourites again, 3 run-outs in 3 balls. I'm right, aren't I? Was it 3 and 3?
3.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 3 run-outs.
Jasper Brummer comes on. We have a dot ball. We have a terrible ball that is hit for 4. We have a brilliant ball that is edged for 4, but he's bowling full tosses. We then get Smasher Tosh trying to steal the strike back at a time in the over where he maybe didn't have to, but I can understand why he wanted to. Kuldeep Yadav pushing for 1 and running himself out. And then off the last ball, them trying to steal strike. Why the number 11? I'm assuming, I didn't even see who the batter was. I'm assuming it was Mohit. Why the number 11 is trying to take strike off Mitchell Stark. I don't even understand, Bash. I don't understand why you would try and take that run in the first place. But more importantly, you know why he's run out here? Because he's hit that to the left hand of the fielder and taken off. And that is what has brought them out. What a comeback. They were absolutely out of this game. Absolutely brilliant work from Mumbai. The dry ball helped. But to be honest, I don't think the wet ball was causing the problems. It was Karan Nair who was causing the problems. And once they got rid of him, I'm going to need a break. Mash, just take me through this, and then we'll end this, and we'll go to the live podcast in a moment.
Yeah, so I don't even know where to start, people, because really and truly, if I go back to when Karan Nair got out, so at the end of the 12th over, because that's really where this collapse and this story begins. At the end of the 12th over, chasing 200 and what was it, 5 to win?
206
Delhi, 206, sorry. Delhi were 140 for 3. Karan Nair just got out after hitting a brilliant 89 of 40, arguably the innings of the match, right? So from there, they effectively need 66 runs in, let me try and do my quick maths here, 66 runs in about 40 odd balls with 7 wickets remaining. And they have somehow failed to see that home. In the modern T20 context, that, 99% of the time, a team must see that home. 66 runs of 40, off the top of my head, I'm going to say like 42 balls with 7 wickets remaining, with batters of the likes of Axar, Stubbs, KL Rahul, to come, Atush Sharma to come, and you still don't see it home. And then to end the game, so in fact, it's not even the 3 run-outs, Jarrod. The run-out hat trick is insane enough. But the bowler of the match was Khan Sharma, who basically you would never have predicted that he would be the guy to bring Mumbai back into the game. In fact, we expected him to be the guy that Delhi would try and smash out of the attack. And he was the guy who actually took the wickets. But I do want to agree with Jarrod. The easy narrative to go with would be to say, but the ball changed. But I don't. I've written down here, Axar's dismissal had nothing to do with the ball being changed. Stubbs' dismissal had nothing to do with the ball being changed. KL Rahul's dismissal, you might want to say
maybe extra bounce.
Yeah.
Even so, you're pushing it, aren't you, to say that?
Yeah. What the ball being changed did do was we started to see the ball maybe grip a tiny bit more, but from the position that Delhi were in, they should still have seen it home. So,
when was it? Was the ball changed at the 10th over? Someone might need to put that into. I can't see it written down here. But after the 10th over, we had 6 wicket, but that could have been a 6 as well. Then we had 4-4-4 wicket, 4-4 wicket. Like, when it comes down to it, there was plenty of boundaries still being hit, and they were being hit safely. And as you said, some of those wickets were less to do with that. I mean, the Karan Nair one is definitely down to the ball being changed, because I don't think we really saw another ball being bowled like that in the entire game. But he was due to be out anyway, the way he was going. And Akshar was a full toss, as you said earlier. Abhishek Parel probably should have hit his for 6. That had nothing to do with the ball being changed. Tristan Stubbs, that was a bad ball that he probably could have put away. KL Rahul, you could go either way. And then whatever was going on at the end, right, went on at the end. We had a bunch of dot balls and everything else. What a fantastic game. We're going to have probably a 2 or 3 minute break, and then we're going to come back on the good area, on the not good areas. What are we on? Cricket 8. We're going to come back on the Cricket 8 channel and do a live podcast. If you're following good areas and you've come across, or you're watching on our Twitter account or wherever you may be watching at the moment, come over to what's the word I'm looking for here? Come over to Cricket 8 and subscribe. We do this every Sunday. We're going to be doing a podcast straight away now. We'll also do a podcast later in the week, and me and Rob will be back later on, and Mash and Mega will be on later in the week as well. But thank you to everyone. And I noticed that the numbers went up massively towards the end. So you're all waiting for a close game. It only took us 8 hours and 2 minutes to deliver the close game that we've been waiting for all day. We will see you again in about 5 minutes on the Cricket 8 channel for a live podcast. Thank you very much, everyone who was on this watch along. The super chatters, the non-super chatters, the commenters, everyone else, the lurkers, all those people. That is Machel St. Patrick Hewitt from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. If you're not following him and all of his places, you're doing yourself a dirty. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and I'll see you in a moment.
Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game. Remember to